Hello, welcome, and the race for the UzChess Cup is on and heating up with only 3 rounds left to play. It's a two-way tie at the top, but there is a crowded chasing pack behind them, all eager to make their move. It's round 7, and I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with International Master Tanya Sajdev. Now, Tanya, yesterday, such a decisive day. 3 games that really set the board on fire.
I don't even think we can be surprised anymore with the action that we see at UzChess. Every single day we've had a decisive result. On some days we've had 5 out of 5 boards decided as well. And as the tournament reaches its finish line, the weight of every win increases so much, Ivanka. I'm expecting more of that. The chasers need to punch. The leaders, they have to separate themselves from the pack. And with only 3 rounds remaining, this is going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's take a look at the standings. Yesterday, as mentioned, we had 3 decisive games. Let's see how that shook up the leaderboard. Because Shamsuddin Vokhidov entered round 6 as the sole leader. Well, not after round 6 finished, as there is now a two-way tie between Shamsuddin Vokhidov and Mukhidin Madaminov, both of them on 4 points. And it seems like Mukhidin is unable to draw a single game, Tanya.
All decisive results, 6 out of 6 for Madaminov Mukhidin in this tournament so far. What a storyline it's been for the 19-year-old. Incredible to watch. And a 24-year-old Shamsuddin does lead the field. I'm expecting more decisive chess by Madaminov today. And he's playing his compatriot who's right behind him. Also notice how on the leaderboard, everyone is separated by just half a point. This is still anyone's tournament.
Anyone's tournament, but it does seem like there at the top, it's just the Uzbek players. And on that subject, Wesley So, American Grandmaster, did have a lovely tweet. We said, Uzbek hospitality, they said. And here we go. So take a look at this. I mean, Tanya, top 4 placings is the Uzbeks. And then everyone else is just, as you can see, look, the red points indicating that they've all lost rating.
I just love it, right? You talk about every top board waving the Uzbekistan flag currently, a home sweep it's been so far. And like you pointed out, they're also the only players who are gaining rating points currently. Feels like everyone else who was invited to Tashkent, customers for the Uzbeki grandmasters so far.
They are the ones benefiting from the hospitality, I would say. But we enter round 7. So let's take a look at the pairings. Because as Tanya mentioned, anything can happen. It's never how you start. It's always how you finish. And as always, we are being treated by some fascinating lineups. We have, and I'm going to go straight down to number 4. A big clash between the Uzbek players, Norbek Abdusattorov against Mukhidin Madaminov. And we're going to perhaps see Mukhidin. Will he break the pattern? He's on a kind of pattern where he wins 2, loses 2, wins 2. What will happen today?
Well, if we go by tradition, maybe Nodebek might be the happier one. But Madaminov has just been so impressive, especially against players not from his own country right now. But that changes as well today. You know, he's been taking down 2,700 plus opponents round after round. 3 of them, he's been the 2,700 plus slayer. Nodebek Abdusattorov from Uzbekistan. Will that be his 4th? I'll also point out one more super important pairing for our stand-up. And that's that board 2 right there. Madaminov Shakra taking on the tournament leader, Vokhidov Shamsuddin.
Yes, and yesterday, Vokhidov ended his hat trick with a draw against Norbek Yakuboev. Well, today it is a new day, a new start, and we'll see where the chasers can start to make their move. So it's interesting set of pairings. The games have already begun. So let's dive in and go to our multi-board viewer and see what the players have on offer for us.
It's pretty fun, Ivanka, because we've got a variety of openings. If you look at it, we've got a bunch of King's Pawn opening. We've got one English opening, and we've got the Queen's Pawn opening on at least 2 boards that I spotted. We'll start with our top left board right there. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces and a fantastic win yesterday against Arjun Argaisi. Today he takes on Norbek Yakuboev. For both these players, they're in the middle of the leaderboard. So a win today will really heat them up for the finish line. Next to that, Shakrar Mamadarov versus Shamsuddin Vokhidov. It feels like it's going to be a slow English setup. White getting ready to fan cat to the bishop on the longest diagonal. Bishop and b2 coming on next. A cagey start in this one, but White's looking for that central expansion. We've got the Queen's Pawn opening, the opening of choice for Vidit Gujarati against Nicolas Theodorou. I think for Vidit, he's not only fighting Nicolas, but his own mind today.
Yeah, absolutely. As he is struggling to get his first point. He's already lost 3 games in this event so far. He has to stop the bleeding. And in the bottom left, we see Nordebek Abdusattorov against Madaminov. That is going to be our marquee matchup. But what's already interesting is that Nordebek tried to invite some complications by developing the dark squared bishop out to the g5 square. And Madaminov was like, I am not going to go into any fancy shenanigans by advancing my kingside pawns. Instead, I'm going to just retreat back the bishop. And between Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann, we are looking at a d4 pawns opening, and we immediately see confrontation in the center. So many exciting starts. And I just love this moment because it's all about the mind games as the players jostle for that opening advantage.
Absolutely, Ivanka. And it sort of sets the pace and the narrative for the kind of middle games that we're going to see. And I think the first few moves do promise it's going to be a rich, rich day of chess. And I think we have to go to one of our marquee matchups directly. It is Nordebek Abdusattorov taking on Madaminov, currently co-leading with Vokhidov. Is Madaminov. What a tournament he's had. But for Nordebek Abdusattorov as well, you know, this might be the moment with the white pieces. He wants to strike at UzChess, climb up the leaderboards. Let's do a little deep dive into that opening that you spoke about, because you were mentioning that bottom left board, the G pawn moving 2 steps forward, and I'd say it's still in the air.
Still very much a possibility to go, but we're going to go straight into that action, and we are going to backtrack a little bit and see the action from the beginning as we see e4, e5, and knight f3. Knight c6 being played, and this is very trendy now, the Italian game. You know, take it slow, but also has a lot of poison because it's such a complex and rich position. Basically, both sides can adopt almost any setup with their pieces, and you have to understand all of those nuances. So let's see what happened next. The bishop came out to c5, kind of copycat, but kind of not as well. And d3 was the move of choice, and now we're going to be seeing knight f6, castles, castles, and now this is the moment that I was referring to, Tanya. The bishop comes out to g5, and I'm sure it came accompanied with a stare as well. Nordebek being famous for that look, and I'm pretty sure here he looks and it's like, hey, how about you go h6? And then what about if you kind of try to drive my bishop backwards with g5 and we go into that hole? I'm going to say it's a snake pit because it's full of complications. And Madaminov was like, I'm not going to do that. Thank you very much. I'm going to actually just waste some time with the bishop and go to bishop e7, break the pin. And there we're seeing, yes, how things could get really complicated.
Yeah, just to point out, I think after g5, you always have to be ready for a sacrifice on g5 as well. And of course, theory has proven that black does fine, but it's something that does go into very complicated waters there. Instead, Madaminov here just decides to put his bishop back. But notice, it comes with the cost of a tempo. What black gets in return is that the white bishop is sort of misplaced now. Whenever g5 comes, Madaminov has taken away the possibility of knight takes pawn. For example, if instead of the bishop going back, you make a move like d6, and after c3 you were to go g5, now it's impossible to unpin the knight after the sacrifice. I think Madaminov here is getting ready for the throw of that g pawn up the board, simply taking away this possibility, making sure that the white bishop is blocked on g3 once d6 comes, compensating for that tempo loss. After bishop e7, preempting the move g5, Nordebek fell back with his bishop, putting pressure on that central pawn, now defended with the move d6, and Nordebek starts to expand on the queen side. This move comes with the idea of also creating a luft, a breathing space for the bishop to fall back on. Eventually, what white wants to do is develop the knight, continue that journey to the center of the board. And for black, Ivanka, I have to say that it's decision time. You either do go with g5 and make a case for eventually moving your king and striking with f5 once the knight goes away, or go for that plan immediately, which would come with the king moving sideways, your knight falls back, and a central break. Black needs to focus on the right flank, while white is making intentions on the other side of the board. So it's going to be a bit of a race. I did see Madaminov looking sideways, kind of deciding, but I'm expecting some committal chess from black in this game very soon.
Yes.
g5 or f5.
Yeah,
Two plans.
I am fully embracing the chaos that we're going to be seeing in this game. And these type of positions, like you highlighted, they're so complicated, and it's all really about who's done the better preparation and who understands their preparation as well. Because as you mentioned, black is going to overtake the initiative on the right side of the board, whereas for white, it's going to be all about lifting as the pawns on the queen side as much as possible, get the space, and then strike in the center. But very, very complicated.
And I'll just add one more dynamic to this entire battle that we've got there. We've been talking about Mukhidin's run here at UzChess. He started with 2 wins against Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nicolas Theodorou. Went down in 2 games, and both those games were lost to his compatriots, to his teammates. First to Vokhidov and then to Yakuboev. Mukhidin has lost only 2 games so far, before then striking back against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Vidit Gujarati in absolutely killer style yesterday. It was a flawless finish by Madaminov. But the results that he's gone down in, the 2 games that he did lose in round 3 and 4, came against the Uzbekistan grandmasters.
Yes. And this is the question, Tanya. He has a little pattern going on where he wins 2, loses 2 to the Uzbeks, wins 2 again, and now he's back to playing the Uzbeks. Will that form? One of the reasons he especially lost to Yakuboev is because I think he handled that game with too much respect to his opponent. He kept kind of saying, hey, would you like a draw? And Yakuboev got inspiration from this lack of confidence and said, okay, no, I am going to play this on for a long time. And here we're seeing his clock is ticking down. We could be seeing a repeat.
It is ticking down, and I think I understand that. It's a position where if you go g5, there's no going home. It's sort of just going all in with this idea. You can't take that pawn move back. It is, of course, a move that we do see in this position quite often, but incredibly committal. He's deciding his plans, and as Madaminov is doing that, I also want to bring attention to Abdusattorov's path in this tournament. It's been extremely solid. Nordebek started with a draw, has scored only 1 win, and then 4 back-to-back draws in the last 4 rounds. I do think that even though Madaminov is leading Jovanka, somewhere in Nordebek's mind, he sees him as the lowest seed and a player to strike against, despite his form. By the way, decision on the board, he keeps things solid, and you spoke something about giving too much respect to your opponent.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's what's happening against Nordebek, because g6, I do feel the idea still remains that you want to push your king up, draw back with your knight, and push the f-pawn eventually.
Yes. It is basically, as you mentioned, the king will step up to g7, and then bishop to e6 is the idea that Shakhriyar employed against, Grandmaster.
And we're just going to quickly take a look. We do still have games on our database in this position. Not many of them played by top players. There's just one top grandmaster game that I've got. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov had this position where g6 was employed. Madaminov makes the move, leaves the table. And I'll also just point out that in this position, the most played move was sliding the king over. Again, just the idea is to unpin once the knight moves either to h5 or to h7. You want to strike with that f-pawn going up the board. So that for now has been deferred by Mukhidin. And I just wonder if that's slightly too cautious in his mind.
Could be, he's been surprised. I do understand the reasoning, right? He's perhaps been surprised by Nordebek's opening of choice, and he just wants to take it into something a little bit unfamiliar, where he says, okay, let's freestyle now, king g7, bishop e6. It's a different way of playing the position, but the ideas of going for the king side initiative are very much there. So now it's Nordebek's turn. How is he going to handle this little pawn move? Does he know the game? These are the questions that the players are going to be answering.
I'll just point out one thing in this position, that if Nordebek does not want to give up this bishop, one of the other ideas of g6, apart from unpinning via g7, is that it defends the h5 square. Black is setting up to move the knight to h5, which was, I want to say, not possible in the last move. Usually tactics do work out in white's favor, so I'm going to give this a go. With the knight undefended here, your aim is to win the bishop pair. But I do think the tactics work for white here. Knight takes pawn is a possibility. And if you take the knight at the center of the board, the knight at the edge does hang. And the thing to calculate here is that after knight takes bishop, you do have an in-betweener. Knight takes knight, hitting the black queen. And once this knight is captured, you simply capture towards the center. And that's an extra pawn up for white. So with knight h5 not available, I suddenly do feel that Madaminov has set that up with the move g6. It's not only with the idea of the square for the king, but also knight h5 jumping forward. The bishop on g3 can be picked up at any time, eyeballing the f4 square. So that brings me to think that if Abdusattorov wants to keep his bishop pair for the rest of the game, this is his one chance to go h3 and hide on h2.
Okay, we'll see whether that is actually played or not. A5 has also been played where white goes, I don't care about the bishop. And instead, it goes on with a traditional plan of expanding on the queen side, taking control at the right time. Everything is done at the right time in this particular opening.
Speaking of doing at the right time, and this is, I feel like the chess player in me is taking over. There are so many nuances in this opening, which is why we see the slow game, the Italian, the Gyurko piano being employed at the top level so many times. Ivanka, A5, I love that move. You're expanding on the left side. You're also making sure that at the right moment you have the trick of going A6 and creating some light square weaknesses. I was advocating the pawn move on the other side of the board. And then one starts feeling that, again, provocation chess. Once Nordic Abdusattorov, if he does go for this line with h3, has given black a hook. I wonder if this is the moment that suddenly Madaminov will strike with g5.
It might be.
It might be.
It might be. And, well, we will be in for a treat. But this one, I'm going to say, is brewing up super nicely. Because we are uncertain what plan black will go for, how will white respond. And now we can see by Nordic thinking, look at him, he's in recall method. And look at, he's really just trying to think back to what he's prepared, what he's seen. And we'll see how Nordic reacts. Let's head over to our other marquee matchup, and that's between Shak and Shamsuddin. So Shamsuddin, he won 3 games in a row. His pace slowed down a little bit yesterday as he was the one with the white pieces. He took it to a Berlin and forced the draw against Nordic Yakuboev. And we don't like that necessarily. It's a very practical approach and it's very understandable. But as commentators, we feel, okay, well, we want to see the fireworks. And Cassia has a normal approach of kind of punishing these things, especially when you force a draw with the white pieces. We'll see whether she is displeased or she approves of Shamsuddin's long-term strategy. But let's backtrack and go to the beginning, because Shak opens up with an English, and we're seeing knight f6, and he's kind of gone for something off the beaten track. That's what I wanted to say.
With this next move.
Yes.
Because he goes b3 instead of, well, the more traditional d4 or fianchettoing the other bishop. Keeping things flexible, whether you want to improve the position of your light squared bishop towards the left side or the right side of the board. Though I'm expecting a double fianchetto in this game. I'll also point out that for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he's a point trailing to Shamsuddin Vokhidov. Shakhriyar there we can see on our bottom left, 3 out of 6. Shamsuddin on 4 out of 6. A win with the white pieces will put Shak right back into the race, like the big Shak that he is in the sea of chess.
He is a big Shak, and he's known for the Shak attack. Yesterday, he showed us all why he's so good at aggressive chess, as he defeated with the black pieces Nicholas Theodorou. And now he's going for something a little bit offbeat. There we see a double fianchetto on the board, but the whole idea is at the right time to capture on d5 and then strike in the center.
And we've got this position. I wonder if the right time for Shak to strike is now, or do you want to just prepare, get your king to safety before going in with d4, keeping things quite flexible. I do like that option always. What black wants for Shamsuddin Vokhidov, the queenside development is the first question to be solved. And what you're looking for is to simply put the pawn on b6, be able to challenge the light squared bishop eventually, and decide where you want to place your knight. Do you place it at the center, or do you reroute it via d7? I'm expecting in some move order these 3 moves for black to appear: b6, a bishop b7, knight either to c6 or to d7, and for white on the other hand to go shot castle and d4.
Yes. And yeah, I see lots of grandmaster games on the database, and you're completely right. White is definitely going to be castling first before taking the decision as to whether to play d4 or not.
I just want to add to that, d4 right now also makes a lot of sense, but you're just giving an additional opportunity and a possibility for black to step over with a check on a5. Suddenly you can't really block it with the knight. I'll just show that quickly. And we see the bar doesn't react, which means that it's absolutely fine to go for this line. But as a player, do you really want to do this? Shakhriyar loves the queen on the board, and he might be just forced to trade it off, because putting this knight on d2, and suddenly we can see all these ideas of the rook lining up on the d file, Ivanka.
Yeah, completely agree. So normally you don't want to be rushing with d4, but you can definitely do it on the next turn. So after you've gotten your king to safety, then say black goes knight to c6, just to kind of highlight some ideas. Here, then it's the moment where you go d4.
But he goes directly.
He does d4.
Doesn't wait. d4 on the board It feels a bit rushed to me, Ivanka, as Vokhidov sits down. I wonder if he'll be taken by surprise. I definitely am. And again, the computer, the engine approves this. So maybe this is part of the plan, part of preparation by Shak. Although the clock does tell a different story. I'm just going to quickly get our live board up. D4 is the move of choice here. He leaves the table. And for Vokhidov, you have to be looking at a check.
You have to. Otherwise, I think that it will transpose if you don't play, if you play b6 or something, then after castles, the game will kind of transpose into normal territory. But if you want to do something different, queen a5 is the move.
Do you think this is some sort of a chakra employing Magnus Carlsen's anti-young player chess where he says, sure, go queen a5, I'm going to get the queens off the board, go into an endgame and just say that my bishops are better than yours and I'm playing for a small edge for the rest of eternity?
Yeah, I do suspect that we're going to be seeing that. But having said that, going into an endgame, I do feel that black hasn't quite equalized. Just because this bishop on g2 is so good. It is such a beautiful piece. And this bishop on b2, it is going to start working its magic once it gets activated by an eventual d takes c5. And here, because there's no energy with the pawns, everything goes towards the pieces. You know, white will go knight c4. We've got ideas of posting up on d6. The rooks will rush to the open lines. And there's going to be a few questions posed to black. And if black passes with flying colors, then we could see the whole position fizzle out.
Well, all of it depends on the decision that Vokhidov takes at this moment. If he wants to keep the queens on the board, I do feel that the middle game will be more risky, given everything that you've just said about the two sniper bishops that white has. Queen to a5 might look like chicken chess club chess there, but I'm all for it. And it just feels like black should be comfortable holding that endgame, even if white is slightly more active. Ivanka, should we take a look at our bird's eye view and see all the action unfolding? Because I do see that there are decisions being made on some of our key matchups.
Yes, I do see that in our marquee matchups. Well, some things that we predicted have come to pass. So as we bring up the multi-board viewer so that we can have a complete overview of all 5 games in the Masters, well, take a look at what is happening in the bottom left there, Tanya, between Nurbek Abdusattorov and Mukhidin Madaminov. We are seeing, as you predicted, that the knight has posted up to h5, and there is questions now, you know, for Mukhidin. Does he take on g3? Does he step up the king onto g2? But either way, you called it, it's on the board, and Nurbek is going to have to be quick with his counterplay. Otherwise, the kingside initiative is pretty dangerous.
And what Nurbek is also trying to do, be quick with that counterplay at the center of the board. He's getting ready to advance that d4 pawn at the right time, gain more space. It's going to be a fun battle. Speaking of fun battles, Ivanka, look at what's happening on our bottom left board right next to that. Arjun Aragaisi versus Hans Niemann, both players who love a combative fight right now. And I think this is going to be one of them. Hans has gained a lot of space with pushing that queenside pawn, the c pawn, up the board. It's crossed over the halfway mark, giving black space on the queen side. But what about development will be the questions that he'll have to answer. The white knight jumping to the center of the board. That's a fun battle right now. The clock tells us a story that Arjun Aragaisi is in preparation. We'll move up to the top row right there. Nurbek Yakuboev against Yan Nepomniachtchi. Some trades in the center. It started with the king's pawn opening. The white queen is currently being hit. Another interesting opening outcome. Black isn't ready to castle. Yan Nepomniachtchi's king still in the center.
Yes, it's still very much in the center, and that's something that Nepo has found himself on the receiving end of. He has to be very careful here, especially because Nurbek Yakuboev is so dangerous with the white pieces. In the first game against Nurbek Abdusattorov, he was virtually winning with some fantastic opening preparation. And I just want to draw your attention to the middle of the board. We saw d4 come early, but after c takes d4 in the middle, white had to get out of potential trouble with a bishop coming to b4. So we are seeing a temporary pawn sacrifice, and Shak is going to be capturing on d4 with the knight, and expect the white knight to post up perhaps on c4. And we have quite a calm game between Vidit and Nicholas Theodorou. For Vidit now, I think it's just about playing solid and just being able to stop the bleeding. He got himself in trouble against Hans Niemann. He should have lost that game. He managed to find a miracle resource and held it. But that is something that Nicholas has taken inspiration from, and that's why his knight has come out in front of his own pawns. So, Tanya, the game that draws my eye is there on the bottom right between Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann, because I'm looking at the pawn structure and I'm seeing that it's quite committal one.
I love where your head's at right now. And as you mentioned, Black's making intentions clear. Always look at the framework, the blueprint, the skeleton of the position, as Ivanka likes to call it, the pawn formation. For Black with the pawn highly advanced here, it's going to be all about the queen side play. You know, push that B pawn, get the queen out to A5, target the C3 pawn. And for now, Arjun Erigaisi stops that idea. He does bring his bishop out. He's pinning the knight on F6. So queen to A5 would mean that you end up destroying your pawn formation, the pawn shield in front of the Black king. Got to watch out for that. What does Arjun have in return for giving this very advanced pawn is that Black always, for Hans Niemann, you have to be careful about the D5 weakness. Once White's king gets to safety, the knight is ready to jump to the center of the board, always aligning the pawn on D5. You could also be thinking of plans eventually of coming back and striking with E4. It's all about getting to the D5 pawn for Arjun Erigaisi as the middle game will unfold. For Hans Niemann, I think strategically this could be problematic. So he needs to play actively. Ivanka, I'm expecting two approaches here. By Hans, either he develops his knight, consolidates the knight to F6, and then quickly starts playing on the queen side. Alternatively, he could look at the move queen to A5, which would not be my move of choice. I simply feel that White can even sacrifice the pawn on C3, hide the king on F3, F1 even, and make a case for the destroyed pawn structure as the big compensation for it. But that's when things get wild. If Hans Niemann decides to go for queen to A5, the position blows up really quickly. Arjun Erigaisi would love to create those dynamics where he's down a pawn, playing for initiative on the other side of the board, and both sides will have to prove their side of the coin.
Yes, and again, take a look at Arjun's clock time. He's just used a few minutes, whereas for Hans, he's the one who's burning the time on the clock. And I gotta say, Tanya, this whole plan of awakening the bishop on G2 with dropping the knight back to D2 and then destabilizing Black's pawn grip there with E4 is just a beautiful plan. And it's something that Hans has to be ready to fight. Like almost now, he has to think about maybe going rook to E8, push it out to F5 just to try to get a grip in the center. And we're going to be seeing a really interesting tussle where White breaks out or threatens to break out and Black tries to stop. And I've got to say, he's probably has to be even precise on where he puts the knight on B8. I don't think he can automatically play it out to C6, which would be a very standard move. And whether he will embrace the complications of queen to A5, knowing that Arjun has spent no time on the clock, that is something that Arjun, who is famous for his dynamic play, he's called the madman of chess for a good reason. I don't think he's going to be wanting to do that.
You've got to play the player as much as the board at times, and I am with you. And maybe we just investigate this line a little bit. It's a pretty direct line right now. And do not try this at home, would be my advice currently. Queen to A5, hits the pawn on C3, and the bar does not react, which means that, well, a little bit, that Black should be fine. But I am with this perhaps being a game that you're playing with fire, and that's a dangerous game to play, Ivanka. Bishop takes knight is a line I want to look at. It was very tempting to just give up the pawn, sidestep with the king to F. All right, not the best approach.
No.
Which means that it has to be knight D2, queen D2, the rook falls. So you block this, and pawn takes bishop, and it's just you pick up this pawn. And this completely slipped my mind. I wanted to put my king on F1 and just make a case for a weakened pawn formation, but this isn't even a pawn sacrifice. If you take on D4 at this moment, the C4 pawn is weak as well. You can just simply grab that pawn or continue to play for initiative on the right flank.
Wow, and it's so gutsy actually to have bishop takes D5 at the end of it, because I gotta admit I was really focused on actually getting the king castled as White. I was thinking, oh well, what are you going to do? You're going to go E3, but actually no. Like you say, you destabilize the pawn grip with D5 and you just take it off. Bishop takes C4 incoming, and this one feels like it could really...
Look at Hans's eyes. I feel like he's looking at the A5 square.
Yes, he is.
It feels like that's where his attention's at. Also, Hans is a player who calculates incredibly well, and just feels like if this line cannot be refuted, he's ready for a fight.
Yes.
He wants that fight on the board. He's not somebody who's going to shy away from it. And queen A5 just muddies the water in a big way. And maybe that's something what both these players need at this point and stage of the tournament. Look at that expression.
Exactly. And Hans, he started the event with a loss. He came back with a win against Shamsuddin Vokhidov. And since then, he's come so close to actually winning some games, but never quite managing to finish it off. And for Arjun yesterday suffered his first defeat of the event. And his only other win actually came all the way back in round 2. And Arjun has also been riding that ship.
And I will say that yesterday's defeat has to hurt Arjun. He starts with this Caro-Kann, has this incredible preparation, brings it on the board, and then just ends up in a position after showing his cards with his prep where he's down a pawn, struggling for compensation. And then Jan Nepomuceno combining positional strategic concepts with tactical ideas, a beautiful finish at the end. It just felt like a one-way traffic that entire game, and Jan Nepomuceno somewhere just outclassed Arjun yesterday.
Right. Okay, so shall we just, before we leave this game, shall we just quickly look at the Queen A5 stuff one more time? Because that one seems to be super cutthroat. What can Black do? Queen A5.
And just if we notice Hans Niemann, it really does feel like that's the side of the board his eyes are at. I just want to point out the 3 moves that make most sense that would be on everyone's radar at this moment. Queen A5, the most direct one that you pointed out, Jovanka. Rook E8, taking control of the E file, just eye-lining the only open line on the board. And the other one, bishop to F5, but I also like bringing the knight out to D7 at this point, just consolidating your knight on F6 and then going Queen A5 next. If Hans Niemann wants a fight, a dog fight, he goes Queen A5 now.
And I just kind of, if you can just rewind one move, I just wanted to add to your point and say a move like knight to C6 looks like it's super logical, right? The knight is going to go to C6 and look at the evaluation bar go all the way up. And that's because strategically it does not fight against White's plan of castling knight D2, as Tanya's indicated. E4, destabilize the base of the pawn chain. And there, White will have the 2 bishops. This bishop on G2 would suddenly be awake and very much powerful. And it's going to be a really difficult position for Black.
I love that. And the point is that now you're not in time to go queen to a5 because queen takes pawn doesn't come with a check. So white is beautifully placed. You can't consolidate this knight either to take that knight and simply plant the queen on c2, defend the pawn and go ahead with the idea. And if you're not in time on the queen side, the plans that we mentioned, Jovanka, work beautifully for white in this position. So knight to c6, the hand move, is not the right square for that knight. But you wanted to go in with the idea of queen to a5. Let's try to investigate this a little further.
Just a little bit more because it looked like everything could get ripped up here. So here we're looking bishop takes knight. You have to do this.
And the reason you have to do this is, Jovanka, because you're not in time to really defend the pawn. The black knight is ready to jump to the center of the board, hitting that pawn on c3, hitting the bishop on g5. So you have to go all in.
Yes. So you have to go all in. And so this is why after queen a5, you have to burn the bridges, play bishop takes knight. And then black is also going to be struggling with the king side. Knight goes to d2. Pawn takes bishop. And now bishop takes d5. White has to go also all in. Because if you go e3, that gives black time to consolidate. Defend on d5. Yeah, you can see the evaluation bar saying that this is going to be a problem for white to get compensation. So you have to go bishop takes d5 instead of e3. And now here, I guess you take queen takes d4. You accelerate the play even more. Otherwise, white has got great pawn structure.
Queen takes pawn.
Oh, okay, maybe not then. Maybe you can refine it. Let's go rook to d8.
But I want to just understand what's wrong with this move because it needs to be looked into. Black has now picked up a pawn, c3 underway. And it just feels like if you take this pawn with your knight, then the queen jumps back with a check. And rook is lining up on d8. I'll show you what my problem with this line is, that after a check, it just feels like black should have enough compensation in this position. So if it's not knight takes pawn, bishop takes pawn just doesn't feel right, leaving the long diagonal away. And black's rook ready to jump to d8 as well. Bishop ready to land on h3. It's really not the position you want. So Jovanka, at this moment, there is a stronger option for white. And what is that, is the question.
Yeah. That is definitely the question as to what to do.
That's a big advantage that the bar is giving Arjun at this moment.
It's not necessarily that obvious, right?
All right, I'm going to take a quick peek. The best move in this position, Jovanka, is... Wow. It's actually really beautiful, the concept. You don't take the pawn just yet. You know, the difficulty in the position is rook to d8, and you're okay with queen trades, but you trade at your own terms. Your
Yeah.
knight becomes super active. You're playing against black's development right now. You're playing against the pawn structure that black has currently. Queen takes queen. You're also taking control of the c3 square, so no checks there. And after queen takes queen, rook takes queen. Watch out, you don't have rook d8 anymore because bishop takes pawn is a tactic that's going to cost you a lot.
Yes. Okay, so there we're seeing that Hans, if he really wants to go on the front foot, and he might be obliged to actually, should be playing queen a5 with ideas of just quickly accelerating the play on the center.
But then, to your point, Ivanka, queen takes pawn is not the right move here. Rook d8 was your other suggestion.
That was my other suggestion. So now you can't step back with the bishop. You can't take on c4 because rook takes d4. That is going to be a bit of a killer blow there. Rook takes d4. And here there are problems on the d line. And it has the name of the knight on d2 and the rook on a1 as you're pointing out. So you don't want to be doing that. So that does mean that you have to actually stand there with the bishop on d5 and go e4 if you want to be holding the balance. And this is a really complicated position. This is why we're seeing Hans think for a long time. He's assessing this position in his mind.
And if he comes to this point, he will realize that after e4, now taking on d4 is much better. You don't have that knight jump, and that's why rook d8 is a key move right now, because knight moving to e4, taking control of c3, hitting on f6 was the move of trouble for black in the earlier variations. If Hans gets to this point, I will not be surprised that we see this. The big question is, has he worked his way out to this moment where he's up a pawn? It's not completely clear how white is launching an attack on the king here. You can't go queen to h5. The rook on a1 hangs. And if you try to set that up with shot castle, black is quick to development with bishop h3. But this is maybe a little bit loose.
Yes. Okay. Well, yeah, this one looks like it's anyone's game. Absolutely anything can happen. Tanya?
Yes.
This one's complicated. We'll see whether Hans goes for the combative queen a5. But let's go back to the multi-board viewer because I want to show something. It appears the vacuum cleaner has come on the board and vacuumed up the pieces between Shakhriyar Mammadjarov and Shamsuddin Vokhidov there on the top middle board. I mean, where are the kings? Where are the queens? Where are the other pieces? But okay, at the minute, this is pretty stable. We'll come back and we'll find out exactly what happened. But I can see that there is a lot more action.
Oof.
Where should we go?
Look at what's going on the top left board there.
Yeah, this has caught my eye. It's also maximum confrontation between Vidit and Nicholas Theodorou, but I do believe, let's go to Nordebek Yakubov and Yana Pomniachi. Nordebek, part of the chasing group on 3 points, as is Yana Pomniachi, who just came off a win yesterday against Arjun Erigaisi.
And the live position that we have, once again, Yana Pomniachi has an extra pawn here, exactly as he did against Arjun yesterday. Comes out of the opening with an extra pawn, but some problems to be solved currently. There's a pin on the D line, the double pawn on the E file, the white queen making it impossible for the black bishop to finish development as it eyeballs the pawn on G7, the king stuck in the center. I have to say that this starts looking a little uncomfortable for black right now, and to boot, Ivanka, it is Nordebek's move. Before we deep dive into this position, let's do a quick action replay and see how we got here. It started as a Sicilian.
Yes, and this is something that we've seen Jan employ during this event. He's not gone for his Petrovs or anything. Instead, he's come determined to win this event, and therefore he needs to play the Sicilian. And he didn't have such a good outing against Shamsuddin Vokhidov, but here we are seeing a Rossalimo on our boards. And then what happens next?
The knight comes out to reinforce the defense on the other knight. White often just steps back. One of the plans is to put your rook on e1, bring that bishop back, but instead white lashes out Nordebek Yakubov in the center with the pawn moving forward. And now before grabbing the pawn on d4, which does allow interesting tactics with queen to b6, white's fine there, but here Yakubov with an interesting approach first comes back with the bishop, making a case that I'm sacrificing my pawn here. But if you were to defend it with the move e5, it's all about positional compensation. You weaken a huge diagonal where the white bishop can fall to c4. You can also break in the center with a move like c3, and all these weaknesses on the light squares just gives white so much play. There's also ideas of the knight jumping on to d6. None of that happened after the move of the bishop retreat. did not consolidate with e5, instead breaks with the move d5, which saw Yakuboev recapture the pawn at the center, restoring material balance, but only for a little bit. It gets really fun because after this trade, the queen gets hit. The queen finds a nice spot on c3 but disconnects with the central pawn, but is denying development to the dark squared bishop by eyeballing the pawn on g7. Pawn takes pawn, coming in quick with development and tempo. Bishop to d7 is the move. One would think that moving the queen might be the move of choice here, but this would make the queen pretty unstable with ideas like knight a3, knight to b5 is the threat there. And if you were to land on b6, white can always put the bishop on e3 and hit the queen. So Jan Nepomniachtchi deciding that the right way to block is with the bishop. And Yakuboev continues development, now about to regain that pawn. And black has to be really fast here. Jan Nepomniachtchi needs to make a decision. White regains material. It's beautiful harmony in white spaces.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as the knight snaps off the pawn on e4, it's going to land on d6, and that is going to be a problem for black to handle, because the queen on c3, it has his eyes on the prize of g7. So that's going to be a very difficult one to actually untangle from. So here I'm already struggling for like a safe move for Jan. I'm not seeing anything other than queen f6 or queen a5 to try to swap off the queens and try to at least develop the dark square bishop.
I do like that idea, and I would prefer the queen on a5 simply because queen to f6 might trade into an inferior pawn formation at the end, but getting rid of this key piece to finish development, I think that has to be prioritized. I will point out one move that you don't want to play. Don't hang on to those pawns at the cost of development. A move like f5, yes, you have that extra pawn, but look at that extra shot that the bar gets. And Jovanka, bishop jumping in with a check on h5. And this is the reason why the queen belongs here. No more g6 for you. The rook on h8 suddenly falls off the board. And instead, if after bishop h5, you have to move up with king e7, you know you're not surviving. In fact, I think this might just be checkmate. Check.
And then knight takes pawn.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay, so there is, yeah, again, this would be GG for white, a disaster for black. And we're not going to be seeing anything like this from Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he has made a move and he has put his queen out to a5. He said, okay, I want to develop my pieces. And, well, it does appear like white can simply go queen takes queen, regain the pawn on e4. And it feels like white is the one who is a little bit better, because knight to d6 is going to come. It's going to be super unpleasant. I'm going to say also the 3 versus 2 pawn majority on the queen side. It's not something that has great significance now, but in an endgame, it's certainly going to be easier to advance those pawns.
I would also be very tempted as white to look at options of just not going in for a queen trade. While I hear you that it looks like a very pleasant endgame, one you're playing for 2 results where your piece activity and the imbalance of the 3 versus 2 on the queen side gives it more ability to create a passer eventually. I'm also wondering if white could get tempted with an option like queen g3. I still want to eyeball the pawn on g7.
Yeah.
I want to make sure your bishop doesn't develop. The one thing that would need to be calculated if I keep the queens on the board is what happens if black was to centralize his own queen right now. So decisions. For Yakuboev, if he wants a safer approach, he goes into the endgame, regains the balance there. If he's more ambitious, he might find a way to keep the queens on the board.
Yes. Okay. Decision, as you mentioned there, Tanya. Queen to g3, very interesting choice. You might see queen e5, a nice chase of the queens. Or you could simply see queen takes queen appear on the board, knight takes e4, and white claim that they have a small but very stable advantage because they do have the better pieces. The chicken in me says queen takes queen, knight takes pawn. But I can see Nordebek keeping the queens on.
I don't think Jan Nepomniachtchi will be too afraid to take that battle as well, which means it's going to be a lot of fun for the fans and for us as commentators. Jovanka, let's go back to our multi-board viewer there. Yeah. The 5-board viewers' moves are coming into the opening fast and quick. And with the race to the title of UzChess really heating up today with only 3 games remaining, Jovanka, 1 board That's the top center board with the tournament leader, Shamsuddin Vokhidov, playing with the black pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I would say that's the first to finish today and most likely to be a peaceful outcome, even though black has the bishop pair. But you can see that the bishops really don't have any active open diagonals to get to fight for anything.
No.
It's in fact Shakhriyar's rooks that are going to be more active on the open line, already taking control of the 7th rank. I think this one's very much in the balance.
I also agree with you. I think that if Vokhidov manages to find a way to develop the light square bishop and also manages to control the rook on c1, stop it from getting up the board, then absolutely it will be completely level. It's going to fizzle out. For the moment, I would say Shak has the more comfortable position because he has a natural plan. You know, the knight wants to centralize at some point. D6 is the golden square. The rook can come to c7. But for the time being, Shamsuddin is very solid. And I am looking at our other leader as well, Nurbek Abdusattorov against Mukhidin Madaminov. And I'm seeing that Tanya, we promised excitement. The players are delivering. Let's just quickly go there and just refresh our minds as the position we left, but also what has actually come to pass. Because I'm seeing a king out there on h7. I'm seeing that b4, a4, as we predicted, has made an appearance, and f5 on the board. So who is this benefiting?
I think to understand all of that, we have to backtrack a little bit and see how we got here to make sense of where we are. So let's just go to that moment where we did see the idea of g6 is where we left it last. We were talking about potential f5s and knight h5, and Ivanka, both of them came to pass here. After g6, the white knight came out, and eventually Mukhidin does put his knight on h5, which means that white will be left without a bishop pair. Nurbek Abdusattorov getting ready to strike at the center, but also expand on the queen side. Two different approaches here. King unpins itself, getting ready to go f5, and you play on one side of the board. Guess what? Madaminov goes on the other flank as well. f5, cannot allow f4 if you're Nurbek Abdusattorov. Can't allow that pawn storm. The bishop as well, tender, has to trade on f5. And it's not possible or desirable for black, unfortunately, to be able to capture with the pawn with this threat. Again, loose pieces drop off. LPDO tactics everywhere. Knight takes pawn suddenly comes in. You take that bishop. White's got the intermezzo. Knight takes knight, hitting the queen. And then I'll just quickly have that on the board. The tactics work out in white's favor. You end up with an extra pawn, and if after knight takes knight, you have to capture, then you lose the knight at the edge of the board. So without the possibility of capturing with the pawn, Mukhidin decided to continue with development. Bishop takes pawn on the board, and this is where we are. Nurbek Abdusattorov has made a decision in this position to place his rook at the central line here. Rook to e1 played, with the idea to reroute that knight to f1, eventually to e3, looking at some light squares at the center of the board. Ivanka, the first feeling, to your question, who does this favor? I want to say black. I do like the activity. I know that you're weak for the rest of the game on the king side, but I see bishop g4. I see an open f line. I see ideas of d5 on the board, and I want to say black, but then the bar says that I don't understand this position at all.
I was thinking of the phrase, if you come for the king, you better not miss. And I do feel that Mukhidin has gone all guns blazing towards the white king. And like you say, there's an open f line. There's a knight posting up on f4, d5 in the air. But how is white going to fight that? And the first kind of thing that I want to do as white, but you can't quite do it just yet, is you kind of want to go bishop to d5. You centralize that bishop. And the reason you can't do it, because it unfortunately lets go of the pawn on d3. But I feel like that's a really nice stopper of a move. And then you are perhaps indicating that at times you can neutralize any attack with a bishop coming to e4. So can I try to get that in some kind of incarnation or another? Unfortunately, I cannot go knight to e4, which is the move I really, really, really wanted to play because of d5.
And it also just comes down to how black reacts in this position right now. After rook to e1 for Mukhidin, he has to watch out for all these ideas, and he's getting ready. And I love this move. I was just about to say that I think the bishop rerouting itself next to the black king just feels like cemento. It feels like a warm hug to that black king.
I think it needs it, to be honest. It's a bit alone out there, and it's a quavering old man. Quivering old man is not quavers is like a crisp in the UK. Oh, chips.
Oh God, you're making me hungry, Ivanka.
So quivering old man is a bit nervous and kind of wants protection. I really love this move. Bishop f6. The bishop was useless on e7. I love getting that bit piece to g7 and start giving some cover to the king, because it's not like black's attack is ever going to... I shouldn't say attack. It's an initiative.
Yeah.
Its initiative isn't going to
It might develop into an attack though, right? If you're not careful as white, for white, you have to focus on the left flank. You have to try to push your pawns. It always feels a lot more dangerous for the player who's trying to defend his king right now. And that feels like it might be Nodebek very, very soon. Jovanka, your idea of bishop d5 would be the dream, but then you have to calculate what happens after losing the pawn. And I think this moment is so well chosen by Mukhidin. Because if you do go knight e4, sure, after d5, you've got knight takes bishop and you get what you wanted. But maybe this is what he's calculated. Bring the bishop back to g7. And now d5's coming in.
And now you can't post up bishop to d5, because actually what you really want to be doing is you want to post up to the bishop to d5, but then retreat to e4. And then say, hey, the light squares are weak. This way, I feel like even a rook to b8 or something.
That's very smart, because I really wanted to put my knight to e7. And Jovanka, I walked into that almost. I was about to play this move, but bishop takes pawn. I think you saved me there to not walk into this line. And you're like, Tanya, just defend that pawn before you go ahead with it.
It's because I'm a pawn grabber. The first thing I'm looking at, oh, look at that, pawn for sale. And here we're seeing knight to e7 is a possibility, and suddenly it's a little bit clunky, the white construction. So you have to be very careful. What about your plan of knight to f1? I did like that one. But
let's check it out.
If you go back, I go forward. The bishop, by the way, on f6 overprotects e5 as well.
And
so
then
d5
starts looking a bit scary for white d5 in this position.
Actually, d5 is really, really scary, Tanya. Let's actually just put it up on the board.
Let's do it. So d5, let's say you fall back with bishop to b3, keeping an eye on the d5 pawn.
And now...
Oh, already. This is such a mistake.
Okay.
Which means there have to be tactics in this position. Can you strike with e4? Because suddenly this bishop is aligning the c3 pawn as well.
Okay.
This could go really wrong for Nodebek.
Yeah. Well, we went knight to f1, which is a kind of nice maneuvering move. But no, it just shows you can't do any gentle maneuvering in this position. Because d5 is a massive threat. And, well, if d5 is a massive threat, then...
Maybe you have to go for this idea.
Maybe you have to go for this. Or you can sacrifice, but I'm not sure what I will... Okay, let's sacrifice bishop to d5. Okay. And I'm going to say... I don't like sacrificing, but I have an idea.
You just said that you're a pawn grabber. You gotta pick like one side of the argument.
I know, but I have a reason. I have a reason. So knight to e4 is my plan.
Okay.
And there I'm going to force you to give up the light squares to me as white.
Well, I don't see a way to actually hold my bishop in this position. I'm not even considering this option. So I think bishop takes knight will be absolutely forced. And this is what it is. And then I think this is anyone's game.
But you have to watch out, because there's either knight takes e5 or knight g5 in the air.
Yes, and maybe this is the moment where I actually just take your bishop and say that I'm up a pawn. I'm not really seeing a big attack right now. The bar remains in the balance. A game for 3 results is what I'm going to call this. I do like the extra pawn, though.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of the extra pawn, I think. But I think black probably has to play a few more precise moves, because I'm seeing moves such as b5, targeting at b7. And the whole point is that if you do have to play knight to a5, the knight is completely sidelined. It's going to be such a bad piece, and I feel like that's worth a pawn. Do you know that happened to me once in Olympiad? I was a pawn down, but I got my opponent's... I went g5 as white. I got my opponent's knight on h5, and the captain was just like looking at me like, why are you playing like this? You're just a pawn down. And I was like, no.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
That knight is offside.
Yeah, it's a beautiful plan. And again, pattern recognition. You know, you had that game and you're employing it here right now. I do like that idea a lot. I'm with you that it feels like also the opposite color bishop tendencies here means that attack is what is more important. Black will never be able to contain the light squares in the position. Imagine white gets a knight on h4, the queen comes on d3, and you can suddenly see ideas of even a slow brew up here with lining up on the h file. So it feels like it'll be a really interesting, fascinating fight, this one. Nodebek, Abdusattorov is on a big thing currently. I just want to say that even if the computer did not give bishop to f6 and exclam, I'm going to do it from my side. I think this is a really nice move, trying to get the bishop back to d7. Maybe because of everything that you've said, and I am so convinced black doesn't even take on d3, just decides, I wanted to go here, but then your idea of b5, Ivanka.
Okay, so this is looking really dramatic already. Now it's very critical because as we saw, Mukhadin with the black pieces is threatening to go d5, e4, and Nordebek has to react in an equally energetic way and maybe even going bishop to d5 or knight to e4, but something has to be done. He cannot sit there passively.
You know what I love is that Madaminov, he's just bought the fight to Notterback. He hasn't had like a safe approach. It's not a cautious opening. It's not a strategic battle that we usually expect the slow game to develop as. But this is a full-blown fight right now. You know, you've taken all the imbalances. The bishop on g3 about to fall will give a bishop pair. But white's gone completely nuts on the left flank already. Bishop d5, b5 coming in. Notterback Abdusattorov totally locked in currently. Fun fight for the top spots.
It is a huge fight here. And let's go back to our multi-board because I can see that there's some developments happening in the other games. And just to kind of post up what exactly has gone down. And I want to draw your attention to the top left where we see Nordebek Yakubov against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He did go for the sophisticated in-game approach that I think I was instinctively drawn to. And the whole plan is to say that white's pieces are better placed. And as we see, the knight posting up to c4.
It's fascinating, Ivanka. Both are endgames. The white knight is on e4. The top two boards, the center board and the top left board there. You know, we're in the endgame here. The knight centralized. Very similar dynamics. The bishop pair for black on that top center board again is the compensation, but white doing just fine. Shakhriyar with the piece activity. Our top right board is something that we haven't looked at. Currently the knight on e4 under attack. We might jump into that a bit later. It's not the most important game for us standings currently, Ivanka. For Vidit, I met him at breakfast this morning. He is in good spirits, and I think his aim is to try to finish strong. But Nicholas does sense a weakness in Vidit. He does feel like this is where he can try to strike and take down Vidit in this tournament with the form that he's on, and his opening choice has reflected just that.
Yeah, Nicholas has also had a shaky tournament, beginning with a win, but also losing some games. And he's also on a minor score. So for Nicholas, he also wants to do the repair work as well and finish strong, as you highlighted. But it doesn't seem like Nicholas is actually capable of playing like a slow game. He's determined to play energetically. And now we're seeing very much the same kind of narrative that we saw in the game between Nordebek Abdusattorov against Mukhadin, where black is really going to get active on the king side. And for Vidit, it's all about taking control over the center. And we're seeing that it is going to be such a big fight between Nordebek Abdusattorov against Mukhadin Madaminov there in the bottom left, as we see bishop to f6 with a big idea of going d5 as we just saw. And we had decision time, Tanya, on the bottom right between Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann. No queen a5. You are, after all, playing the madman of chess. So maybe it's best not to go for that complicated route and instead knight bd7, which is something that we saw that as definitely a possibility. And now it's going to be a big battle as to whether white can break out with e4.
And that's going to be the big question. So for black, it will be time will be of the essence. I see that Nordebek has taken a decision, Ivanka. He goes for that pawn sacrifice. Let's go straight back into that game. We see Nordebek Abdusattorov bringing on the fight. It's all guns blazing right now. Bishop planted to the center of the board, inviting Madaminov to go up a pawn for that initiative. It's an idea that you mentioned earlier. Great call by you there. Bishop takes pawn, knight to e4 is what Nordebek Abdusattorov wants, and then to come after that lone king on h7 with the pawns that have moved forward. You know, we predicted that this is going to be quite the battle, and the Uzbek grandmasters are delivering.
They are certainly delivering, as we see Nordebek go for it immediately, just laying out the scene. Bishop to d5, prepared to sacrifice a pawn in order to grab the light square. And the big question remains, will Mukhadin Madaminov take him up on that offer? Does he have to play bishop takes d3, or is it better to go rook b8, knight e7, and try to unfurl?
Big questions, but I just want to point out that if you were to move your rook to b8, Yavanka, this is something that we were talking about earlier. White's dream is to plant the bishop to e4 and get rid and trade that piece off.
Yes.
So you're sort of giving that for free, and we can see why that works out in White's favor. After bishop takes bishop, knight takes bishop, you hit that bishop, needs to fall back. You can start driving each piece backwards right now, and at the right time, even if d5 was to come, knight c5, e6 weak, d4 always in the air. Things look very flexible, and the bar does confirm that White is doing well here. It's all about the structural weaknesses. White having so much flexibility, holding the key to the position is always pawn breaks, and White's the one that's going to do it. Without the light squared bishop and no bishop landing on g4, attack is out of the question. I think Madaminov, with the way he's committed himself in this opening, he has to be a pawn grabber.
He has to be a pawn grabber. Well, we are rolling in the deep as things get complicated. It's time for our very first break. When we return, we will have Shakhsot, Vokhidov, and Tanya guiding you through the action. So stick with us.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live from Tashkent. This is round 7 of the UzChess Cup Masters, and what a tournament it's been so far. Today's round, we are out of the openings. It's into the trenches already, and with where we are, round 7, 3 rounds remaining to the title race. It's grind time. Joining me is Shakzot here. Shakzot, you're coming out of the Lion's Den right now, straight from the arena. What's the atmosphere in there?
So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, and this is right now 4:15 p.m. Tashkent local time. Game's been going for an hour, and the tournament hall is, I would say, today quite more steady. Although, yeah, in the beginning we had seen two players, specifically Madaminov Mukhidin and Yakubov Uzbek, joining a little bit late. Yes.
They came late to their board.
Yes, they came late to the board. And one fun thing is, I mean, it is, I think, common for the players. Abdusattorov was playing with white,
Yes.
and the arbiter calls for starting the clock, and you don't start your own clock, you know?
So he just started his own clock there. Did he also do the handshake to the air or not that?
No, not really, not really, yes. He
You know
didn't
Magnus Carlsen's done that. You've seen that
I've
clip.
seen
I
that.
think we've all
I've
seen that clip.
yeah. But yeah, it was more like he was holding steady, and then, of course, the arbiter comes, clicks the clock, the time goes, yes. The second thing is the moment Madaminov comes, he makes the move. Madaminov takes his time, you know, no rushing, just puts his kind of suit just back of his chair, sits down, looks at the board, drinks a sip of water, checks the lines, what he wants to do, and then after a couple of minutes, then makes a decision. No rushing in the first move.
Yeah, drama before and after, and on their board, especially right now. But first, we're going to bring up our bird's eye view, our multi-board right here. 5 games, all of them on fire. Even the 2 end games at the top that we see have got the queens off the board. We're going to do a quick roundup and then go directly where you mentioned Shakzat. Top left board, Yakubov against Jan Nepomniachtchi. In that one, just feels like White got more harmony. The bishop pair, the rook has infiltrated. Jan yet to castle. That knight on a3 currently under fire. But I'm just wondering what happened, because my guess would be that White has just picked up the bishop on d6. We see the knight now jump back, hit that rook, which is going to fall back. White wanting to consolidate on the left side with the pawns moving forward eventually. It feels like this position's quite balanced with that bishop on c6, beautifully placed, compensating for the bishop pair that's there in White's position.
Yeah, totally. I agree with you. And when we look at our second board, top middle, we have Vachier-Lagrave playing against Shamsuddin Vokhidov. Yeah, this game has seen fast liquidation. Yeah,
Yes.
queens out of the board almost instantly. And although Vachier has double pawns on f file and Shamsuddin Vokhidov having bishop pair, the activity of the pieces, especially the rooks, and the bishop on g2 and b7 diagonal would compensate those double pawns and give it up bishop pair.
Absolutely, and I'll just point out one thing. If Black is able to plant the bishop on c6, you'd be super happy. So maybe this is the moment for Shamsuddin Vokhidov to do that, to try to challenge that bishop on g2. Otherwise, White Shak is ready to jump up with the knight to the center of the board. The position remains in balance. We see that Vidit Gujarati, I think this is the first time in the tournament where out of the opening, by the way, the third game where the queens are going to go off the board, a queenless middle game as we like to call such positions, where Vidit has got his kind of a position. He's a classical strategic player. He's got the open D line right now. We're going to see a bit of a fight there. That white knight ready to either jump onto c5 or pick up that bishop of Nicolas, creating some weaknesses currently. This is going to be a fun fight. With it, how much of a fight does he have in himself to try to grind this endgame down is the question currently. It's going to be equal number of pawns on the board. Once the queen is picked up, the pawn on e5 will be picked up. And we see that being played out currently. The knight ready to jump to c5 if the bishop was to capture the pawn.
Yes, I think this is his style of the game. Yeah, steady, positional, progressive.
Maybe f4 is the point here.
Yeah, that bishop doesn't have a square to go.
Should we
either d6 or f6, where he's gonna receive either pawn down or double pawns on the f file.
And this might be a big moment in this game. We haven't had a look at this so
And
far.
we
It's
see that
on
on the
the
board.
board. Okay, so maybe we let them play this out. And as you said, it gets the exclam. The bishop falls back to a square where the knight can jump, take it, destroy the pawn structure. Vidit Gujarati has an advantage in his game today. Bottom left is all fire all around. Both are both here. Nordebek Abdusattorov with the white pieces has managed to consolidate in the center, putting his bishop there, challenging the light squared bishop. It's a game for all three results. The computer seems to prefer white, who's expanding on the queen side, just saying that the weaknesses that black has created long term on the king side might be the one that you have to be careful about, while white has play on the other flank. Arjun Aragaisi against Hans Niemann, again, has the bishop pair, a target on d5, a really nice spot on e5 for the other bishop to land to. Just feels like slightly easier to play as white.
Yes, exactly. Although we can see that b3 square is given away, you cannot commit anytime soon. Maybe almost never. Okay. So I would suggest going right into the game of, I would call Vidit Gujarat against Nicolas Theodorou, because that looks, there are some liquidations happening. And my question is, do you think bishop c6 would be smart to go in that game? Okay, let me pull out.
Wow, that's a big moment. So we'll start with Vidit's board right now, playing with the white pieces, and then we'll go straight to Nodebek versus a tournament leader, Madaminov. But speaking of the endgame, as you're showing us what happened here, once the queens were off the board, bishop takes pawn. A key moment here. f4 needs to be played. Suddenly, the black bishop does not have enough squares. You go back to d6, you lose a pawn in that position. So it was pretty much forced to go into this line. And now just compare with its pawn formation.
Yeah.
Beautiful, intact, compared to black's pawn structure. The bishop on g2, eyelining the long diagonal, much better than the bishop on c8 as well. The knight on h4 actually takes away a key developing square for that bishop for now.
Yes,
f5 under control.
And at the moment, I think Vidit can take his time, even doubling up his rooks. Or would you prefer putting a rook on e and d or doubling up? Because I guess there is b4, b5, rook d8 all the way in as well, if bishop doesn't develop on time. Looking at the position, let's consolidate. Let's play either rook f1 or rook d2 to see if bishop e6 is even proper move to make, because maybe there is f5 to hit that bishop, because that will give away d7 square. But also we have to understand this is hitting a2. We gotta be careful.
I do like rook to d8, also just setting up the move b4 that you earlier highlighted, and suddenly I'm defending my pawn on a2. b5, f5 in the air as well. The only thing that I would be concerned with b4 is that I leave behind the bishop c4 square.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe I don't want to just rush with it just yet, but it's always a possibility. f5 or b4. Can we see what happens if I do go b4 here?
b4,
Yes.
I see. As you pointed out, I do think c4 square is for the black to take. But b4 itself also maybe allows that pawn a5 move. Although on this b5 sequence, knight a7, the calculation follows, maybe bishop c4 would be more right start, because after a5 you don't have that b5 choice anymore.
b4 very committal. If not for b4, how can Vidit, who right now on our screens, it looks like he's trying to figure his way out in this endgame. Let's just back up a little bit. Bishop takes pawn is a threat. Bishop e6 feels like the move you want to make after rook d2.
Although I have to point out, if Vidit plays b3, what is the square for the bishop? f5 is coming soon or late, You cannot react. I mean, you cannot wait. You have to react to it.
I really like this idea, and I think you might be forced to put your rook on d8 so that
You
your
have
bishop
to.
can fall back to c8 on f5.
Yes. And obviously, he holds that file. And my question is, if the rooks are off the board, can bishop c6 be even an option, Destroying all the pawn structure, getting with the king all the way in,
Absolutely. You play on the dark squares, which cannot be controlled by the bishop. A good knight versus bad bishop
Yes.
endgame is what you're looking at. By the way, I will say that rook d2, b3 feels like such a Vidit way to play as well. Very controlled, very clinical. But the Vidit way to play comes down to the form that he's in, which so far has been extremely questionable and shaky. So for Vidit, I think if he's able to grind this down, it will really put him back. The confidence boost he needs to at least finish strong in the tournament. To my eyes, this is the first game at UzChess where he's got something to play for
Yes.
out of the opening.
I'd say so. Yes, I agree with you. All right, let's get back to our bird's eye view and check some spicy actions on other boards.
And it has to be a Sriracha level spicy is what I'm going to say. And that is one board that's screaming out to me, Shakzad, and that's the Nodebek Abdusattorov Mukhidin Madaminov board. It is a marquee matchup really for us. Madaminov co-leading currently with Vokhidov at 4 out of 5. Nodebek Abdusattorov in the chaser pack as well. So he could leapfrog Madaminov today in the rankings. If he does win, he goes half a point ahead of his compatriot. And again, just doing that assassin level death stare every 2 seconds glancing up at Madaminov.
Yeah, we can see that on the video. Yes. What do you say about the body positioning? You see, body language. It does look like he's saying he's in control. Look at the clock as well. 25 minutes advantage, on the time. Of course, this is right now not something to talk about unless it's time trouble, but getting 20 minutes from the opening is some kind of, saying that I'm in control, I know what I'm doing. And okay, I have to point out, it's not Nepo style of making fast moves, it's Abdusattorov style of making fast moves, yeah. So at this moment, as you were pointing out, the pawns on the queen side can push. I want to point out one thing. Can you push a5 and a6?
Wow.
And then go rook a1 if capture happens?
Yeah, it's definitely an idea, and it makes me think if after a5, the only argument that I would make for a5 is that you want to keep things flexible because black might have the move a6
Oh,
to
yeah.
just make sure that you don't have b5. And Jovanka and I were discussing that the idea of b5 pushing that knight away, if b7 was weak, would be what you want. And look at what Madaminov has played in this position. He goes for putting the rook at the center of the board, and my first feeling was, wait, aren't you leaving the b7 spot tender? And b5 comes to mind here. But before we deep dive into this, can we just backtrack a little bit? We left it at the point when bishop to d5 was played. And it was a beautiful move because it comes with a pawn sacrifice, which now I can tell wasn't accepted by Mukhidin. He kept things more under control, but perhaps a missed opportunity there.
Oh, yes. I noticed that you checked these kind of lines with Jovanka earlier, so I'm not going to go and dive into it. So let's see how the game unfolded, and immediately, what Mukhidin did is more steady, or as Jovanka calls it, part of a chicken club, making a rook b8 move.
Our favorite club on the planet. Lifetime member here.
So we have seen bishop to e4, offering for a trade.
Let's just point out that rook b8 comes with the idea that you're fighting against the threat of b5, you defend b7, and you're always eyeing the move knight to e7 to hit that bishop out and get d5, e4 in to open up the bishop on f6.
Yes. So we have seen that after bishop d5, bishop e4, very steady move. Queen to d7, protecting the bishop, getting it together, so which means he's ready if takes, taking back with the queen. Earlier you pointed out the threat of, yes, what happens if g takes, but I think knight e5 doesn't work ideal anymore, although we have to test it. If knight g3, there's knight c6. Interesting ideas all the way around. So let's evaluate, let's say, if we just give a move away for white in this situation, will that work out? Takes, 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 takes. You see? Although the c3 pawn is dropping, but the king is becoming too weak. But look at that. c3 pawn is becoming weak. I said it. And at this moment, you have time to protect it.
Because the knight is trapped on g3.
Knight is trapped on g3. Wow.
What a line. Suddenly you don't have the h5 square because the queen on d1 will pick up that knight from there. The d3 pawn controls e4. The knight has no way home. And you can just take a pause, defend everything, and then pick up the knight earlier. So indeed, it was a little trap that had been set up that black had to be careful for. And Mukhidin did exactly that. He planted his queen on d7 to make sure that you can pick up that bishop with the queen.
Yes, and we have seen rook c1 on the board, protecting that c3 pawn
Against
from far
any future.
away. Yes,
Just,
any
you know,
future.
1 year, 2 years down the line, when that bishop opened up, c3 is defended.
Exactly. And we have seen rook b8, leaving, yes, b7 unprotected, but yes, let's point out, if b5 now, knight can go down to knight to d8, or knight goes to knight to a5, protecting b7 pawn. I'd say knight to a5 would be the second choice, because knight is out at the edge of the board, separated from the remaining of the pieces.
It's on the board.
b5 is on the board.
Nodebek kicks that knight. Knight a5 just feels like a move you don't want to make. It's divorced from the rest of the army and feels like doesn't have any future and might end up falling on that hill on a5. Not something you want. Knight e8 feels like the move you want to make, right? Knight to e7, you're giving up the b7 pawn. The only other explanation that I would have for a candidate is bishop takes bishop here.
Oh, first take it away and then make that knight e7, yes?
Yes.
Keeping your knight more
I
in
want to
the
get my knight to
center.
f5, maybe to d5. It's more options here open. And I'd also like to point out that you can't take the knight on c6. In the previous move, if you're white, you have to capture that bishop because suddenly the bishop takes it back and black wins a pawn and much more with the a4 pawn weak as well.
Okay, so let's see how Madaminov's gonna respond after b5. Will he take the bishops out of the board, or will he just jump with his knight back to d8, holding it steady?
So it comes down to this choice, right? If you want your knight on e7, then you have to take the
Yes,
bishop
you have
off
to
the
take
board.
it.
Knight d8 also makes a lot of sense because you do have d5 in the air at the right time, and it just feels like it keeps the tension at the center of the board. Maximum tension.
Okay, we
Knight
do see
d8
that knight
played.
d8 on the board.
All right, so not trading on white's term is Mukhidin. He falls back with the knight to d8. It does have a future. You know, at some point it could land on e6. It could find its way via f7 and g5. And I love how all the pieces in this game are consolidated and camped at the center of the board.
Yeah.
There is so much pressure there. d5 is a threat. And I'm just wondering, if you're white right now, do you take on f5, plant your knight on e4, hit that bishop on f6, trying to at least ease off some of the pressure?
Yeah. Or, as a white, should you take a risk and open it up everything, you know?
How do you intend to do that?
Push it pawn to d4. Go for it.
Wow.
Hit that.
Okay, but this is the kind of move that needs a lot of calculation because it
Exactly.
feels like everything is hanging.
But if you look carefully, protected, you see? Protected. So for the time being, it looks steady, and suddenly, of course, if captures happen, the rook hits that c7 pawn. c7 becomes a target as well for white. So on d4 situation, black needs to be careful, because I'm happy if you don't take, I'm going to take with this, and you're going to end up with isolated pawn as black.
It's very interesting. The reason why it was not on my radar, and I see that the computer loves this move as well, Shakzat, is that it felt like when I get my knight to e6, maybe I trade first on d4, and eventually when I land my knight to e6, I might
I
be
guess
asking...
not immediately. First you take off, yeah?
Yes, so that
Because
I don't
will-
allow
yes.
bishop takes bishop. So let's
Or
say,
bishop e7 even, yes.
so let's say bishop e4.
Mm-hmm.
You
Okay,
take with the
that's
knight,
okay.
and then I go back with my bishop to g7.
Okay, now I think positionally white has a lot of space, and suddenly the d5 fixates even knight
Oh,
e6
you're not
and
gonna
c7.
let me come with my
Oh.
knight to e6.
Wow. Okay, that would be in a full control of the white.
White knight
if
going
this
to
happens.
d4 next.
And jump. I mean, there is no e6 square, so knight on d4 wouldn't be a liability, you know, for the queen to look after. If that happens.
Oh, he
And we
goes
do
for
see
it.
a-
He
we do-
does play d4. Naderbek Abdusattorov playing the best move in the position currently. Strikes at the center. It's game time.
It's game time. Yeah. Okay, so yes, Madaminov has to make a lot more accurate move. It
Let's
looks
just have that on our big board as well, the live position that we have.
Yeah.
I think for Naderbek, if you just zoom out of what's going on the board, the decisions that he's taking, he wants this to be the round where he capitalizes and
Yes,
tries to
exactly.
overtake the leader.
exactly.
He knows
That's the
but
moment.
yeah, it's the moment, right? It's your sort of fate is in your hands right now because you're playing a player who's half a point ahead, who's at pole position, who's, well, some would say in the form of his life, has taken down 3,700 plus players, but on the way lost to 2 Uzbekistan grandmasters as well.
Yes. Here is one thing about Norderbeck.
Yes.
I think he's on a mentality of, you know, with black, the draw is good result for me, but with white, I'm going to push it and get the win. So he's playing with white, and I have to point out, when you look at the rating difference, it's almost 200 points, you know?
Yes.
So he's confident on himself, like, okay, I'm playing with white. I'm 200 points up compared to my opponent. Of course, I'm going to push it, get that victory, get my lead on this round. This is like, I wouldn't say now or never, but it feels like it, you know? Like, I'm going to get that round. That's going to be my, you know, getting top of the standings. Yeah.
And the
the mo-
trajectory of Mukhidin as well, right? 2 wins, 2 losses, 2 wins.
Yes.
You know the story right there.
Oh, wow,
And
wow, wow. I see where you're going with that.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just laying it out on the table for everyone to see. A little off-board question. I'll digress a little bit, but you know how Magnus is often called, well, not often, but Magnus, Maggie, we call him at commentary sometimes.
uh-huh.
Sometimes. Is
Okay.
Nodibek ever called Nodi in Uzbekistan?
No, 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 no.
No.
We don't call Nodi.
No.
Nodi is more like, let's say, Noderbek's name has, let's say, girl version of that, Nodra, we say,
Okay.
with adding a at the end.
So you remove the Beck?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
No, Noderbek is just additional part that completes his name.
Yes.
Yes, but the core of the name is just Noder.
Oh.
And people do call Nodi, but it's more like in a, flirty way to the girl, not to the boy way. Yes.
All right.
So-
Well, this one, it looks like Notterbeck is giving a nod to his position with the dynamics that he's created. D4, I love it. Should we just do a quick investigation on the most, well, natural looking moves in this position? I would say that if I'm black, I am more inclined to take that pawn on
Yes,
D4.
yes. Otherwise, you're having that isolated pawn to deal
Yes,
with for
yes.
the rest of.
Oh, by the
game.
way, pawn takes pawn played, so we'll see that just happen. And now I don't believe you want to take with your knight, because after knight takes pawn, it just
Oh.
feels like black will take the bishop on e4, and suddenly
I mean, you
it
gotta
feels
plan
nice
for
there.
your rook. Your
Yes.
your rook is kind of at an amazing square if you just take with c3 pawn. And at this moment, of course,
he doesn't even pause, by the way.
he just takes his back with
Just
pawn. Yes.
immediately. It's like, I've been seeing
Yeah.
this from yesterday. I'm capturing that every day of the week. Positionally makes a lot of sense. Like you said, you placed your rook on c1 just a few moves ago.
Exactly.
You've preempted this entire line opening up. So pawn takes pawn on the board right now. And the two moves that would come to your mind is again to keep the tension and go back with your bishop, or to take the bishop on e4 and then go back with your bishop.
Yes. I'd say for a long time, you see, black is not trying to take that bishop. They're facing off each other for a couple of moves. And considering that, probably Madaminov just keeps his bishop back, and lets white take. If take, welcome,
Shakso, tell me a little bit about their equation with each other, Noderbek and Mukhidin, because I think Mukhidin Madaminov's friendship with Javakir Sindarov is world famous right now.
Yes.
You know, that storyline, I think everybody knows how he's helped him, worked with him, and how it started back in 2016. There is this very famous photo of theirs together. Mukhidin, 10 years old, with his then idol, Javakir Sindarov,
Sindarov,
where
yes.
Madaminov was unrated. Javakir Sindarov, I think, was already 2,400.
Yes, most probably, yes.
And at a tournament, going and getting a photo, and then the years of friendship the two have had between each other. Him being a big supporter of Sindarov at the World Cup in Goa. He was there for the whole tournament. We saw that, how that played out. Sindarov had the run of his life. Madaminov was also part. By the way, he's about to take his decision. He was reaching for the rook, it felt. So I wonder if his idea is to go rook f7 and rook e7.
Doubling up,
Just to
yes.
double up. And Madaminov was also part, and there it is, was also part of the candidates team, which of course Sindarov blasted through. What a performance that was. But what's the equation between Abdusattorov and
Okay.
Mukhidin?
So Abdusattorov and Mukhidin are totally different age groups.
Yes.
And
But he's 19, and how old is Noderbek? He's 21 or 22?
I think, yes, he's going to get 22 this year, I think.
Okay.
Yes. Probably, maybe. I'm not sure his birthday date. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a one thing, age category, For Sindarov and Abdusattorov, they are closer to the age categories. They even faced off in Uzbekistan championships. But Mukhidin and Abdusattorov, they didn't even face off in Uzbekistan. When it comes to rating category,
Huge difference. as
huge
well.
difference as well. Like they faced in President Cup
Okay.
2 years ago in 2024, where Mukhidin played with white
Uh-huh.
and Abdusattorov played with black. We have seen the opening of English c4 e5 and knight c3 bishop b4, which was done by Abdusattorov Noderbek. And the thing is, the game ended in the beginning of 30s, like 32 or 33, with Abdusattorov's victory out of the tactic. Of course, the game ended up being double-edged, where I do remember Madaminov was attacking on the queen side, pushing the pawn all the way b5, b6, c4, c5, whereas Abdusattorov playing on the king side, and then f5, and f5 opened up, he penetrated, and that's where kind of he got that victory. Yeah, it didn't go far away. And at that time, when you will look at the rating, there was almost, I would say, 300-point difference, because Abdusattorov ratings were interestingly similar as of now, 27, 77. And back at that time, Mukhidin was in the beginning of 2100s, 2501 or something like that. Yeah. So quite a kind of big difference, both in terms of rating, and the age group is different. So this kind of matchup is not the common one we had.
Yes. So they haven't faced each other too many times, but exciting battles, as you mentioned, in the President Cup there 2 years ago right now. Nadirbek Abdusattorov is now facing a decision how to continue this game. Madaminov has made his intention clear that potentially he wants to not only double up on the e file, but that rook which has just stepped forward also defends a weakness in the position, right? The c7 pawn.
Exactly.
There are all these ideas of doubling up on the c file for white, so you're sort of preempting all of that. And I'm trying to understand, how does white want to continue here? One line that I would like to show is that bishop takes bishop in this position. I believe that black still wants to capture. By the way, we get a very interesting decision. We will go back to that. Rook takes rook, and then you can still capture with your queen on f5, because the rook on f7 now defends the c7 pawn.
Yeah, that's a good resource, actually.
Having a good resource, just making sure that you have this capture. So taking care of that is what Mukhidin did. And Nadirbek Abdusattorov, a similar plan. He wants to double up as well. Let's just go back to his move of choice here. He brings his own rook forward after rook f7. I believe he played the rook to e3.
Rook to e3.
Very interesting decision. And he's kind of like saying that I want to get my rook to c3. I want you to pick up that bishop on e4, but again, trade on my terms, where my knight will jump in with a tempo. And now that the rook is on f7, always watch out for knight g5 tricks at some point in the air. Once the knight does get there, if you're not taking that rook, now I'm threatening bishop takes bishop. There's no rook takes rook check.
Exactly.
So one move, many grooves. Let's just make a move on the other side of the board to show that idea. Random move, a5. And I wonder if now bishop to f5, and there we see the bar does approve of that. You will be forced
to take with the pawn.
Yeah, and this is super happy days. You can maybe just...
Oh, you know what is interesting as well?
Yes.
Now the queen is protecting the rook, we said, yes?
I
and
see what
queen
you
is
want.
protecting
I see
c7
what you
as
want.
well.
Show us.
And you can go for rook c7 first, hitting the queen. Queen is overloaded, and you're just putting the distraction on it. Once it takes, rook e8 and up a pawn.
Love it. Love it. And notice the pawn formation. d6, f5, h6. The knight on h5 also lose. This is a winning position for white. So rook to e3 is not only with the positional idea of doubling on the c file, but actually has a sneaky threat. Bishop takes bishop.
There are tactical motives, most definitely. So, yeah, he's got to be careful. Sooner or late, there should be some captures. Two candidate moves would be doubling up the rook, or what do you say even? Maybe, do you hold it this way?
Oh, that looks ugly. That doesn't look
looks
human.
ugly,
Even if it's the best move, I will say that doesn't look the most human way to play.
The most human way would be with this rook,
Can we check that? Can we check that line?
So what's exactly the difference we have is, after trading off, the queen still cannot go for it.
The same
rook
idea.
c7.
That is beautiful.
Wow, exactly.
That is beautiful stuff.
Very nice one. So you gotta be careful,
And this is why, kids, you never have the h6, g6 pawn formation. Let's highlight the pawns over there. It looks like it's still a pawn shield, but the black king's so exposed on that 7th rank. I love this tactical motive that Nadirbek has set up, which is why perhaps that the other rook to e7, by the way, he's getting ready to make his move, and I hope he spotted this trick right now.
So let's
Because rook, the f rook to e7 just feels like the did he just go back? Did that happen? That would be very strange. No. This is our live board. And yeah, Mukhidin needs to be tactically very alert.
He gotta be very careful. Of course, we pointed out the resources. That's why maybe rook e7 would be natural. Or that's a kind of say, okay, it's time. We're gonna get the bishops out of the board,
Yes.
Trading off, getting it off the board, and making knight e6. That's a moment. And you want to go to your knight to g7, f5. Otherwise, d5 is coming very soon. You respond with bishop g7, d5 is my move as white, Now c7 is fixated. Yes, it's not instant. But sooner or late, that's a big problem you have to deal with.
And the problem of the knight on d8, that's a dead piece, right? You never want to play b6, creating all these holes. So where is that knight going? The moment it goes to f7, you leave e6 behind as well. This is not a happy position to play. We will come back to this, seeing Mukhidin's response as we see Nodabek walking around. He's chilling in his position. Let's just go over to our 5-board view, our multi-board right there. It's 3 endgames on our top row. One player with an advantage in those 3 endgames is Vidit Gujarati, top right there against Nicholas. Better pawn structure. I was telling you, right? B3 is such a Vidit move. Just consolidate everything, very, very controlled. At some point, like you said, he might even be considering giving up his bishop to further fracture the black pawn formation.
I mean, yes, once a rook trade is, inevitable. Because
Yes.
considering rooks are on the board, rook and a bishop, they are good friends together compared to the rook and a knight. So that's why there could be some harmony. As long as the rook's out of the board, you can just take it off, march your king forward all the way to c5, get your knight maneuvered, and pick up those double pawns.
Exactly. The other 2 endgames that we have on our top left and center board are pretty much in level, in the balance, equal material. Opposite color bishop is Nodabek Yakuboyev versus Yan Nepomniachtchi. If the rooks trade off here, it's an immediate handshake. Nodabek is attempting to make some play on the queen side, but I think this should end in a draw. It feels like black is too healthy in this position for things to go wrong. Shakhtar Mamedyarov has the piece activity, but the bishop pair that Vokhidov has long-term, the ability to push out that knight from e5 with a potential f6, things look pretty good and in control for Vokhidov. All the fire right now is on our bottom 2 boards, Shakhsat.
Yes, we just had a look between Nodarbek and Mukhidin Madaminov, and let's jump into Eric Geis's game against Hans Niemann, because the knight on e4 looks steady.
But the question is, does it? Once again, whenever there's a knight at the center of the board, you know, that
F3
top center
or-
board, I said f6, bottom right board,
F3.
I'm saying f3, kick that knight off.
Wouldn't you weakening your e file?
And that's a trade-off, right? So I don't know if it's now or not, but I'm just saying that knight on e4 may not be there forever. Also, there's a b file pressure. Let's deep dive and investigate what's really going on in this position. For Hans Niemann, his queen a little bit offside as well currently. And this is what we have. We'll bring up our live board going into Arjun Aragaisi, who suffered a devastating loss against Yan Nepomniachtchi, where I have to say it just felt like Yan outplayed Arjun in that game with the white pieces. He's trying to make a comeback against Hans Niemann, who had a very nice hold against Nodabek Abdusattorov. I think it was slightly difficult for Hans,
Yes.
but he showed great resourcefulness and a confident hold at the end in that endgame.
Yes, from the beginning till the end, I would say even, because he was on the defensive side.
Yes.
And he held and showed a good defense masterclass. So jumping to this game, so you left off at this moment, I think, yes, far in the beginning. And we have seen knight to e5, queen to a5, castle, giving up the pawn, which is, for some reason, showing it as a mistake. We have seen rook e8, knights are off the board, white had the bishop pair, knight f6, rook fb1, so the b file is open, and Arjun Aragaisi is trying to capitalize on that. And we have seen bishop f5, naturally.
Don't pick up the pawn on b7. Let's just show that.
Let's
Amongst many other things, I think knight takes g3 just feels like the move you want to
protecting,
make.
yes.
Bishop f5 hanging, knight takes pawn coming up next.
So, of course, Arjun was aware of this trick and got his queen away from that bishop's line immediately to b2. And we have seen queen a6, pawn a4. No rushing for f3 yet. But now, I would say it could be a good time to push f3 because there isn't... Well, what alternative progress white has?
But you know,
This
you
looks so
pointed this
natural.
out. F3 looks really nice, but it is
E file,
committal.
Yes.
It is committal, and you need to make it at the right point. And the right point is usually when you've maximized all your pieces, when all your pieces are best placed. And I'm just wondering, is that the case right now?
Or do you want to push pawn a5 for now, or
Can we just show what happens why rook takes pawn is not a possibility? And
now as well?
the point is that the queen on b2 is again overloaded. We see tactics everywhere, and if I had to take a guess, knight takes pawn is what refutes
Yes.
the line. You take my knight, I take your rook. And if you don't, the other pawn is hanging, the a4 pawn is under fire as well, and things just start to look really bad for white.
Exactly. If you even just play e3 for a moment, as if like you're holding off, knight e2 check can be still
Oh,
on the board. Your
C3,
queen
C2,
cannot move
C1.
away. Yes.
Push,
So,
push, push.
push, push, push. Okay, Hans Niemann seemingly doing quite interesting traps.
All right, so with no rook takes pawn, let's try f3 on the
Mm,
board and
okay.
see what happens because it does feel like you've got all your pieces ready. The bar doesn't react, which is a good sign.
Hmm.
The knight
Which means
has to
it's not a
move.
mistake, you know.
It's not
You
a
can hold
mistake.
it,
We
yes.
can feel good about our decision here. It's always so validating, Shaksot, as a commentator when you suggest the move and the bar says, I approve.
I approve, yes. So the question is, when you're gonna push pawn a e4, and if you're gonna push pawn a e4, you know.
I don't think now is the moment. It just feels like with the pawn, knight, and bishop and the rook, black is super consolidated on that
Yes.
square.
So even if you bring the piece in,
Hmm.
I would say it's still not sufficient enough, but you have the resource of taking the knight off the board, you know,
And then going e4.
then going e4. So that could be quite a valid idea.
And your point is that after that, if you get the option that pawn moves to e5, you put the other pawn on f4, and suddenly the
Oh
bishop on
yes,
g2 looks
looks as the
beautiful.
queen maybe, you know, very steady piece. It's like
Very steady.
we do have outposts of the knight, but bishop's outpost could be from far away doing a sniper job. Yeah.
So are we evaluating this position? I like f3. I think Arjun's trying to think of exactly these ideas in his head, but Hans looks pretty comfortable as well. But it feels like white is just slightly better with the push
Exactly.
on b7. Black queen on a6, somewhat stuck. I'm also looking at a move like a5, which to me is quite attractive.
I have to point out one thing. We explored knight d6 possibility where I show you the resource of just taking the knight out. And of course, Hans Niemann does see it as those ideas, and preferably he might not go for knight d6, but holds it to knight to f6.
You know what I was thinking, Shakshat, that if knight does fall back to f6,
Uh-huh.
and
Bishop
again,
e5 or something like that.
well, bishop e5 is really nice, but you know, I'm trying to channel my inner Arjun here. Very difficult thing to do, and I want to go g4, h4,
G4,
g5.
wow, wow.
It's maybe too much.
Right? I mean, as long as your bishop is in, it feels right. Just maybe bishop pawn f3 is kind of, you know, stopping your momentum. But okay, let's see. Are we about to see a decision? But it was Hans' hand that moved, yes? Not Arjun's, right?
Arjun has to play f3 here to get this position. He hasn't yet taken his decision as he is. We'll bring up our, yeah, let's just have our live board here. It's advantage Arjun, better pieces, ability to strike at the center. I also have ideas like a5 to further clamp down on the queen side that I like.
Is Arjun type of a player who prefers getting an extra pawn, but at the cost of some activity? We explored that rook b7
Oh, we forgot,
comes knight
yeah.
to c3, right?
Yes.
But considering knight is up, knight is a piece that is causing a trouble, yeah? How about taking out of the board?
Oh
Would
my
he
gosh,
feel
I
comfortable? Is he
completely
that
forgot about that.
is he that kind of player, you know? Personally, I wouldn't like opponent having a game, you know? But at the same time, this weakness is not the big one to worry about. But I don't like it anyways, you know? Maybe it's something to worry about at the end.
This
Considering
is
all
a
plans
great
around.
question. I feel like if for Arjun the choice is between f3 and bishop takes knight, he definitely is not the player who's a pawn grabber. He loves to give material.
Yes.
He reminds me of, like, for me, Arjun's very Mikhail Tal of modern chess, but with calculation
His
included.
calculation, okay.
You know, sort of the most practical way to get initiative I see Arjun employ quite often. I would say that he doesn't love going pawn grabbing if he's going to be on the defense. But the thing is, Arjun wants a game. I don't know how much of an advantage he sees if we just go back to our live board right now. F3, does he believe in that as something long term? Does he want to block his bishop inside? If not, I can imagine him going for bishop takes knight in this position. You know, with the a7 pawn at the corner, he'll just say, Hans, prove your compensation to me, and I'm ready for this. Tough bet, but the call's on Arjun. I think I will not be surprised with this.
Having bishop e4 on the board?
Yes.
Wow.
You say not? You think he doesn't go
I
for
would
it?
put 80% to pawn f3 and 20% to bishop e4.
Really?
If you
That is
give me a choice,
that is not much then.
not much,
I'm going with 60% for bishop takes
bishop
knight.
e4. Wow.
Again, a very chicken chess club odds there, but I'm taking it. 60% to bishop
But
takes knight and 40% to f3.
Arjun is a creative player, right?
Super creative.
So now I do see one creative move. You pointed out earlier, and I was wondering maybe it's the time to do it now. Pushing that g4 without any f3. But sooner or later, f3 should be on the
Yes.
board or h3 should be on the board. Your pawn is quite shaky. I mean, the idea is, of course, it's not just you giving up a free pawn. The moment opponent takes, you're doing f3, forking the bishop and the knight.
Yes.
But again,
He's not going to fall for this.
He's not.
G4 feels a little committal to me, but again, it is also a very Arjun move. I can't decide, Shakzad. Now I'm changing my mind. If we just go back to the live board, let's just point out with the arrows what we are looking at possibility. One G4, one bishop takes knight, one bishop F3, right? Sorry, F3.
Yeah.
I would say I'm giving 50% to bishop takes knight,
Okay.
25% to G4, and 25% to F3.
I'd say g4 is unlikely because if he wants to make that g4, he knows that sooner or later he has to play f3. So he would put that f3 as a kind of first priority compared to g4, but bishop e4 secondary. So maybe I would put like, okay, I wouldn't go lower on my f3 idea, considering I know Arjun. Yes. As
right.
far as my knowledge, you know him better, of course. Maybe you're right.
Arjun is also incredibly unpredictable as a player. So, both of us could be wrong and we might see a fourth option. But let's go back. Let's go back to our multi-board view because I want to take our attention. We've been talking about Madaminov, who's been having the tournament of his life at 19 years old, gets a chance as the lowest seed at the UzChess Cup, takes down 2700 plus player, is one of the leaders with only 3 rounds remaining. He's currently on that bottom left board playing against Nodibek Abdusattorov. There is pressure on him, but he's finding creative ways to combat it. I want to go to our other tournament leader, Shamsuddin Vokhidov, taking on Vachier-Lagrave. That's the top center board right there. We haven't spent too much time on that. That game had an early queen trade. Queens got off the board, was in the balance, and Vokhidov felt pretty confident in going into this endgame. But I see that the dynamic has changed. There's a pawn on f5. Potential weaknesses. Shak has got a beautiful bishop and knight at the center of the board. The open file captured by Shakriyar's rook. Is there something to play for in this endgame for white?
Well, what's your further progress?
With all the tough questions, is Shakzad right now. Can we just backtrack?
Okay, yes,
because
let's
to
have
make
a look.
sense of everything, I think we have to start from the start.
Exactly. Seemingly you were left off just in the beginning, out of the trace. Oh, one thing I want to point out, how common at elite level to see 2 fianchetto bishops. I mean, it's quite rare, I think,
Yes. Yes.
But we know Shahryar, another creative grandmaster going for that line. So we have seen those trade-off, quite a liquidation, and wow, look at that. There was a knight f4.
Oh, beautiful tactic there. And I think we have to show this. I mean, yeah, let's just do, that slow motion sports action replay. So the queen stepped back to d2, defending the bishop. And using this moment, the overloaded queen on d2, not trading, Shamsuddin very creatively jumps with his knight to f4. And now everything's hanging, but for both sides. The queen can't take the knight because bishop takes bishop. Queen takes knight, bishop takes bishop. Queen takes knight.
Queen takes knight. Okay.
Bishop takes bishop, line over, the rook is trapped.
Yes,
Let's
it's
draw
that.
back a little bit. If you take the knight with your pawn, which I think is what happened,
that's what
we
happened
will
on the
come
board.
back to this. But I want to point out, bishop takes bishop. You can throw that move in. Queen takes bishop. Now,
Queen takes bishop. You
I was
want to
thinking
go
queen
for
takes bishop. Ooh, I'm blundering.
this. Your queen is
We gotta show
gonna get
this. We gotta
trapped.
show this.
Yes.
Oh, my
After
queen.
takes. Queen
Beautiful.
a1, knight c3, and the game over for the queen. So you
That
gotta be
would be-
careful on these
yes.
situations. Yes.
So we got to take the queen on d2.
Mm-hmm.
Give a check on e2.
Exactly. And now you're gonna take
And
this
now
out.
you take it once the king moves away and the knight hides. But wow, that was a line that I think many of us could have fallen into. So this does not work. Let's backtrack and see what happens if white jumps in and takes the queen on d8. Again, you give a check on e2, save your knight, and then you capture on d8 once the king moves away and you're up a pawn. So knight f4 can be picked up in so many ways, but all the ways work out for Shamsuddin.
Yes, except, I mean, not except, I would put just more steady one for Shahryar would be g takes f4.
Exactly, which is what happened.
Which is what happened, yes. And then we have seen queen is off the board, because although he has given up bishop pair, his activity looks decent. And I like this bishop a lot, you know, in this kind of games. I personally had that kind of game, you know, giving up the bishop pair, having that bishop on g2, and opponent's bishop staying on c8 for a long time. That's positional advantage, I would call it, but let's see how it unfolded. So we have seen rook c1 immediately, pawn e3, knight e4. But as we can see, Shamsuddin Vokhidov held very steady. As I pointed out, that bishop didn't leave his square until knight went back to f3, blocking the bishop's way. And that gave a time for Shamsuddin to play bishop d7, although, you know, that knight can open up very soon as well. So we have seen rook d1 and exchange and knight to e5. So b7 is still something to take care of, which means the rook should stay there. There is no freedom yet for the black pieces, but considering he has bishop pair, if he gets that freedom, he would have the advantage. So we have seen king f8, bishop to e4, pawn to g5, and no trade, pawn to f5. Even we can see Shamsuddin offering a pawn trade, like, okay, I'm gonna help out to get you rid out of double pawns. The moment you take it, but look at my pawns. They are looking good together while your h pawn is separated. You have 3 pawn islands. So that's why we have seen f5, but those pawn islands are actually present at the moment as well. So Shahryar's job is not giving any activity for Shamsuddin. And we have seen king to e7. Okay, there was a trade, and most likely king is gonna take because you don't want to create another pawn island. Yeah, these 3 together and those 2 together, and king e6 is also quite a forced move.
And he does it.
He does it.
He does take it. He keeps the structural intact. I will though point out that king on e6, we say that king is a piece in an endgame, but it feels like it's a bit in the open. I would still be a little afraid as a black with the knight potential jumps trying to give
D3
some checks.
and c5.
D3, c5, land that knight there, b7 hanging. This comes in with a little nasty threat, right? Bishop takes pawn. If you go f5, I'm just taking that pawn right off and saying that give me your rook on the next one. By the way, knight d3 instantly replied there by Shahryar. I also want to say that the black rook is out of the game right now. So maybe you want to make a move like b6.
You have to, I think.
You have to, right, Shahzad?
It's a time to make b6. I mean, you have alternative of maybe holding off with bishop e7, but it looks so unnatural. You're just allowing rook c7.
Exactly. And then hitting on b7.
Yes.
There's also knight c5 check, picking up that bishop pair. So I'm not loving that.
So b6 is the most natural and the most steady move, I think. Most human
steady,
as well.
But I want to point
steady,
out something.
c6 square?
And a6 square. Check this out. Maybe it's not the best move, but I'm already eyeing ideas like knight b4 and knight a6 trapping your rook.
Oh, wow.
Can you show that? Like make an f5 again. Let's make f5 trying to gain.
Oh, yes. It's a lot, to go from here.
You don't have c8, you don't have a8, you don't have b7.
Yeah. Shamsuddin gotta be very careful at this moment. Yeah, I didn't realize how bad things can turn out, So... yeah, no more squares. Bishop is cutting, the rook is cutting, knight is giving the attack.
So, Shahryar is creating some tricks in the position right now. And again, with knights, you have to be so careful. That king, very active. But the problem is that if you pick up that rook, if you do a little pick and drop and put it on the d file, I would say the evaluation would change in black's favor.
Immediately.
Immediately.
I think you have a time to make a room for the rook with bishop e7. Of course, you're giving up the c7 square and you're allowing knight to 6 to get in, which is highly likely going for a opposite colored bishop.
Look at this, knight c6. If you say, you know what, I'm going to pin that knight.
You want to pin.
Rook c8. Please go ahead and be my guest, because suddenly there's so many tactics. I love bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
I love knight d4. Take your pick.
Yes, most of them are looking good, but definitely I would say...
prize. Bishop f5 is the beauty prize.
I guess he can avoid. Wait a sec. Bishop f5 wouldn't be the way. Look at the...
Still winning.
Still winning. But you're like up in exchange more compared to upper rook.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair.
Other way around, yeah, you're definitely picking up the rook. King doesn't have a time to defense. If he defends, now welcome. Bishop f5, getting into the game, getting that rook on the board. Okay. So he's going to be careful even on b6. So that will give up a6 and c6 square. So we have seen that bishop e7 gonna give away rook c7 square. So alternatively, we have bishop b6, but the rook's gonna remain on b8. I want to make a play for that rook.
And I also want to make a case for another plan that white has. Simply, you have to play momentum. You have to play with energy in this position. Let's say you move the bishop or make a move like b6. Apart from the knight jumps, always watch out for a pawn sacrifice on the other side. h2 is a long-term weakness. I can throw that up the board. I
Okay.
want to get my pawns connected. Not the best move. I did see the bar move a little bit, but it's not the absolute worst, by the way.
Yes.
You take that pawn, it looks like a free pawn, but you give me a beautiful square for my knight. You give me free flow for my pawn movements. My king is now going to go up towards the board, towards that h pawn. There's an h6 weakness always to watch out for. And this is the move that black has to have on his radar at all times. That white's resource of going h4.
Yes, definitely. So I'd say even though the h4 is on the board, is it creating any danger? What if it's just ignored?
That's the tough question. Well, right now, this is going to be a grind. And I have to say that despite the bishop pair Shakhsat, which I'm usually quite biased towards, I'm liking the
White's
tricks
game
and
more,
ideas in white's position.
Because white is playing more freely, white is the one more of in a driver's seat, yeah.
Feels like that,
Feels
right?
like-
Feels like that. Let's bring up our multi-board view, Shakhsat, before we go into our next break. And I want to ask you to break this down for us because we do see the bars are a little up and down. It feels like they favor white one more time.
Okay, I want to point out one thing. Look
Yes.
at that Arjun guys is on top bottom right board. We see rook b5, but not even a move on our radar.
I told you that
Wow.
Arjun is so unpredictable. Bottom right board, we had f3, g4, take that knight,
Yes.
but a fourth move.
Yes. So we have seen some interesting move. I'm sure you will kind of explore that with Jovanka later on because it looks so. I'm not sure. I cannot, understand what is an idea unfolding there after rook b5. So that's the first board. Let's have a look. Let's do a recap. Looking at the first board, we have top left, Nodorbek Yakuboyev playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We have seen the rooks getting into the game. And opposite colored bishop. Highly likely if the rooks are off the board, yes, we're going to see the draw. The second board, we have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov's against Shamsuddin Vokhidov, where we just came from, where b6 allows c6 and a6 square to empty to get to the knight width. Looking at our third board, Vidit Gujarati against Nicholas Theodorou. Wow, we have seen the pawn f5 and we have seen the pawn g4. Totally cutting off the bishop, controlling the game. Almost, I would call it a positional domination.
And then we talk about all the queen trades that have happened, the three endgames at the top with Vidit on the pull in that one on that top right board. Let's move to the bottom board, bottom row right there. Nodibek Abdusattorov against Madaminov has been advantage white for quite a few moves. Feels more consolidated, more space for Nodibek Abdusattorov, but Madaminov playing also a very full of counter chances game in this one, has doubled up on the e-file. This is a position for all three results. Arjun Aragaisi, the last move gets a question mark. The tension is building, the clocks are ticking, and these endgames on the top row are far from settled. Shakhsat, we're going to go into a quick break, and on the other side of that chat, we'll be back with Jovanka for the call. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to round 7 of the UzChess Cup, and it is a mad scramble to the finishing line as we have just 3 rounds remaining. And we've had a real mix of positions. We've had endgames, we have really tense positions and complicated ones at that as well. We also have a result, Tanya, because during the break, well, something that we expected, that you expected with Shakhsod, has certainly come to pass.
And it's one of our marquee matchups here with tournament leader Shamsuddin Vokhidov taking on Vachier-Lagrave. And it has been a confident hold with the black pieces for Vokhidov. And maybe we'll just walk through what Vokhidov did to make sure things don't go out of control against Vachier. The first result of the day, and it was a peaceful draw as expected in a very balanced game.
A very balanced game, but to me, it was perfect as well. And perfection in chess means only one thing. Everything is in balance. So let's first maybe go to our multi-board just to get a quick overview, or we can dive straight in. There we can see in the top middle, that was the end result, end position. So maybe we quickly go there, Tanya, and just play out those final moves.
Let's do it, Yobi. Shakhsod and I were looking at this position right now, that top center board. We do a deep dive into how this game finished. Vachier-Lagrave against Shamsuddin Vokhidov. As we go into that, and this is where Vachier decided to try to solve the problem of his pawn structure with the f-pawn moving forward. The black king came out. King is a piece in an endgame. You got to play with that. Pawn takes pawn, saw it captured by the king, keeping the pawns intact here, hitting the knight. And this is where the knight falls back, eyeing some squares on the left flank. We were analyzing this position, and it played out exactly as we expected. The pawn comes forward, defending the c5 square, but leaving behind some weaknesses. The white knight moved ahead, and in this moment, with threat of knight to a6, in fact, trapping the rook. No squares to run, no squares to hide. Shamsuddin, very alert, hits the knight, creates breathing space for that rook, and after the knight jumps to c6, we saw a trade into an opposite color bishop ending, and with the 30 move mark being hit, a check being given, bishop to d6, not allowing any rook takes pawn here, was the blocking move, and h3, the king moves forward. Absolute symmetry in the board. 6, 5 versus 5, opposite color bishop, rook pawn ending, no infiltration, and it was here that Shamsuddin offered a draw. Vachier-Lagrave accepted it, which means that Shamsuddin moves on to 4.5 out of 7, 2 rounds remaining, and Vachier-Lagrave at 3.5 ends the day.
It definitely. And for the time being, Shamsuddin Vokhidov is in the lead with 4.5 points out of 7. And I was going to say, Tanya, it's a shame that they weren't playing King of the Hill, because Shamsuddin would have won that one. But it's a normal game of chess. So let's go back to our multi-board, because we've had a real mix of positions. We have tension in the game between Arjun Erigaisi there in the bottom right. That one's really tense, but the one that really catches our eye is the marquee matchup, Uzbek Abdusattorov against Madaminov Mukhadin. And there, Mukhadin currently in the lead with 4 points. If he wins, he will win and take the sole lead. So as we're seeing, this one is fire on the board with so much action happening. Knight going there in the center. And as we see, we're going to shortly go to that game. But first, we're going to do a bit of a roundup on what is on our screens. Nurbek Yakubov against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That is there on the top left. And that one's looking like a very balanced endgame, opposite colored bishop. But Jan Nepomniachtchi has survived the worst, whereas looking very good for Vidit Gujarati on the top right.
I just love what he's done. Vidit has in that top right board right now. You just compare all the pieces that Vidit has to complete this coordination that Nicolas has in his corner. Pieces pushed back, nothing going above the second row for black in that. But Ivanka, we have to rush to our marquee matchup. It is the all Uzbekistan Grandmaster Showdown, and a big one for UzChess. It is Nurbek Abdusattorov trying to leapfrog into the standings and snatch away the lead from Madaminov. And look at the position. It's wildfire.
It is wildfire. And it also would be a sensational storyline as well. The lowest ranked participant, Mukhadin Madaminov, the youngest participant, the last minute replacement for Javokhir Sindarov. Just imagine if he takes the sole lead. We'll actually see whether that's actually possible as we deep dive into this particular position. Black is very active, but is that activity enough?
And black also has an extra pawn currently. It is a 5 versus 4. You've got the bishop pair. And to me, the surprise factor here is that Jovanka, black does not have an advantage according to the evaluation bar. I'm going to do a quick action replay before we dive into what's in front of us. Madaminov, on the other hand, picks up a pawn and is out of his chair. This is where we left it last. We were quite impressed with the move rook f7, just keeping the 7th rank under control, also eyeing a doubling up on the e-file. At this moment, an equally impressive rook lift. Do you even rook lift? Abdusattorov looks like the kind of guy who does that, not only on the board, but the gym as well, Yovi. Rook c3 ideas and also tactics with bishop takes bishop, rook takes pawn with the black queen overloaded were the plans that we were looking at with Shahzad. Here, keeping everything defended, the knight at the edge of the board does drop back, defends that bishop, defends that rook. All those tactics with the knight hanging at the end of many, many variations on h5 taken away. White steps up with the queen, again, lining up with the rook. Always watch out for bishop takes bishop in the air with the rook on e8 hanging in many of those lines. The rook doubles up as planned. Uzbek with a soft move, making sure that the white king does not have any back rank issues. The knight gets developed. We saw a pawn being picked up the moment the knight jumped. So voluntary pawn sacrifice, eyeing the d4 pawn right now, which was taken on the board. And then when the queen moved forward, we saw a trade on e3. And this is what surprises me, that after rook takes pawn, Jovanka, I thought that the pawn on c7, which is hanging, will be picked up. But white does start with knight takes knight first. If bishop takes knight, you're looking at queen takes bishop. I'm just going to have that quickly on the board. Bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop. And the problem in this entire line is that your rook, at the end of it, just gets boxed up on the corner. King's about to step up, trap that rook, and win it.
Exactly.
Sneaky stuff.
It is, and you can't even go bishop takes h3 and go, haha, I won a pawn, because after knight to e4, whoops, you might have won a pawn, but you did lose the rook. So yeah, that is not something to fall into.
So with no bishop takes knight on the board, rook takes bishop was the capture by Madaminov. And here we are. You can't immediately take the pawn on c7. You can't recapture it because the knight on d4 hangs. So Uzbek does go with knight takes bishop, gets awarded the exclam currently. And I think the ideas are that no matter what you pick up with, if you go with knight takes knight, you go with pawn takes knight, the c7 pawn hangs. But I wonder if Uzbek is more ambitious than just going pawn grabbing here.
Yeah, and well, first up, if you do capture knight takes knight, now queen takes c7 is so attractive because queen takes, rook takes, everything is going to come with check.
And
the rook
always
on
watch
g3.
out for this idea.
Yes,
This
exactly.
is just massive, right? Knight e4 coming in next. In fact, you could even start with that, but the rook trap is your main aim.
Exactly. Trap the rook. Also, I'm just going to point out that the pawn on a7 is a complete vulnerability.
Gone
And
up.
look how far advanced the a and b pawns are for white. I mean, they are just going to start to advance up the board in the right way, and that's going to be situation critical for Mujahideen. Now we're seeing black has to be very accurate. Can you take the g pawn? Instinctively, I don't want to do that.
Because you're just making more weaknesses around your camp. And I think you could also pick up the pawn on c7 in this line. But I really like the idea of just trapping that black rook at the corner of the board, either with your bishop coming back or even the knight jumping forward and asking some questions. Because at the end of it, this pawn is not going anywhere. You really cannot defend it with your bishop going back. There are all kinds of ideas in this position. But even if you just start going for the attack, it looks pretty killer to me. Rook lining up on e1 next.
Yeah. With the rook lining up and there's going to be infiltration in the center, I agree. You don't want to be touching this. So the only other capture, which to my eyes looks very, very logical, is to go queen takes knight. And then the queen and rook can coordinate together to start attacking the white king. So if you were to go queen takes c7, just say, yeah, you can see. It's really, really, really dangerous. Bishop to d4.
I think this is just game over.
Yeah. Well,
King h2, and where's a knockout blow here? It feels like there's something in the air. Something in the air, Yovi.
okay, I'm thinking that there's going to be something like bishop to e5 at the very least, but I'm lazy calculator.
I'm just going to point out that this loses on the spot.
Yeah.
Which is why I just put my king on h2, because this is checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
So king h2 and bishop e5. And the point is that if you now go back to g1,
Well, now the queen can start snaking her way in. So I'm hoping...
let's do it this way, Yovi.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's line up the queen.
Okay.
I'm hitting your knight. I'm hitting everything on the board.
Yes.
And this has to be GG's.
This is definitely GG's. I mean, look at that. You can't challenge the queen on f4. The rook is going to move. The knight is under fire. This is bad news for white. So do not get greedy, Norderbeck, and grab the pawn on c7. So you can take after queen takes knight. Now, the next question is, we've looked at the captures. We now look at the threats.
Can I jump in with my knight to e4?
Yep, that's a possibility. Now, obviously, you've got to move your rook somewhere.
So I'm
over the
hitting your
rainbow.
rook. I'm hitting your bishop.
Okay, if you just...
You don't have too many squares. I just want to point
Oh,
out.
You have to go rook a3, Tanya, because rook f1
Exactly.
is
That's my
coming.
idea.
Whoops.
So rook a3, I want to ask you what is the point? Why are you fighting rook f1? So Yovi is saying rook a3 is the only move against rook f1, and I am failing to see how that helps your cause.
The pin is mightier than the sword. So
Oh.
rook a1 is what I'm desperately relying on.
And you know
And if
what?
that doesn't work,
It doesn't, because you take with the queen and
Yes.
it's still a pin on the rook.
exactly.
That is a beautiful geometry right there.
Yeah,
Something about right angles being right.
yes, they are correct. I didn't have a follow through to that other than that. And he has played queen takes f5.
Oof.
Okay, so that was like knight e4 was an attack, a threat. So the other one is rook to f1, which
Yes.
also looks pretty scary because hang on a second.
So you start with rook f1 and
Yeah.
you're still threatening knight to e4. So any queen move. But I'm just wondering, does this give black the opportunity to try to infiltrate via e3? And I'm hitting on g2, so I'm not really allowing a knight jump.
that is correct. And
I'm
in
also
fact,
threatening rook takes pawn.
in fact, you can feel the situation can turn if you're not playing the right move. So if you go knight a4, just to show that. And oh, by the way, we have another result, another draw in the bank, as we have Norderbeck, Yakuboev, and Yana Pomniachtchi. That did finish in a draw. That we saw in the multi-board
Yes.
view. It was a rook, an opposite color, bishop endgame, and Jan had done a great job in just holding the balance.
And that's right there, top left. This is how it ended. The rooks got traded off, opposite color bishop. And even though black has an extra pawn, there is no way to make progress. 5 versus 4 at the end of it. Handshakes there with opposite color bishop. Draw was the outcome that we were expecting. Let's go right back to our Norderbeck Madaminov board here. Lots of complications, Yovi, because when we left our analysis right here, I just want to point out that suddenly rook takes pawn, and I'm just thinking, wait a
I
second.
didn't see that one.
Isn't the house hanging here?
It could very well be, but there is a rook h2 business.
But is it really a business, or are you out of business?
Bishop.
Right,
Yeah, I'm out of business. I was very tempted, but it does not work. Okay.
That's a failed startup right there.
Yeah, I forgot that the king
Not a
had...
$1 trillion idea like some other ones today in the
No.
stock market.
No. Not even a $1 idea. You couldn't even find it on the dollar store. So yeah, that was not the best idea that I ever had. But okay. So let's queen takes knight played.
It's
And then-
played, right? It's on the board. He
Yes.
finds the right capture. Madaminov does. And these are the 2 moves that we are considering for Abdusattorov.
Yeah. Okay. We've got to really crunch the numbers here, Tanya. So rook f1. We hadn't come up with absolutely everything. And now this queen to g.
Sorry, I want to see this a little bit deeper because I'm not forced to take. There are some checks that you have to answer. By the way, a decision on the board by Norderbeck. What has he chosen? Knight to e4 or rook f1? I think he jumps in with a knight. I see a knight at the center of the board, guys.
There is a knight on the center of the board. And this is what we were looking at, whether basically to hold the balance, you have to go rook a3 and use the pin.
Yes. All right, this is the move that's been played, and I'm just going to finish that line that we were looking at. Rook f1 was definitely on Abdusattorov's radar. Queen g5, one of the potential defenses here. If the knight jumps forward, you give a check on e3, and king goes to h2. There are ideas like bishop to e5, which are a really beautiful way to solve all your problems. I'm just going to quickly show that, Ivanka, before we go over to the live board. You sacrifice the exchange, but black really doesn't have anywhere to hide king h. White doesn't have queen h2 as mate. King to g1, you keep checking and agree that even if you hide on h1, at the end of it, opposite color bishop complex, the dark squares just cannot be controlled by the
Yeah.
white pieces.
So instead we have this knight coming to e4.
Only move. Does he find? No, he plays something else.
He plays
Wait a
something else.
second.
What's
Rook
this?
a3 was what you said with the idea to pin in case of rook f1. I see a queen has just moved forward. And queen to
Queen
f4.
F4.
All right, but this is an exchange sacrifice. It's an exchange sacrifice. Did I mention it's an exchange
Yeah,
sacrifice?
you
Okay.
said it a few times.
Okay.
So, but it's very important because it is an exchange sacrifice. I get you. And and what I'm going to say is that first up, Tanya, what's going to happen after knight takes rook? I taking that one and I'm going to enjoy it.
Okay. I just want to point this out. Rook f1 doesn't work because of queen e3 check.
Yeah.
And you defend the bishop on the next move. So we have to investigate knight takes rook.
Okay.
A check means nothing. The king hides.
So his whole basis is that he's going to play on the dark squares. Use the dark force.
Yes.
I-
May the force be with you, Madaminov.
Yes. Yeah, but how's the
Again,
dark side?
The power, the dark side of the moon, the power of the opposite color bishop again at play here, right? And also let's point out, it's an extra pawn as well for the exchange. You don't really have, just to show the power of the dark side here. After queen takes pawn, look at the bar just go down. It's not about just holding the position anymore. You give a check. King to f1 is checkmate.
Yep.
Can't go there. Only square. And then you just slide back with the bishop. Again, no control over the squares of the bishop that black has currently. The only way to fight checkmate would be king g1. And Yavanka, I have to admit that I thought that this will just be a repetition, but apparently there's something super strong for black here.
Well, maybe we can start chasing out the king.
And let's have our live board as well at the
Yes.
bottom left corner so that everybody knows that this is the analysis board. And we'll bring that right up. And there it is, queen to f4, highlighted in blue, bottom right, has been the move, sacrificing an exchange currently. And Yavanka, what do you think is the killer blow here for black on our analysis board?
Well, I thought that you should flush out the king first. So queen h2.
All right, let's drive it out.
Okay. And king steps up to f2. But I can see this is not the move.
There's something stronger, but even queen to h2 does keep a bit of an advantage there, but there is a bit, it feels like there's something much stronger here for black.
What could it be?
I'm going to take a quick peek.
Okay.
Gonna ask our good friend, Mr. Fish.
Mr. Fish, what does he say? Or what does it
Ooh.
say? What is it saying?
It's
Is it saying something very odd?
It is saying something very odd.
Saying d5.
You hit the queen, but
Uh-huh.
what does that change? That's the question on my
Okay,
head.
the queen just moves.
Yeah, let's just move the queen. Does it just unpin the knight and invite that into the attack? Is that the point? Because the queen has to stay connected to the rook, otherwise queen e3 wins on the
Okay,
spot.
let's go queen c2.
So you go queen c2, just keeping everything intact.
And that
Whoa,
was a
whoa,
mistake.
whoa.
Why?
Because queen e3 check. Again, if you go king f1 or king h1, this is beautiful stuff. And Yavanka, the knight is not pinned. Bishop controls a check on c7. Nothing's controlling the knight coming to g3. The dark side wins.
Exactly.
On the black squares. Every single attacking piece on the black squares.
And that just goes to show. You got to go over to the dark side. But okay, so queen to c2, bad move. But it goes also to say that this is really dangerous idea from Mukhadin there.
So we can't move the queen from here because bishop d4 and then kicking that queen out and the knight jumping into the attack would be devastating. What happens if white tries to consolidate this position? Which is not easy to figure out. Okay, let me try to control the d4 square, Yavanka.
Okay. So you're not taking the pawn, which is probably good news. And you can't control the dark squares though. So I can go bishop to e5. I can also bring in mine. Let's go bishop to e5.
Okay, so you're threatening some checks.
Oh, hang on. We have a decision. He's taking
He's
the rook.
taken
I
it.
felt like that was like a forced
Yes.
reaction there because otherwise black has gotten absolutely everything they want. Bishop coming to e5. The rook is going to move out of the way. It's going to be problems on those squares. So you don't want to be doing that. So knight takes g3. Queen takes knight.
He's going to play this
He's
out.
going to play that out.
You can't
absolutely.
really throw in a check because then the queen's tied down to defending this. So queen takes knight is what we're expecting. So slightly surprised that Madaminov hasn't just blitzed it out immediately. Could he be considering... No, he couldn't actually be considering a check on e3.
I guess he could and force the white king into the corner, right? I
But it
think
just feels
maybe...
unnecessary.
Yeah. Because actually, Tanya,
Tell
you
me.
need that check.
Yes.
Because if you go queen e3,
Yes.
the king will go to h1. And then after queen takes knight, you can offer up a trade. of queens.
Exactly.
And you need this queen e3 check,
Yes.
which will attack the king and the rook.
And imagine if this king was here in this
Yeah,
position,
exactly.
there would be a massive check here winning the rook.
Exactly. And that would
Well
be
spotted.
0-1. So, yeah, you do not want to play queen e3. You got to take on the knight.
It feels like it's got to be the best move right now, as Mukhiddin, he is crunching.
He is definitely crunching the numbers, and he has to proceed really carefully. I don't see anything else. If you go bishop e5, knight f1. The knight on f1, there is no fun to be. I'm really bad at this.
I think you're very good at it. You underestimate yourself. Knight on f1, there is no fun. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking done as a rhyme, but
Knight
then
on
I can.
f1 and you're not done.
And you're not done, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's so much easier because I added on fun. There is
Knight
no
on
fun.
f1, my king's about to run.
Except it's not.
Knight on f1, bring on the checkmate Hun. All right, I'll stop now, Yovi.
Yeah, that
Because
was
I
good.
don't think that knight lives on. I think queen takes knight will be the move of choice here. You just don't want to allow the king's best friend, the knight, to remain alive and defend the king's side.
No, you don't want to be allowing that. And after all, then you really need to be getting your compensation if you sacrifice a rook. And instead here, queen takes knight. Why the hesitation?
Yes,
Mukhidin?
this is a bit
14
concerning.
minutes. What's the time? So they're on move 30 and Mukhidin is down to just under 14 minutes on the clock. And they just have to get to move 40, then they'll get that 30-minute time bonus, and they do play with a 30-second time increment. So very standard time control. And we're expecting queen takes knight. Do not give a check on e3.
I think this is a very critical moment right now, and we'll get our players back on the camera. Ooh, no!
Oh, no, 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 no. This is the wrong direction. This is a misstep because
No.
this check was necessary to have in the back of your pocket. Now he can just play king h1. You know, I think he's just calculating bishop to king h2.
Yavanka, king h. You have three options here as white. And king h2 feels like the wrong direction simply because you're walking into a pin and the knight's about to step up to triple down on it. Queen takes knight comes in with a power check. It's the least attractive option to put your king in this pin.
Yeah.
You really cannot defend it with the rook on c1 hanging as well. Bishop to f3. I could play bishop to f3. And how are you winning this knight again?
Queen f2.
But then my queen slides
hang on.
over.
Is there no
Queen
knight
g5.
Knight f5?
Then queen takes pawn with a check.
No, okay, yeah, you can't do
Oh,
that.
okay. Maybe you start with d5.
Ah, yeah, this is nice. And then knight to f5.
And then knight jumps over to f5. So queen takes pawn, your rook is hanging, bishop takes pawn, your knight is hanging, queen moves anywhere. And now you've got the idea. All right, maybe not. Yeah, queen goes anywhere. You could also step back with your queen, but I wonder if this works. No, because you have this check now. All right, I'm going to back up. Queen c6, not that the queen is out of this. Queen f4 and take the knight on the next move. Playing
Okay.
on the dark squares.
Exactly. So,
All right, so it's
It's-
between king f1 and king h1 for Nodderbeck.
but the simple move is king h1. You don't need to entertain any of those complications after king h2. And simple one would be king h1, queen takes knight, get those queens off the board, and suddenly you are winning this because not only are you exchange up, but then black's control
Why
of the
did...
dark squares have just disappeared, and they don't mean anything actually.
You know, Mukhiddin just had this brilliant exchange sacrifice idea, and then just walked into this line, which makes it less ideal for black. You want the white king on dark squares to come in with checks.
But this is a weakness that I have seen in a lot of active players, and they just go down the forcing lines. They focus in on like moves like king h2. This is what's going to happen, and it's going to work. They ignore the simple stuff, and the simple stuff is basically when you're playing a situation like this, black's initiative is very much based on the queen and the bishop giving checkmate on the dark squares. But if you can get him into endgame, white is going to be completely winning.
Yes, Because you're up in exchange and it's
Yeah.
a healthy exchange. And you know, there is not only the c7 pawn, we'll have our live board with us as well. This is the current position. Queen e3 given a question mark because what black needed the king on the dark squares to come in with momentum after capturing the knight. The problem is what we're showing on our analysis board right now. Imagine if the queens are traded off the board. It's not just the c7 pawn, which you maybe can still defend, but the white rook is ready to park itself on a6, win the a7 pawn, and then just start pushing up the board.
Yes, and also now, remember that black is also weak on the light squares. So if you take, if you
That's
trade
it.
off the queens,
Game
this
over.
is it. Going to be game over. It's going to be 1-0 Nordebek Abdusattorov. Now, if instead he plays queen to f2 after the capture, then suddenly it's also the light squares that are problematic. Bishop to e4.
Wow. And if you jump in with your knight, the rook slides over with a check.
Yeah. And everything is going to be falling apart. No, this is really not what Mukadin wants. So what is his idea? Why is there hesitation from Nordebek?
Let me show your line. Bishop takes knight. You take it with the pawn. Rook takes pawn. Game over. It's just checkmate here with the rook sliding over, the queen coming in next. And if you have to trade your queens,
Tanya, he's getting ready to make a move.
he's going to slide over to h1. Nordebek Abdusattorov does not mess this up. King to h1, and white getting ambitious. Nordebek Abdusattorov, if he wins this game, he leapfrogs Madaminov and joins Vokhidov in the lead with 2 rounds remaining at the UzChess Cup. And it's f1.
F1.
Fascinating. This was the third option, Jovanka, and it's equally strong. The point is that now there is no good way, again, for black to give a check or get his knight into the game. You have to now pick up the knight, and this is what Abdusattorov has set up. I think he just wants to fall back with the bishop to f3, make a case for consolidating his position. c7's hanging as well, but I'm with you. King h1 just felt more cemento.
Yes, I think if there was any reason he was worried about queen to e3 happening, maybe in the king h1 lines, but yeah, queen takes knight has to be played.
And
Otherwise,
can you go in with your idea of queen g4 here?
and then the queen e3.
And this is the problem. Now the rook on c1 is hanging, and the difference here is, I'm trying to work out what is the difference here. The difference here is that you can take the pawn on c7. When the king is on h1,
How does that work? With
Yeah,
the king, because the bishop will still park up to d4.
And
And on
the-
king f1, it's checkmating ideas. King h1, also very dangerous.
let's take a look. So queen e3, king h1, queen takes knight, and we were looking at queen g4.
Queen e3.
And the point is that after queen e3, you can't take on c7 because there's a, let me just show that. Takes, there's a check. There's a check.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could also, yeah, there's something stronger here. This is good enough for a draw. The idea was to go h5, h4, and maybe that's what you start with. The point is that you start with h5, drive the queen away, and then bishop e5, you don't have g3.
Yeah.
The queen isn't connected to this pawn anymore. If you go queen to f3, just to show that idea, bishop e5 check, g3.
h4.
Whoa, and the bar is
But
saying
maybe
level.
you can do it h. Maybe you could do it via.
Maybe it's just bishop d4 instead, and I'm
Oh.
threatening checkmating ideas on g1, and that is the way to play this game. This is super complicated, but the white king gets boxed up, so you can't really pick up that pawn there. What is the difference with king h1 and king f1 is what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, let's move to the king to f1 and see how this one plays out.
So if you go rook here, you keep everything intact.
Mm-hmm.
Black does not really have any problems. White does not have really problems. Bishop will come back, guard against knight g3. Now let's go to our live board that we have as we're trying to figure this out with all of you here. Queen to e3 check was played. King to f1 moved. Queen takes knight. Why cannot white do the exact same thing right now? Rook to d1. Knight f5, Jovanka.
Knight to g3
And
is
the
going to be
problem
checkmate.
is that, yes, knight g3 and bishop f3, this is going to be a royal fork at some moment.
Exactly. Now I'm thinking bishop h4.
Yes.
Can you even go that direction?
I like bishop h4 as well. Why not? Knight g3 is a huge threat. And
Queen f2.
queen f... Oh, this is even stronger.
So now this would be game over with the white king so loose there in the middle.
And this is why he needed the king on h1, because now king on f1, this will be a checkmating square.
Yeah.
And Nodebek had to place his king so that he has this upward airlift.
Yeah. But this also means that you can't play queen to g4.
No.
The queen is very much needed, but this bishop to f3 makes a whole lot of sense.
Yes, I think he wants to box that queen up.
And also, what happens after knight to f5?
I
Then
want to
queen
come in with
takes
a check,
c7.
bishop g7, and now what? Because knight e3
Yeah.
is still a threat.
Yeah, it's a threat, but it's kind of not the end of the world,
Maybe
right?
I just go pawn hunting here.
Yeah, you
Why
can do
not?
that. Queen f2 next incoming.
And defending against this check, queen f2 coming in next, my king about to hide.
Yep. Looks good. Looks good, Tanya. So bishop f3, such a nice move. Just making sure that absolutely everything is covered.
I'm just slightly surprised that Nodebek played king to f1, and then Madaminov goes with the idea of capturing the knight, which obviously had to be the line that you calculate. And now Nodebek starts thinking again. It almost feels like he had a line in mind, but at this moment figured out that it doesn't work. So he's had to readjust himself because he's again gone into a think after playing king to f1.
Yeah, well, maybe it was an unexpected move for him. But
What was? Queen to knight?
king f1, I think. I think everyone and anyone would be.
Yes, but it's
Assuming-
Nodebek who's thinking again
Yeah.
after queen takes knight.
Yeah.
This is what surprises me.
Well, he's just double checking, right?
Okay.
Because there's so much risk here for white, especially with the king out there on f1. So he has to tread carefully. We saw queen to g4 was already quite a serious mistake.
Yes.
So he has to be really careful to not allow the bishop onto d4. Also has to prevent the queen coming to e3 with tempo.
The best move in this position is to make sure that the e3 square remains guarded. You could block out that queen, box it out on the right side. You could also think about centralizing your queen to e4, just taking control of the e3 square, getting ready to snatch up the c7 pawn with your rook. Nodebek Abdusattorov head in hands, trying to work this very complicated position out.
It's still massively complicated, Tanya. You know, when one side has complete domination, one set of squares, you constantly have to make sure that the king is protected. He drops the bishop back to f3. This was the most accurate way forward for white. And now the situation is reversed. It is Mukhadin who has to find a way to generate some counterplay. And it's not going to be easy because you want the queen on e3, you want the bishop on d4, you want the knight joining in the fun with f5. 3 is the magic number. And Mukhadin has 13 minutes there on move 31. Not an easy.
And I don't believe you have the time to come in with your knight to f5. Queen takes pawn, queen f7, picking that pawn up with your rook. It just doesn't have enough firepower. And again, the idea of just snatching up this pawn, covering the e3 square, feels like the simplest path to keep everything under control for white. So for Madaminov, again, I'm slightly surprised. I'm going to just take everyone back to that moment when he decided to throw in a check, Jovanka. It felt like this was really the critical moment. You know, this brilliant sacrifice of giving up the rook on the last move with a simple queen advance. Knight coming in, bishop coming in, queen coming in with a check. Nodebek took the rook. And here queen takes knight would have been such a natural way to follow up. Just making sure that you have this check at hand.
But you know, Tanya, I reckon it's when you get your mind so close to the calculations, you just zoom in and you start looking at the moves, you forget to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. And this is just simple stuff that you only see when your head isn't bogged down in the complications. You just go, okay, let me make things simple. But when you're in the frame of mind, every single move matters. And then you look at the most forcing responses, the thing that would perhaps test black, like king h2, king f1, then somehow or other, you kind of convince yourself that the moves are okay. But you just, if you zoom out, you see the bigger picture, you understand this is what needs to be done. The king needed to be on a dark square in order to get the time to get those checks in.
Yes.
But
it's queen e3 felt like Madaminov wanted to be extra sophisticated in the way he approaches the attack, giving a check before driving the king out, to a less desirable square. But I think Nodabek really on top of his game. As soon as the knight gets picked up, he says no more way back for you. And my king is doing absolutely fine. And again, the big difference between these two squares is that if he would have captured the knight with the king on g1, now suddenly bishop to f3 is possible. And it would still be very complicated, Ivanka, this whole line. Actually, it's not easy at all. I thought bishop e5 was the way to go, but we see that the bar disapproves of this move.
No, it's definitely not
Very
an
complicated.
not easy game at all. But it wasn't. Maybe if I could just kind
That's
of
the right
rewind.
move. And I have a feeling this is what Madaminov missed. Simply saying that bishop to g5, it's not an easy find. You're hitting the rook. Your idea is bishop e3 to drive the king to the corner so they can start setting up checkmating ideas. Rook e1 is not possible. Rook d1 or rook f1. Let's just say bishop check. Come on out. You get checkmated. You go in. Bishop f4. And this is the path to equality. I have a feeling that Madaminov saw queen takes knight. He saw the bishop coming back. And Ivanka just felt that maybe I need the king on f1 for a better attack rather than g1. Bishop g5 is not an easy spot in this position.
No, it's not an easy one at all. But can you do it actually in the game position? Can you go, no, you can't, because after bishop to g5 in the actual live position, Tanya, you'll see that there is a benefit to king f1, and that the rook can come to e1.
Exactly. Your rook is defended. There's no queen takes rook. There's no check here anymore, and things remain under control. And you could threaten a checkmate in one. Now the rook becomes the perfect defender.
But this is still not very easy because the queen h2 is still in the air, and the game continues as, okay, the white queen takes the bishop.
I also
Simple
missed
stuff.
it.
Simple
It's only
stuff.
when the bar goes up you realize you're dropping something right now.
Okay, well, of course, that wasn't played. h5 instead was how Mukhadin is handling this position. And yes, tense position.
So h5 essentially takes away queen g4 for the rest of the game. So no more queen trades for you, Mr. Abdusattorov. And I think taking on c7 is going to be very dangerous.
Taking on c7, I think we can establish that is not going to give any relief to white because this is the move. And you're going to have to drop back with
Rook
your...
c2.
Yeah. And now, queen... Can you not go queen h2?
But it's only a check on g1.
But it's also more checks. I have checks on g1. I'm hopefully going to get on e3. I'm going to get on f2. I will keep checking along the diagonal, and that should be enough.
Yes. And we've got moves coming in. Well, actually, we don't have moves coming in, and this feels like you hold the balance here.
Yeah. Okay, Tanya, let's quickly go to the multi-board viewer because I want to keep eyes on this game because it is on fire right now. And Nordebek, if he makes a mistake, well, you've seen he might throw away the win. But I just want to draw your attention to what is happening between Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann there on the bottom right. Looks also incredibly sharp. As Arjun, well, he did go for it with a central break, but it might not be working out as Hans has suddenly now got full control down the E line. And I also want to draw your attention to the game between Vidit Gujarati and Nicholas Theodorou there top right, where it does look like Vidit, despite this last blunder, is still in full control.
That endgame has Vidit Gujarati written all over it, but I want to take us to Arjun versus Hans, where the bar seems to say that the position's in balance, but it's completely crazy with what the action is happening on the board. And let's just quickly dive into that one. I want to show you this position that we had. Compare it to the live board. From there, Ivanka, from the left side of our screen, how on earth did we get to the right side of our screen?
With a lot of help from the players, as we see Hans about to reach out. And first up, Hans, hats off to him because he handled this one in a really aggressive way. G5, putting Arjun on the back foot already. I like it.
He falls back with the bishop. Again, just to remind everyone, this pawn looks like it's on pre, but you dare not touch it. The queen is overloaded. Rook takes pawn is always met with the tactics of knight takes pawn. Queen takes knight, you lose the rook. Otherwise, knight is attacking two big pawns in the position. So after the bishop falls back, Arjun decides to kick the knight out of the central place. Knight goes back, g4. And it feels like Arjun sort of trapped his own bishop behind the pawn chain, but he's also restricted black's minor pieces in the position. The rook now defends the pawn on b7 as it was under attack. And at this moment, it wasn't possible to take this pawn. Black would have done the same. Again, deflection tactics. You take my rook, I take your rook. I'm happy if I'm black with this trade-off. So after g4, he just consolidates it, gets ready to double up on the e-file to threaten the weakness, which is what happened. The queen slides over, eyeing the h4 break at the right time. You want to be careful with f-pawn leaving behind e4, but h4 in the air. The queen tries to come into the game for Hans Niemann, and at this moment, Arjun lashed out on the king side with the h-pawn moving forward. We had b6, bishop developing moves. The rook was hit back. Again, all about trying to get the queen for Hans at the right squares. He's tying down the white rook. You can't get this into the game anymore, or at least be aware of the move queen to a3 at any moment the rook left the a file. After bishop to f1, the rook slides over, again with the idea to triple down, attack e3, also eye-lining the a3 square if the infiltration's allowed. And at this moment, he did triple up, threatening all kinds of sacrifices with rook takes pawn always in the air. We saw a trade. A central breakout here, trying to destabilize Hans Niemann's pawns. Accepted. Don't forget, g5 hanging as well, and boom, that's the pawn that's picked up. And this is how we got to the madness that we have on the board right now. Arjun always finding a way to create chaos, and Hans Niemann ready for the fight. Picks up the pawn on f3. That's one extra pawn for Hans, and it looks like a big pawn on f3. It's 5 versus 4. A pin on f6. Arjun's last move doubles down on that pin. Not just that, he's getting ready, Ivanka, to start threatening checkmates.
Yes, and threatening checkmates when you don't have so much time on the clock in order to work everything out. Well, that is going to be super scary. So, Tanya, this is a crazy position. Let's kind of break it down. The players, they are on move 34. So now Hans has to tread very accurately. So one thing I can see is that black needs to be ready after rook h2 to go knight to h7. And it has to be the knight, because the bishop is not going to cut the mustard, because look at that, bishop takes knight and the defender can be removed.
Let me show your idea.
Yeah.
Rook h2, you get this here.
Bishop takes knight.
Just deflect.
Exactly. No more protection anymore, and queen takes bishop is going to be game over. So it has to be the knight who goes over to h7. Now, however, there is an old pin on the board, so we need to deal with that. And the question for me is go queen to d6. Can I do that?
That makes a lot of sense. You stay connected to the knight. You're also eyeballing the square, but I like it. I like it. If I was to go rook h2, so Ivanka, your idea is just to fall back with the knight and just keep everything defended, and now there are threats of taking and queen g3 check.
And I have a very sophisticated plan that if you take instead the knight so that you can go rook h2 in peace, my sophisticated idea, Tanya, you'll be very impressed.
You don't want to take the... I thought, why are you being sophisticated? Why can't you just take the bishop?
Yeah, I can take the bishop.
But
But I was thinking rook h2. And I was thinking rook h2, threatening queen h8, yes.
But then you have a check. So you
Yes.
have a check.
And that would have been more sophisticated than what I had planned. I was planning a king run, but I can see that wasn't necessary. But f2, yeah, of course you decoy, and suddenly rook takes f2 is forced.
But look at the structure that black has now. So many weaknesses. I mean, this is just a happy position. You could fall back with your queen. You could even get your rook into the party, hitting the pawn in g4. But I want to check your idea of running away as well. So queen d6, bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop, rook h2. And I love it. King f8. Brave and gutsy, but it works, Yovi. It works. And the point is that you can give a check. You can give another check.
And then here you have the block. So this was my non too sophisticated idea, but the f2 point, that is going to be a complete just curveball into white's plan. So actually, I don't know, white has to be really careful. For now, the danger is on black. Black has to unpin themselves in order to meet this deadly threat of rook h2.
And I really think that queen d6 makes so much sense. It's such a multi-purpose move here. You know, you're defending the knight. You're creating this runaway path. The knight has the block on h7. If rook h2, you're happy to block that file with your knight. Does white have time to pick up the c4 pawn is my question here, because I just realized that you don't have a check on e1. The queen
Oh.
on h4 does guard that square. And I'm trying to displace your rook to get to your knight.
Hmm.
And how easy is this for
This is
black?
not easy
Yeah, I
at all.
just hate the evaluation
Actually-
bar. It doesn't move, which means that black has a resource here. Good luck finding it.
I'm not finding it. Not a first. There's not first response. It's just a kind of. No, I think guess I would have to go rookie 2 or something, but I don't particularly like that. No, rookie 2. Let's go of the knight.
Just take the knight, threaten a checkmate.
No, this is not easy, Tanya. You can't let the c pawn fall.
But there is something in this position. You can apparently let the c pawn fall.
Well, it's not particularly obvious.
No, it's
what-
not human at all. And if there's a way, maybe Hans Niemann will show us what's the path here. But I have to say, it feels quite difficult. You know, the last few moves that Arjun has played, just going to do a quick recap of it. Starting from this position, he calculated this line all the way from here. Arjun, in this position, instead of keeping things guarded and closed and defended, strikes with a pawn sacrifice at the center of the board with his king in the open with all of Hans's army sort of set up, piled up here. Every single piece looks at this pawn, Jovanka.
Yes.
Every single piece of Hans has the square under control.
Yeah.
Gives up the pawn. Doesn't stop there. The idea is to open up the bishop. Goes for that pin. Also notice how the rook suddenly is beautifully placed for that doubling up. Hans Niemann takes the fight on. He takes the second pawn, always to be used as deflection. Also the rooks and the queens lined up on this file. And at this moment, queen to h4.
Turning the screw, right? Because bishop takes c4 is a horrible threat, as well as rook h2.
And queen to h4 is very much needed for bishop takes pawn to be a threat, because otherwise rook e1 check and the tables completely turn around.
Yeah.
So you need your queen on h4 to safeguard that square before you pick up the c4 pawn.
Yep, exactly.
And this is not an easy position. That was not played. That was just our analysis. This is not an easy position for Hans Niemann to answer back to. He's got about almost 8 minutes on the clock now. Jovanka, queen d6, I think Hans will spot for sure. And he's trying to work out what happens after bishop takes pawn.
And suddenly, I am struggling here to come up with a response other than jumping in with my knight. Hang on, you can jump in with a knight, right?
Knight to e4.
Knight to e4.
Takes the rook.
And then I was hoping for some f2 business.
Ooh, tricky.
No, but this is not. This is somehow you feel this is not going to be enough. What's the other direction? Because there is an f2 in the air, Tanya. So hang on a second. Is there some kind of f? No, you can't do f2 now, can you?
Can you take it with... So your idea is if rook takes pawn, then you
Yeah.
have rook e1.
Yes. But I don't.
Let's just try that because it feels like it's a line that needs to be checked. And can I don't want to take this rook. Can I? Maybe I can take it and come back with my bishop, but I feel
What has
this
he
is
gone?
the move.
He's played.
Queen d6 on the
Queen
board,
d6 on the
Jovanka.
board,
I think we're
okay.
going to see this being played out. And you know what? I'm not even going to switch on the engine and say what's the best move here because I have a feeling that after the queen has moved, Arjun, if he doesn't play bishop takes pawn, how about this, Jovanka, as a deal? If Arjun doesn't go bishop takes pawn, we'll take help from Mr. Fish and figure out what was the best move. I think it feels almost superhuman to find it. But Hans Niemann, has he worked out a response to Arjun's bishop takes pawn? Is the big question. Trying to deflect that black rook, trying to get to that knight on f6.
Well, he has to have worked out what's going to happen after bishop takes c4 because I got to tell you, bishop takes rook incoming, bishop takes knight is in the air, the rook is still threatening to come over to h2. And where is black's counterplay? And so you have to start looking at the really desperate moves. I mean, could it be, Tanya, something as simple as you give up the exchange, but you go knight h7?
I think you have to give up the exchange because there's just no square for the rook to move to.
Yeah.
You can't give up the knight on f6. So the idea, whatever the computer is suggesting, has to be around sacrificing this exchange at the right spot. Jovanka, I have a feeling that Arjun will play bishop takes pawn on this position.
And humor me, knight h7. So I'm not going to go for any funny business, no rookie twos, knight h7. And just as we do that, we have a transition. And oh, look at that. The evaluation bar hasn't moved.
Oh, and Arjun goes
Bishop
for bishop
takes
takes
c4.
pawn on the board. Knight h7. Jovanka, what a spot. I'm still trying to figure out what's your idea in this position because I'm coming for your rook on e6.
I have an idea. I have one idea. Knight takes bishop.
All right, I take it back.
queen takes, and then queen g3. Check.
Ooh.
Now, if you step on the wrong square, Tanya,
Wow.
king f1, it would be the
Wowza.
balestra check almost.
But it
Balestra
doesn't even
checkmate.
matter. You could just take on e6. I mean, this is just a killing attack right now.
Actually, if you go king f1, there is no bishop checkmate because there is a pin on the
Also,
board.
there's ideas like f2
Yeah.
in the air. Your queen, you can give a check. But that's
Okay, he's found
97. What a move by Hans Niemann.
and he doesn't take any time to find it. It took
Brilliancy
me
right
a
there.
while. Yeah.
I mean, we could go back and forth with our lines.
Yes.
We could take forever to figure this out. We had the evaluation bar guiding us, what's right, what's wrong. And then we came to this realization. Hans has it all worked out in his mind already. Knight h7, found by Hans, the only move to keep a balance, a brilliancy on the board. And Ivanka, your idea to take this knight, you can't recapture. The black queen comes in with a devastating attack, which means that white is forced to retreat with the bishop somewhere.
Yes.
You cannot give up two minor pieces. And I'm wondering what's the right square right now because it starts looking so dangerous with this f-pawn if I get out of this way and the e-file opening up.
Okay, well, we have to be concrete. Bishop to c4. Let's get out of the way. And the
Can I
evaluation
go queen
bar.
to f4? I'm coming in.
You are
I'm defending my knight. And I'm hoping that you decide to put your rook on h2, which feels like it's the right move.
but f2.
Yes, I was hoping to get a knight f3
Knight
in.
f3. Maybe this is. No, this doesn't even feel like a survival.
Can
King
I show
f1.
you a pretty line?
Oh, very nice.
Takes,
Takes.
queen.
And I think you'll
know what?
find there's a knight fork at the end.
Yes, and I would even make it into a rook.
Oh, hang
just
on.
to be fancy.
Yes.
And give you a check.
And if you take with the, you can only run with the king. So
All right, so this is the position knight h7 played. Did Arjun see this idea or is he surprised? I think he's slightly taken aback with this resource because, you have a feeling Arjun calculated this line about 6 moves ago, right? When he played e4, he would have seen this. He would have come to this conclusion, Ivanka, because it's pretty linear. When you play e4, I'm going to just backtrack. Live board, bottom right. When you play e4, you're looking at pawn takes pawn. You know you have to grab this pawn if you're Arjun. You have to check what happens if the pawn arrives on f3. That's the second move. Arjun spotted queen h4 and he played queen h4 in under 1 minute. After this, queen d6 is the only move to save the game. And Arjun instantly, Ivanka, after queen to d6, once again replied in about a minute and a half, capturing c4. This was all calculated by Arjun when he went for the idea of e4 and knight to h7, which is what Hans has spotted. I think this is the move that Arjun missed in his line.
yeah, knight to h7, such a beautiful retreating move. And I gotta say, you gotta go bishop takes rook. Is there any possibility of going rook to h2?
At least knight takes g5 will not be an option. The
And-
bar completely drops Yovi, and I'm just wondering if you throw in a spanner with f2. All right, not the best.
No.
Not the best. Take that back. But now my knight is defending the checkmate. I simply
Exactly.
move my rook somewhere. Okay, maybe just e4. This is guarded. This is guarded. This is guarded.
Yeah,
e7's
e4.
guarded. Only square.
Yes.
Process of elimination. You place your
Yeah.
rook there.
And rook takes g4 is there.
Rook takes d4 is there.
Oh gosh. I was just thinking queen d7, rook takes g4, and it's going to be very difficult to stop that. So bishop takes rook. Only move there for Arjun to survive.
I love this fine by Hans. And Arjun now has to walk into, tread carefully, but he has to walk into that forest of complications. Bishop takes rook. Knight takes bishop is what Hans Niemann has set up. And then it starts getting very risky. Ivanka, can you try to get rid of a key defender here for bishop and go bishop to f5? My dream here is that if you take this bishop, I take it, and at least you don't have the f4 square.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
don't.
your bishop
Maybe
f5
even
is
this
quite
is
nice.
interesting, but at least you have bishop to g6.
Yeah, maybe this is the way forward because as we saw, it was getting really tricky with a bishop to c4. And now at least here you get rid of some defenders. Is there any kind of queen f4? You were doing queen f4 to me. But that's bishop takes bishop.
This is still a game. It's still a game on. I mean, you're down in exchange, but you have all these ideas of f2 and the knight jumping in.
Yeah. And the knight is a very horrible piece. Because, I mean, if you go bishop takes bishop,
Yes.
pawn takes.
Okay.
And now here, if you go rook takes b6, just to put idea on the board, you got our f2 business.
Yes.
And then if you go king f1, it's the same trick again. Rook to e1. And then the old fork.
The good old fork.
Yeah.
And this would be game over. So Arjun needs to be very careful. And again, the bar says that this position is equal, but it's anything but peaceful on the board. It's anything but equal. It's just showing that if white and black can be very precise, the balance remains. But this doesn't. 0.0 never means a draw in such a position.
No.
In fact, the least likely result is a draw.
Unless it's perpetual. Unless the computer is visualizing some crazy perpetual at the end, in which case, yes, it is 0.0, but the players have to get there. And we've already seen it's a minefield, Tanya, here. Bishop takes rook, only move. Arjun can't be swayed into going rook h2. That would simply hand black the initiative and the game. And we also saw that after bishop takes rook, probably the best thing is after knight takes bishop is to go bishop f5. But it's still massively complicated. Of course, he takes the rook. That is one of the best moves.
Whoa, he doesn't take the bishop on g5. No, he had to take the... No, wait.
He
what? He
doesn't,
had
he
to take the
doesn't.
bishop on g5.
That was a very quick move there from Hans.
And apparently a different approach, but an equally good one, Ivanka.
Okay.
He does keep the position under control. No rook to h2 yet. Everything is still fine. Rook takes bishop, rook e2 ideas in the air, rook e4 lining up and winning the g4 pawn as well. Hans Niemann playing an exchange down just like Madaminov and going for the white king.
Yeah, so we have two razor sharp games. The players currently on move 36. And I'm just going to say, you know, both players are on 3 points. A win would get them into second place,
Yes.
half a point behind the leaders. And with 2 rounds left,
It keeps the
absolutely
race.
anything can happen.
Yeah, the race really tight. I want to quickly bring up our bird's eye view because I want everyone to see the similarities of the dynamics that exist in these two absolute firefighting games that we have. Keep an eye on the bottom left, Nodebek Abdusattorov versus Madaminov, and right next to that is Arjun Aragaisi versus Hans Niemann. Those are the two games in the bottom row. Look at how the computer evaluation is pretty much level and the similar dynamics in the position. Nodebek has an extra exchange. Arjun Aragaisi has an extra exchange. Both players playing with the white pieces. Knight, bishop, bishop dynamic in both the games right now. Opposite color bishops as well. You know, in both the games, it's all about fighting for the squares which your opponent cannot challenge on the board. And it's really fascinating that the fact that Hans Niemann, because there is an extra pair of rooks on the board, that gives him attacking chances, which is what is missing for Madaminov.
Yeah, that is exactly what is missing from Madaminov's game as he looks to generate some form of counterplay. But I gotta say, Nodebek Abdusattorov doing some nifty repair work. Look how the queen is right next to the king there on the bottom left. And also how the rook comes on c7, keeps the knight on g7 honest. And one final game in progress, as we can see on our screens, and that is Vidit Gujarati and Nicholas Theodorou. Both of them having quite a tough tournament. And it looks like Vidit's woes continue as he did have a very promising position, but now it's not so easy. So we've got to focus on the games that are razor sharp, and that is Arjun Erigaisi and Nodebek Abdusattorov. And both these players around 36 move mark. And we have Tanya, your move on the board there on the bottom right, rook e4.
Yes, I did see Hans just make this move so quickly, playing so confidently. He's got the material deficit, but he's on the offense here. He's on the attack, getting to that white king. But we'll move over to our tournament leader, Madaminov, currently taking on Nodebek Abdusattorov with a very creative exchange sacrifice. But it looked like Nodebek had found his way out, but he's back in the game, is Mukhidin. He's got a pawn for an exchange, gets the good move avoided. That bishop is heading to b6. The queen's ready to line up. Again, it's all the fight and play on the dark squares.
Yes, and what a beautiful retreat there from the bishop. We arrived actually to see queen to b1 given a question mark. I think that's a little bit harsh. This position is tremendously complicated for both sides, but I love this move. And as you mentioned, Tanya, this is simply setting up a queen and bishop battery on the dark squares. Look at that. G1 is a sensitive spot. So rook to b7 or wherever the rook goes, bishop b6 is going to be the answer.
What Nodebek set up is the idea of capturing on h5 because it spins galore, right? The knight on g7, the pawn on g6. But maybe it's not enough because black is coming in with all the ideas on the dark squares. And I'm just going to do a quick action replay, Ivanka. We left it last when the bishop fell back, boxing up the white queen. We saw the move h5 here by Madaminov, taking control of the g4 square. No trades for you. And after h5, queen to d3. Setting up the idea of rook takes pawn. It's advantage white in this position. The extra exchange doing the talking. The queen beautifully centralized, taking control of the dark squares. Your bishop can't fight for it. What do? You use your queen. Bishop goes back to g5. And this is what he had set up against the skewer, offering a queen trade, still keeping the exchange. You have to keep fighting for your knight to come into the game. Not allowed. White picks up a pawn. Black picks up a pawn. And after queen to b1, which was given a question mark, white needed to be very careful in this position, but it's just not an easy position. You can't fault the players for making inaccuracies here. And Mukhidin finds a beautiful bishop maneuver, rerouting it to the other side of the board, just recognizing where the pieces belong to put maximum pressure on that white king. Rook to d7 hits the bishop, expecting Mukhidin to continue with plan here. But Jovanka, let's just take a look at what happens if white was to grab the pawn on h5. Immediately the bar says, this is lost. Queen f4 check, but the bishop comes back.
Queen
c4 check.
Yes. And you're going to have to block that one again.
Yes.
And now you can go
Threaten some checkmates. Where do you line up? c5?
I thought queen d4. I don't know why. I thought queen d4 just as
also really nice. I'm not sure what's the difference.
I don't know what the difference is either. But somehow there is a difference.
I think the difference, Ivanka, could potentially be that queen c5 allows a sacrifice on g7 and a check on b2. And suddenly the queen will defend everything. The king starts running opposite color bishop. Queen d4 is just game over.
Okay. Queen to d4. Still danger in the air. Some thought that for Mukhidin as he ponders where to go. I mean, he set it up so beautifully.
He's going to go bishop
He's
b6.
going to go bishop
he
to
has
b6.
To go.
And
it's
what happens after rook takes d6? So this is the only move that I can think of that is concerning him. But now is the time for the knight to step in, right?
You've unpinned. Let's go in and you give a check.
And now you've got to be super careful where to run with the king.
I'm not even going to pretend like I know whether h8 is better or h6 is better. You know, it just feels like the king on h8 will maybe potentially run into some checks. The king on h6 will run into some checks on c1, Jovanka.
But both of them you can block with the bishop on b6. This is why it's such a beautiful maneuver.
Let's go to h6 to not have any back rank problems.
Exactly, yeah. So queen c1. And so my idea was the bishop will come in. And you can't get too active with the queen because white's king, not so stable
Checkmate
either.
in one or not? There's still g5.
Yeah, there's still
okay,
g5.
what are the chances that this happens?
Quite a lot.
0 is what I would say, Yovi. By the way, bishop b6 on the board, so maybe that just went up from 0 to 20 for me. Bishop b6, rook takes pawn is the way to go for Nodebek, keeping the d4 square under control. Can I try to use my queen instead? Can I go queen to b2? I'm threatening checkmate in one now. I'm taking control of the d4 square.
Okay, so we have to block. Or we can throw in a check.
So
let's block. Bishop to d4. I do not want to be blocking with the queen. Thank you very much.
Bishop to d4.
Yeah. And again, white has to be mega careful with where they put the queen.
It's fascinating that Nodebek has the material deficit, but he's the one who needs to be so careful.
Yes.
The power of the bishop, Jovanka.
Exactly, and it's control of the dark squares. And it's not just that, Tanya. It's also the king on f1. Like, for instance, queen to b2, bishop to d4. The queen has to stay in contact with the b pawn because queen takes b5 is in the air.
Oops, not that one.
So this one, you know, it's so sharp in both games, Tanya. Both of them around the 38 move mark.
Oof.
And maybe it would be great if we could have a two-board view
But Yavanka, the other game, I have my eye on it, and I don't think Arjun has Arjun taken a decision after the rook move? Let's go quickly back to that one.
Yeah.
We'll jump in as Nodebek is having a think. It's a tricky one. I'm expecting him to take a couple of minutes to decide which path he chooses there. I'm going to quickly take us over to Arjun versus Hans Niemann. And in fact, Arjun did make a decision. This is where we left it. Rook to e4. The last few moves, so impressive by Hans. Setting up the idea of queen to e6 or to d7 at the right time. Not just that, you could also use your bishop and pawn to join the attack against the g4 square. Bishop falls back.
Well, now your question actually is really pertinent. What happens if you go f5? Why not threaten rook takes g4?
Did he go? He goes the other way. Another move that we were recommending. f5, very strong, Yovi, but it feels like a little tough to play. You know, you're looking at the king sliding over. You've made some weaknesses
That's
on your
true.
own king. So I do like Hans's approach. It feels more human. You hit the pawn, you keep your king safe.
Everything is connected to each other. Yeah, I like this. And now Arjun, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. He has to find a move. What is his move? I mean, you can't defend g4 actually. So you have to just start running.
Either
with
you
your
move
king.
your queen or your king. It has to be one of the two to hide against the threat of rook takes pawn.
But also, once this happens, where are you going to run with the king? There is going to be a check. Instinctively, I'm feeling that the corner is not safe.
No. And I'll tell you why you feel that. Because I completely sense it. King h1, rook takes pawn, and suddenly there are ideas of the queen coming back or the bishop lining up on e4, the pawn moving forward. It just feels incredibly boxed up the king here, like you're in a kill zone right now.
Yeah. No. It feels like you have to do Nordebek.
And
you have to run to the F line.
You know, you might be right. And I just want to point out, it feels that white is holding everything, not allowing the pawn to move forward. But suddenly the knight frees up, coming onto the center of the board. Knight f6, knight e4 ideas. And the bar does approve of it. Will be a huge compensation. And Nodebek does just that. He's hiding on the F line. He is, sorry, Arjun even. He does channel his inner Nodebek with the king going over to the f2 square, Jovanka. This has been played. He's walking into a check on e2, but saying that if you do go for that,
King takes
my
F3.
king is going up the board.
And it's going to live a very courageous and brave life. And
Leading
it will
from
be
the front like a true king.
exactly like a reckless king, but it's good enough. It's brave enough. So you can't do that. But rook takes g4 is the move that kind of speaks to me. And then the queen has got to move. Where she goes, no one knows.
I'll tell you where it doesn't go. You might not have too many squares. Actually, queen h6 process for elimination. Queen h3 just walks into a check on g2.
Yeah. Well, okay. The danger's there. He's reaching to take the g pawn.
He does it. I think we're about to see this move. I again want to point out queen h3 runs into rook g2. You can't take that rook because the queen on h3 is hanging. And if you now pick up the pawn on f3, well, you're going to end up getting checkmated. And if you fall back with your king, then suddenly, well, a lot of lines, but at least you can even pick up the queen and pick up the bishop. I'm expecting there's probably something more devastating after a check on d3.
Well, he didn't do that. That pitfall was avoided. Queen h6. And now...
Only move.
Well, okay, now for Hans, he has to find another move to continue the momentum. Because I have a suspicion king takes f3 is definitely part of Arjun's agenda. Also, there's ideas of tripling on the h line. So both sides have a lot of play. What next?
I'm also just going to say that I have my eye on the other board and not a single move has been made by Nodebek since we last left it, which just shows how incredibly difficult that position is. Mukhiddin finding this beautiful bishop maneuver. It's still Nodebek on the move. We'll go there once Abdusattorov finds a response. This one, meanwhile, moves coming in fast and quick, Jovanka. Queen h6 on the board. I'm expecting Hans Niemann to find a way to activate the queen. The knight can't move, you got checkmate. The rook on g4 looks beautiful. King takes pawn might be a threat in this position, something to keep an eye on. Bishop e4 comes to mind, but then you're allowing a rook trade on g1.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say this is going to be Hans's 40th move. So I don't think he's going to be playing anything committal. I think he's just going to be looking at keeping the balance. That's good technique because it's infamously known that in chess, so many blunders happen on move 40, move 41 because you rush that moment.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can black go rook takes pawn here?
I would say it's not practical.
I knew, the only reason I'm asking you this question is because of what you just said about 40th move, taking committal decisions.
Exactly. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do it when you've got your extra time in the clock and then you can think about it. Just make some random move that keeps everything well connected.
Have you seen the nature of this position? Where are the random moves
Queen
that you're
d6.
finding?
Queen d6 to threaten queen g3. That's something
that
that
does
I
look
would be
nice.
playing.
That looks very nice.
That's something
actually.
I would be playing just so that, everything's connected. Because I have been told off so many times by our dear friend, David Howell. Shout out to David. Don't make
David.
anything committal
On move
until
40.
on move 40. Yeah, you can wait.
I hear you, and the moment you point out Queen d6, I love the move, but can we please look at Rook takes pawn? Because
Yeah.
I have ideas of my own. I'm hitting your bishop. I also see tactics of LPDO, lose pieces, drop off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. I reckon
Where are
that
his
hands.
eyes? What do you think he's looking at?
I think he's gonna go Queen d6, Queen somewhere, Queen.
d6, c7, threaten, and
Yeah.
infiltration. All right, I'm going to check. I'm not going to go too deep, but I want to see if the bar reacts to Rook takes pawn. Oh, and it does, Yovi. But not by super much, by the way. And the idea is that if you take here, Queen takes pawn. Wow, this is advantage white. And I was thinking, wait a second, you block, I take your rook. I've got 3 pawns and a biship, Ivanka. 3 pawns and a bishop for an exchange. Ivanka, you're not listening to me.
Sorry, yes, I know. Got caught out there.
3 pawns and a bishop for an exchange. A knight, even, but an opposite color bishop
Yeah.
position.
Yes, yes, yes. I get that. But there's a lot of risk here in case, I can see the knight and the bishop are not the most active piece. So that's the only thing that makes me worried about going into a position like
I'm
this.
only worried that someday you
Yes,
land
that
on
was what I
d4.
was worried about. Bishop to d4.
You can even maybe just go forward with your rook, defend the pawn, bishop d4 threaten. That's my only worry.
No, I'm also with you. But it's also because the bishop and knight are just there on the edge of the board. And I feel
Yes.
like this is the kind of position where
I don't
you
have
know,
knight f6, knight g4
you need
'cause you're checkmating.
every single piece working in order to get the real compensation. And as the clock ticks down for hands,
Let's move over to Nodirbek as the clock ticks down on this board right now, because Nodirbek Abdusattorov has taken a decision, and we'll quickly bring that board up. We left it last, Yavanka,
yeah.
with
Oh.
bishop to b6, queen to d3, stopping queen d4, and queen a2 is threatening checkmate in one. Nodirbek ready with his response with bishop to e2.
Yes. Very nice move there. And we see hands reaching for the queen. Queen to d6. Move 40 has been made. Players do get an extra 30 minutes on the clock. And I think the players will use that time very wisely.
As
First
they
up to
should.
catch their breath, because that was quite the frantic game, especially with all the complications. And going to this game, they've just completed move 40 and it's Nordibek to play.
And both positions on fire. Once again, these are our 2 marquee matchups right now. We've got one more game remaining as we pull up our bird's eye view. We've gone into time control. The players will get an additional 30 minutes once their clock hits a 0 mark right there. We bring up our multi-board view currently. And there we see Vidit Gujarati is back on the push, on the advantage. He's staring at his first potential win of UzChess Cup against Nicholas. Up a piece, top right board there. It's an extra bishop for Vidit. A couple of pawns on that left flank. 2 pawns, but beautifully guarded by the knight, bishop, and king. So really no progress there. Does Vidit have the technique and the confidence after everything that's happened to convert this one? I say Vidit gets his first win today, Yovi. The top 2 boards have already finished in a draw, a peaceful result. And it's been fire, fire, fire on the bottom row there. Nodirbek Abdusattorov up and down there. Nodirbek on the advantage. Now it's equal with the white king struggling to remain in the game. The dark square full control for Madaminov. On the other side, Arjun Aragaisi, Hans Niemann. What a game this is. What a board this is. Hans now threatening to infiltrate with a massive check on g3.
That is a huge threat. You need to guard against. Arjun will have to play very precisely. And there we see a move there on the bottom left. G4, that is going to pile on the pressure on the tournament leader, Madaminov. And now he has to respond as his king is now in danger. But the players have reached move 40. They do have that extra 30 minutes on the clock. on the clock to think things through. And after that, like nail biting action, Tanya, I think it's time for us to catch our breaths. And for you at home as well to catch your breaths. Now's the perfect time to stock up on food and drinks and get ready for the end game that is coming your way in a few minutes. We are back with what is going to be the conclusion of round 7 of the UzChess Cup Masters. And we've had an exciting day, a lot of fire on the board, a lot of action. And we're going to bring up the multi-board viewer because we've had 2 games already finished. There was a draw between Norbek Yakuboev and Jan Nepomniachtchi, as we expected, very level there. And also a draw between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and one of the tournament leaders, Shamsuddin Vokhidov. So as it stands, Shamsuddin Vokhidov is in the lead, but 3 games in progress. And Tanya, the evaluation bar, is telling us that finally Vidit Gujarati is going to win a game as he plays Nicholas Theodorou.
That's an extra pawn in the knight pawn endgame. And as they say, a knight and pawn endgame is so close to a king and pawn situations that this means that Vidit has that extra pawn. The king and the knight will move forward. The left flank of the board, a lot of weaknesses. It's a matter of technique, Ivanka. You push that king forward. He pushes the pawn. You just assist that with your king and knight coming into the center of the board. Vidit Gujarati looks like he's about to score his first win of UzChess Cup, but it's all action on our bottom 2 boards. And first, right there, we've got Vidit, Nicholas, expecting handshakes there. Well, Nicholas might try to hold on, but I think Vidit's got the technique. He needs to take this one. But Ivanka, our main matchup, Uzbek versus Madaminov, and Arjun Erigaisi taking on Hans Niemann is where the action's at.
Yes, and we're going to go directly to the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann. Both of these players are on 3 points.
And let's bring that up right now as we go into Arjun Erigaisi taking on Hans Niemann right now. It is absolute madness. He's called the madman of chess, Arjun Erigaisi, for a reason, Ivanka. Arjun's king has landed on that starting position currently. King on e1, Hans's knight and rook have landed up the board right now. The queen ready to infiltrate. But as I look at black's plans here, white's also ready to land a check at the bottom of the board. How dangerous and how scary is this move queen to a3 right now for Arjun Erigaisi?
Well, it looks really scary with the queen snaking around the back, but there are a few checks in the air for the white rooks. So let's definitely deeper dive, Tanya, and go queen a3. Let's just work it out, have the fun, because this is the type of position where anything can turn on one move.
Absolutely. I'm just going to do a quick action replay from when we went on the break, Ivanka, because every move has been a high responsibility move in this position, and we left it last right about here. We saw the queen come in with a deadly threat. The queen falls back to take that, safeguard that square. Hans Niemann defends the rook, consolidates it. The rook lines up all 3 pieces. It's the Alekhine battery on the right side of the board. The knight making sure that, yes, you can give in a check. But after king f7, everything is safe. The knight landing onto the center of the board with a devastating check. Instead, Arjun picked up the pawn on f3. You do arrive at the check. The white king has to stay connected to the bishop. We saw king to e1. And Ivanka, this is where we are. Hans Niemann still on the think, and it's got to be this move on his radar. My arrows are wonky, the position's wonky, but the queen is about to land in there.
The queen is definitely going to land, and I'm just monitoring the action on the other game, and I can see that it's looking super nice. So let's quickly dive into this one. We have the time, Tanya, with the players getting that extra 30 minutes on the clock. So I think they will have to be very leisurely about this one, certainly with the clock usage. Queen a3. And now rook to h8 is the natural kind of move already. Is this a good move or is this simply wrong? King goes to...
It's tough to pick, and I just don't want to place it on a dark square because somewhere I'll allow a check with the bishop. So you know what? I run towards the center. I want more breathing space right now. And I don't know if I have to be precise here, but probably king f7 feels more like the hand move for me.
Yes, it does as well. Travel on the light squares. Don't let the white bishop get into the game. And still, it's going to be really difficult for Arjun to even try to penetrate the position. So he's going to be looking at moves such as queen to d3, you know, trying to also come around the end. And that was already a mistake.
This is the big threat, right? You go here, king e2, and suddenly a check, and a check on the 3rd rank will finish off the game, Yovi. This is just very, very deadly for white.
Very dangerous. So you can't play that. You can't just make any old move. So much problems for Arjun as he faces the barrage of checks.
Do you think Hans Niemann goes for this?
Yes.
Will he bring in... It's 3 is the magical number, right, for an attack. You've got your rook knight at the center of the board. Bring the queen in. And I have to say, a queen knight and a rook is the most powerful combination when we speak of a 3-piece attack.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's not going to be very easy for the white queen on f3 to even dream of getting involved. Because as you highlighted...
If you can just only get the queen to this side of the board...
It would be a menace. But as it stands, there's just no way in. So,
Question.
yes.
Can white try to get the queen in this way? If I'm not getting checkmated, then I want to go queen h8 and I want to slap my rook down the board, give it up,
Yeah.
and then start threatening the black king.
Okay, well, we can try queen a1 check.
Yes, and I see. Ooh, wait,
And then the
what?
answer is yes.
I thought king e2 and you've got knight g3 check winning the rook. What's
Well,
the
maybe
problem?
this is not good enough. Maybe knight
Check.
to g3. The king steps somewhere.
What?
Just step up the
Okay.
board.
I'm scared to make any move.
Okay, that was the
Oh,
wrong
bar
one,
says
Tanya.
no.
Okay, let's go king d3. I don't know why.
Okay, you've got only 3 squares, so we'll
Yes.
try each one of them. It's
No,
not.
that was
No,
a bad
this
one.
one just means
No, no.
f4 and you're getting
yeah,
checkmated.
okay. This is not what I
So
want.
it has to be. What?
No, okay. Oh, queen takes knight, Tanya. Of course.
Oh,
The-
the pitfalls
Yeah.
of commentary here, and then suddenly the queen on a1 falls. Took us a while to find that one, but it just shows how difficult the position
Yes.
can be when you've been commentating on multiple games for several hours.
Exactly. No, it's not easy to commentate and
Okay, but-
also keep the energy, but the players will certainly be stocking up. So you can't go queen to a1 because of this deadly idea. Queen h8, rook h7 is going to be the follow-up.
Yes.
So how to handle that? Could you just run with the king? King f7.
Run, Forest, run.
Yes.
And you're making an argument that now if I go in, it doesn't come in with a check, so it gives me the time to give you a check.
Yeah, and there is
And
no
Then you go knight
queen
g3.
takes knight.
And
yes.
there is no queen picking up that knight, so that's a free check for me. I like it, and I'm surprised that this is still in balance. Again, I'm not even going to try to calculate which king move is better. This time I got lucky. I moved it up the squares. Knight takes rook. And Ivanka, this is an equal position.
Yeah, because I suspect that white is going to just give up the rook in order to infiltrate, and give some checks.
But I would be very surprised if this is a perpetual, and it isn't.
It isn't.
It isn't. It just feels like your king is going to hide here. The queen doesn't have g8, does
No.
not have g6, and h6 feels too far off. The black king getting closer to the queen as well on the king side, and then you just block.
At some point, I'm going to have to calculate, and you're going to force me to do what I don't like to do. Okay, so let's take that one back and come up with a different move, but it feels very scary to allow the white queen in. And I do feel like Arjun is going to have to tread exceptionally carefully.
It feels like it's definitely more terrifying for Arjun Argaisi right now, even though he's got the extra exchange, and it feels like you're coming in with all the firepower. But again, the rook, knight, and the queen. Deadly, deadly combo. By the way, Hans, on the camera, it feels like he's not super sure of which direction to take.
No,
Calculating lines?
he's looking at the queen side, Tanya.
Yeah, he looks at the queen side, then he looks at that h8 square.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Because
he
he's just
is
making
looking
sure.
at this. He's looking at this line. I think queen a3 he spots, and then I saw him kind of focusing on that block next to the black king. So that's where his attention is at. Looking at this line that we've got on our board would be my guess.
Right, and he has to check that queen h8, followed by rook to h7.
So for example, let's just give a check here, and he's seen king to e2, and let's make a move with the queen. And
Yeah.
show the problem. And there we have
Okay.
it. He's reaching for the queen. Queen a3. It
Queen
does
a3,
land.
it
It
does
does
land.
land. Well done.
Well,
can
it was
pat ourselves on
you've
our
been
back.
suggesting that one, Tanya. So you can give yourself a pat on the back as queen a3 is played. And now for us, and I would also suspect for Arjun, he's going to go into deep thought because he has to work out a way to get the queen on f3 involved into the position, because otherwise black is going to take over. And yeah, as Tanya is indicating, there are some checkmating ideas if you allow the queen and rook to start infiltrating on the king side. So queen h3 kind of feels like it's only move territory. Is it?
I just feel like this position has so many pitfalls and minefields in it that you find one line where you feel safe. I would just instantly play it, just thinking that queen h3, at least I secure a bailout option. But that's just the chicken in me talking. Because Arjun has an extra exchange. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to keep the tension on the board.
Do you know something,
Tell
Tanya?
me.
Do you know my ultimate chicken move
Yes,
would be
tell me. Give me
queen
your-
queen e2 or queen d1. That's like going to be
I mean,
the
this has to
ultimate
be the
chicken.
absolute ultimate.
Yeah.
And you're just getting ready, you know. The king is back to its starting position.
Exactly.
The queen's there. Basically, more than half your pieces are ready for the next game.
Exactly. And I'm sorry. Sorry, Tanya. I've done something to the chair.
You need help.
I do need help.
Okay, here you
Thank you
go.
very much. I fidgeted a little bit too much on this one because it's exciting chess and one cannot help but get carried away. So queen to d1, queen e2 is another chicken
Queen
of mine.
d1, you're just making a case that you're not allowing any checks on
Yes.
the board.
Yeah.
What is your reply? I'm not going to have it on the board because I feel like I'm walking into something, but do you have a reply to knight takes pawn?
No, I didn't have a plan. But this is why my second ultimate chicken move was queen e2, but I didn't have a reply to queen takes a4.
But queen e2, at least you'll have
Yeah,
queen
exactly,
c4, right?
exactly. And if you go queen a1, then I am blocking that with the queen. So that was my
Okay, I feel like knight
zero
takes pawn, I'm
calculation.
walking into something, but Ivanka, I want to see what that is because
Yeah, the evaluation bar doesn't hate what the chicken has done.
no,
Maybe you go
it
queen.
doesn't at all.
Maybe you go queen c2. Maybe
But
it
why
was.
not knight takes pawn is my question.
I have an idea.
Curiosity.
Okay, queen c2.
After knight takes pawn.
Yeah, knight takes pawn. Queen c2, and then the whole idea is that actually it was a freak pawn, but it was a little bit poisoned.
Check on e7. And
And
then
then
check on
king,
e2.
and then king f1. No,
You're
there's no.
not
'cause there
going
is-
king f2. I was hoping
No,
for
no,
king
king f1.
Let me show that.
Yeah, yeah.
Knight takes pawn, queen to c2, and I mean it's still in the balance. Queen check,
King f1.
king f1 only move.
Yeah, and now my queen gets the beloved c8 square.
But does it? Does it?
Yeah, a queen c8 check.
I don't care. I don't care.
Oh,
I literally don't care.
You
As someone very famous said.
well, I thought you should care, but again, I didn't have my calculation hat on. Yeah, maybe you don't need to care. Yeah, and I was thinking rook h7, and I was like, ha,
Yes,
bada
but
bim,
I-
bada boom, but you can take everything and block. So, okay, the game kind of still continues.
In the balance, of course.
Yes, and that will probably fizzle out to something completely even. So after the fireworks,
How's Arjun feeling about the position? Can we get a read on that? You know what has always impressed me about Arjun so much and watching him on the board, Ivanka, is that you see the kind of positions that you never get to see in chess. I mean, how bizarre is the board in front of us right now? You know, White's king has landed at the center, the starting position. The two rooks have doubled up on the h file. No pawns in front of the black king. But you've got this menacing attack brewing. And Arjun doesn't feel phased at all. There's no big shaking of the chair going on.
Oh, yeah.
There's no quick glances at the clock, glances on the board, looking, staring into
No.
nothingness. He's just a picture of calmness, just trying to work all of it out. It's like Arjun feels most at home when the house is on fire.
wow, I guess some people rise to the challenge. Some of us just run around like headless chickens going, oh my God, the sky is falling down. So, okay, Tanya, this position is razor sharp, but I also got to direct our attention to our marquee matchup, which is between Norbek Abdusattorov and Mukhidin Madaminov, because Madaminov currently is with 4 points out of 6. A win would give him a sole lead with 5 points. A draw would give him a slice of shared first alongside Shamsuddin Vokhidov. And if we can backtrack a few moves, because we see some progress being made, we see the queen and the bishop on the same battery, but I'm surprised that the game still continued because I thought that there was maybe a chance that we could see a repetition.
And we left it here when the black went for Mukhidin. He's threatening a checkmate in one, which was blocked. We saw the bishop defend the d6 pawn. And then after White tries to open up more lines towards the black king, the queen falls back, hitting the rook, also eyeing checks on the f line right now. When the rook moves away, a check on a dark square. Again, the white king just not feeling safe. If you hide on g2, the queen does infiltrate. And that will be checkmate on the next move. So blocked. And we see once again, you know what, Ivanka? At this moment, Mukhidin denied a repetition. He had this. This position, if you go back with a check right now, and Norbek repeats, that's the second time the position
Yes.
happens already. But instead, Mukhidin steps the other way, gives a check. Bishop d1, queen f4, and now we've got a different dynamic. He slides in from here. The difference from this square and checking from here is that if you go to h3, now the queen has another square coming in from f2, hitting on h3 and setting that up. Instead, queen to f3 was played, taking control of the f line, defending h pawn. And Jovanka, this is where we are. Some more moves, some more checks. King goes over to g2. Again, the idea of playing on the dark squares, check on d2, check on g1, keeping an eye on the bishop. White just trying to survive, and luckily you've got a check on d5, a double check, but then white just blocks it with his own bishop. King h6. Look at how Mukhidin has put every single piece on dark squares in this game.
Yeah, and I also got to point out one thing. Take a look at how he's improved all of his pieces as well. So now the king is there on h6. For the time being, it's pretty safe. The
No
knight
checks.
on g7 no longer pinned. And I'm seeing that there could be a future where the knight will come into e6. Now, how to get that going?
Immediately. Why not?
Can you do it and allow a pawn takes h5?
I want to also point out, just so instructive, how these grandmasters handle opposite color bishop positions. Jovanka, from a strategic perspective, Mukhidin has placed every single piece on the dark squares that's controlled and has full control of the dark square bishop that Mukhidin has. Nordebek has done the exact same thing. Placed everything on the light squares, including his pawns, and that's the defensive strategy you want. You play on the squares you dominate
Yeah.
when you've got a different color, opposite color bishop complex.
Absolutely. And also, I just want to point out how actively both sides have handled this type of position as well. How they've not been afraid to go on the front foot. They've constantly gone on the active, but at the same time, taken care of their respective kings. And now the big question for Mukhidin, as he goes into, I think, he's got just under 16 minutes on the clock, is whether he should take on g4 and then go knight e6 or just go knight e6 directly.
What are the chances that Mukhidin pulls off a Nigel shot and starts marching with the king up the board on the dark squares?
I think it's
Just
going to be very
like this.
difficult. I think that's going to be very, very difficult. I think it's almost certainly not going to happen, but never say never.
I'm saying never.
I'm saying never on this one as well. But I mean, it would be a beautiful thing if it did happen, but of course it won't. But that knight is going to do the walk.
Yes.
And so let's dive
Let's
in.
do it.
Knight e6.
Directly, or
Three.
you want to take on g4 first?
We can establish which one is most accurate
so let's
later
go
on.
knight
Like
e6.
knight e6.
The only point was that you can take on h5,
Yes.
and this was what was worrying me slightly.
And can we...
Because I thought you
Ignore
could take,
it.
and the problem here, Jovanka, look at the bar rise.
No.
Suddenly, bishop goes over to c2, and this is such a beautiful mating pattern and geometry in chess. I see you have a check, but after queen g2, your checks dry up.
Yep.
White threatening a checkmate in one. I don't think you survive this.
Well, this is where I wanted to use a technique that you and David both taught me. Is called the umbrella. So after pawn takes h5,
You don't recapture.
I don't recapture. That pawn is the umbrella. So maybe the knight can go. Now, where should she go, or where should it go? Knight to f4.
f4 to
Yeah.
block the queen out. Okay. Wow.
Didn't like that one. Rook, I don't know. Maybe there's no threat though.
Yeah, and then if there's no threat, you just take here. Because again, queen d5 check, there's always this annoying bishop block.
Yeah.
And black hasn't gained anything, but this is so complicated. Maybe, Ivanka, let's start with pawn takes
Exactly.
pawn.
You've got a hiding place for the king on g5. And
And now let's go
now
in with
let's
the
go knight e6. So queen h3, king g5, no more checks.
Yes.
Thank you. Although, hang on a second, is there some... No, the bishop is hanging on d1, so you don't have time. What is it? He's reaching for the pawn.
He's going to go for this line. I think he takes pawn, not allowing Nordebek any trades on h5. Have you noticed that Nordebek has a lot of like nervous energy on the board? Like there's a lot of movement and, the death stares that happen. He looks very confident, but there's also like this energy emanating from him.
Yes. Well, I've noticed generally with chess players is that they're either quite frantic with their movements, like we're seeing here, he's bouncing up and down, or
And
they're
just
just like
behind
dead
him,
still.
You've got a death still Arjun Aragaisi, who's
Yeah.
getting ready to make his own move, I believe.
But Arjun Erigaisi is also a pacer. I've seen him countless times walking up, down, and around. I'm also a pacer. I think you are as well, Tanya. I've seen you many times.
Giving away a lot of trade secrets here.
Yes. But some people, I mean, some people are just incapable of sitting still.
Yes.
This was a problem I always had since I was a child. So it is what it is. Walk up and down the board.
Wow.
It's a way to calm down because,
is.
you know, also it's a way to focus the mind. So for me, when I'm pacing, I'm just
Navi,
concentrating.
We
Yeah.
won't go there, but Arjun has walked into that line that we were looking at against Hans Niemann. Queen has landed on h3. There is a battery. Do you want to just quickly check into
Let's
that?
quickly check in whilst there is some thoughts in this particular position. Yes, let's go. Oh, he's going to reach for the knight. So knight e6 is what we're expecting Mukhadin to play. And here we're seeing on the live board, this is exactly the position between Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann.
We left it last here. The queen lines up on h3 with a deadly idea. Check. Smash that rook down the board and preempting that Hans sidesteps, keeping the tension. And Jovanka, the only move for Arjun Erigaisi is to go in with the queen right now. Everything else, the balance shifts in Hans's favor. Queen h8 and it remains equal. The only move Arjun has, I believe he's about to reach for his queen. It's what he set up. He needs to not fear any checks on the
But
a5.
that's scary, Tanya. I mean, when we saw this, we were like queen h8, queen a1, knight g3 check. We got to show it again.
Let's do that. Queen h8, you've got the idea of coming in with the rook to h7 and very smart. Notice how Hans Niemann first moved the king away and only when the queen lands that you go in with this check, only square for the king. Now knight g3 is possible if the queen was on h3 and had Hans done it earlier, there were tactics.
We don't have
On
to
the board.
wait. He finds it.
He finds it. We're going to see this being played out. Knight to g3 and the king will march up the board and this is what we're expecting to land here. Maybe you can give... Jovanka, you have to take the...
No, you can't take the knight.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, if you don't take the knight, you're down a piece. Is there a perpetual?
Well, this was
There
what
is
I
a perpetual.
wanted. Okay, rook h7. Bishop takes rook.
Only
Let's
move?
Take it, only move. Now the king is going to walk. Let's walk all the way. Tanya, there you go. I'm pointing to... I want to do a massive king walk.
Whoa, whoa. I just walked into a checkmate.
Why is that a checkmate?
I want to show that. Look at this. You sacrifice your whole house. And suddenly the
Oh,
bishop...
look at this.
You know what? The magic number is 3. Guess what? You've got 3 attackers
You
right
do,
now.
and the pawn on a4. Oh, you're doing such a mean job of depriving the king of the b5 square. That was beautiful, Tanya.
Unbelievable.
And also not so easy to see in the horizon that your king will get trapped on c4 and checkmated.
Okay, we gotta go a little slow on this. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna point out that at this moment, Hans Niemann, very smart decision, doesn't immediately rush in, which would have been a big mistake because now king e2, a check here, the queen takes the knight and the black queen is hanging. He first provokes Arjun to enter with his own queen. King to f7, Arjun finds the only move in the position to keep the balance. And now Hans will go in with this idea. And after a check, wherever you go, king f3, king e3, maybe f3 is the square you want. And this felt like the more human move to us, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Knight takes rook.
It has to be played because otherwise rook h7 is going to be lethal.
Yes.
So rook h1 and
Oh.
now the queen moves.
You know what the crazy part is?
What?
Okay. I'm going to try. Just stay with me, chat, on this. Just stay with me. The crazy part is that in this position, if Arjun chooses the square to e3, after knight takes rook, because in many lines the king defends this pawn, you have to give a check to walk into the perpetual.
Yeah.
Rook takes knight, loses on the spot. Jovanka, this is lost because your king is in the open, the black queen comes in with a check, and there are all these checkmating ideas on the board.
But there's still rook h7 in the air.
Now it does not work because the queen will
Because
come back to defend.
the king will go to e7.
Exactly. After a check, takes.
Yeah, you can wiggle a little bit.
You just wiggle and you play with your queen coming
Yes.
back. The problem is that if, on the other hand, after king to a3, knight takes rook, Arjun will have to sacrifice not one but 2 rooks in a row
Yes.
and find that he is drawing this position. Only way to do it. Now, if you step up to f3, it's a whole different story. After knight takes rook, there's no perpetual after rook h7. This loses for white. Bishop
Wow.
takes rook, queen takes rook, and black's king indeed marches up the board.
Oh, because there is no c4.
There is no c4, there's no
And-
king on e3 taking
okay,
away. There's no third piece in the
let's,
attack.
let's show that checkmate again because it was such a beautiful idea because you think...
Imagine the king here. This was the winning move. We'll show
Yes,
it. We'll
we'll
show it.
show that, yeah. And here there is no, because the king will walk to c4 to d3,
Just on the light
and
squares.
just like that. And it really hinges on seeing this super sophisticated checkmating idea.
Unbelievable. Again, to finish the point, knight takes rook takes knight, holds the balance. Now, after queen to a2, for example, white does have a move to bring the queen into the game. There's no check on the e-file, finishing the game off.
But this one feels like, honestly, it's just black who's having the fun.
All the fun in the world, right? You come back with your queen to e6, you centralize it, no
Yeah.
problem at all. Hans Niemann needs to calculate all of this. If queen a1 check is given, king will step up, knight check. You go to e3, Arjun, you'll have to sacrifice the rook for a second time. You go to f3, you'll have to figure out that you need to take the knight on h1, Jovanka. That
Okay.
is absolutely nuts.
That is completely crazy and deep and all the words. But after king to e3, just to show that the king cannot run, after rook h7, bishop takes, there is no block because you have queen takes f5 and there's no solace there. But if the king decides, I want to go on a walk, the queen will give another check. And then the king runs up to d5. The evaluation bar goes nuts. And this is the whole point. c4, king takes c4. And actually, believe it or not, there is hardly any squares for the king. And after queen to e6, it's checkmate.
And
Ends
now
the game.
visualize this position with the king on f3,
Yeah.
and it does not work.
It does not work because king goes to d3.
Everything's hanging.
Beautiful.
Unreal stuff. And this is not easy to figure out at all. You know, we are making moves on the board and working our path towards it. Arjun and Hans have to calculate all these lines in their head.
Totally. And for Hans as well, he has to work out exactly all about the checks because that is coming on the horizon. And it's so difficult to see the subtleties as well, Tanya, between the king going to e3 and to f3. Wow.
But he's
Complicated.
very complicated, and Hans isn't rushing with the check on a1. He also looks pretty calm on the camera right now. What else is he thinking about?
Well, I don't think you can just waste time, Tanya, because it feels like rook h7 is
Massive.
massive threat. So if you were to go, where to put the queen, I'm just going to come up with a random non-move, b5. It's a random. And you see
It's just
it
checkmate.
completely. Bishop takes rook, rook takes, king grunt, and this is a checkmate that you've shown before, queen e5. That's game over. So rook h7 is a really deadly check. You have to take measures against that.
Yes. Let's stay with our live position right now. Let's go full screen on our players. I want to just see what is the clock situation, what's their mindset right now. Jovanka, queen a1, and it's going to get super fun this game. Hans Niemann, he's getting ready to make his move currently.
He is getting ready to make his move, take a decision. And my read is that he is working out queen a1, knight to g3. And I keep seeing Arjun's king, well, his eyes start to the center. So I reckon he's thinking about this e3, f3 business. And I think he's decided king e3. But because look, he's like firmly looking at the e3 square.
Wow. All right. And we're getting some updates. Maybe we just quickly move. Okay, by the way, queen a1 check on the board. We'll quickly come back to this. But let's go over to our...
Aha, okay, there's already a result, Tanya. It was a win for Vidit against Nicholas Theodorou. This is what we expected.
Last position on the board, Jovanka. We'll just have that up and move really quickly to the other one. The white knight about to come into the game. Nothing to be done here. The black knight dominated. Knight e4 in next. And this is where Nicholas resigned. But let's go back to Hans Niemann versus Arjun Aragaisi because queen a1 has been played. King has moved up to e2. Knight has landed on g3. This is what we have as we see Vidit and Nicholas on the camera. They're analyzing their position. But let's get our players on the board right now. Good move by Hans Niemann. The question, I don't think you want to move to d3 and walk into f4 check ideas.
No, you absolutely do not want to involve the bishop into the game. So he's just deciding king e3, king f3. Arjun, what are you going to play?
Also, I want to point out king to f2 doesn't feel human because knight takes rook comes with a check.
Check. Yes. He's
f3. He
F3.
goes the other way, which means now after knight takes rook, Arjun cannot land that rook on h7. He has to pick up the knight.
He has to pick up the knight because of this deep idea. Knight takes rook, played by Hans. And now, wow, Rook takes knight, only move. And
Immediately,
he
he's
finds it.
calculated his way through. Arjun Aragaisi has. And now for Hans Niemann, you want to bring your queen back into the attack, threaten some checks, currently under fire on a1.
Absolutely. Queen a2 is what we're anticipating.
Maybe just take the pawn as well.
Could also do that. Queen a4, but either way, the queen is going to drop to the c6 square, to this long diagonal, and start making the white king life unpleasant. So this one, I think the drama is a little bit over. But Tanya, you asked a question earlier on in the game between Nordebek and Mukhadin. And there you said, what are the chances of black walking up the king?
No, don't tell me. Don't say that. It's not on the board.
It's not on the board yet, but it's a possibility. It is something to be thinking about. So if we go over to this game, so Mukhadin, let's bring up the cameras on our players. Nordebek, his king is very shaky, but the whole point after knight to f4, it could have been possible to step up with the king, Tanya, to g5, and I think it's very much going to be there in the air.
Well, as long as you're playing on the dark squares, again, that's the name of the game here. It's crazy what we have because both kings not safe at all. Both players only dominate a single color on the board. They are playing on the other color right now. The queen, knight, and bishop look menacing. The white's rook on b7 offside, but cuts off the black king as well. But Jovanka, if I had to pick a side, I'd want to be black here.
Yes, because king g5, get this, Tanya, it weaves a mating net. King g5, so queen h8.
Wow.
And suddenly, the knight on f4 does a beautiful job of depriving the king of the g2 square. g1 is forbidden. And
That's
this
actually a
is
big
the
threat.
plan.
This is a big threat.
It's huge.
It's Nordebek on the move right now. Can we just quickly see what happened
Yes.
there since we left it last, Jovanka? It was just a few moves in. It was around here. Lots of checks were given. We see that first, Mukhadin, he unpinned himself. Then he rightly took the pawn and reroutes the knight towards the white king. White trying to take control of the squares here. We see Mukhadin jump in with the knight, taking away the g2 square. And this is where we are for Nordebek, Abdusattorov. King g5, queen h8 has been sneakily set up by the Uzbekistan youngster here. It's crazy that a guy playing against Nordebek, and I'm calling the opponent the youngster because he's 19.
He's 19, youngest player, last minute replacement, lowest rated player. This is really a breakout tournament for Mukhadin. I mean, we all knew him as the second of Sindarov. We didn't know him like this.
The 2700 Slayer is what he's being called currently. Has taken down 3 of them in this tournament so far, Jovanka, including Vidit Gujarati, including Jan Nepomniachtchi and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And then, of course, another win over Nicolas Theodorou in round 2. What a storyline he's had. 6 out of 6 decisive game. And I wonder if this is going to be his 7th
This one, it
game.
doesn't look like it's going to finish in a draw anytime soon as the queen moves over to e1, setting up big threats.
And the idea is that now King g5 can be met with a check on e7, Jovanka.
Yes. Also, queen h4 is the move that queen e1 does indicate. Queen h4 and saying, hey, you know, your king on h6, not entirely safe. So now you have to cover this check. So there aren't too many moves for Mukhadin.
And I think this move was absolutely essential. The more I look at it, the more I love that Abdusattorov found it, because the idea that you earlier mentioned, it looks almost unstoppable. You know, for black, once you land on g5, you're going to be forced to plant your rook on h7. That doesn't look super attractive in so many of those positions. Let's just show that. For example, rook c7. And you know what's even more fascinating? Maybe king g5 is really strong here, but I was wondering, can I go back with my queen? And the reason why I came to this line is because after king g5, there's rook to h7 controlling the h8 square. But instead, starting with this, and there's nothing that can control the square on g5. And look at the bar. It confirms that black is winning here. So Nordebek Abdusattorov had to be precise. Queen e1, again, a multi-purpose move. Queen h4 is the threat, and queen e7 is the prophylactic defensive idea against king to g5.
Yes. And now the big question, though, is what is he? He's reaching for the queen. Queen f6.
Controls
a
both of them.
very nice move. Controls h4.
And you can't really step in offering a trade because the queen does a fabulous job of landing on the other side of the board. And that, Jovanka, will be checkmate once the king steps up.
Yeah. So, in fact, what is the move for Nordebek? to hold the balance? That is going to be a big question because it's not easy if you can barely move a piece. They're not coordinating at all well, as we see. Nordebek now thinking 16 minutes and it's ticking down for him as he tries to find a move. Well, maybe we can just go full screen and on the players as we see Nordebek thinking. And Tanya, actually, we're not going to go full screen on the players. We are going to go immediately to the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Hans Niemann because we are seeing a rook sacrifice on the board, but it's a version that works. So let's head there and see exactly what is going to unfold.
All right,
Because-
so really quickly, this happened, Ivanka. Rook was picked up. The rook landed on g1 to block the threat on the queen. And this is where he went in with the brilliancy. The rook sacrifice is on the board. And the difference in all these lines is that the black king, it's an exchange sacrifice, firstly. The black king does not have a hiding space.
Okay, so let's kind of be concrete about it. King runs to
E6.
e6, queen
H6 check.
and the king runs up the board and says, yeehaw, I'm going up to d3, thank you very much.
You really are. And I'm just wondering, is it because you can't really take the pawn on b6, black's threatening a checkmate in one. I just want to point. Let's just show that. Love showing a checkmate as a commentator.
Yes. It's a golden rule. We have to do that.
So what's the move here?
Well,
Because
can we
there's
do
no check.
Can we do c4?
It might be forced.
c4, king takes c4.
Got 2 pawns. Let's take this one.
And now we run with the queen. I like your queen checking on the diagonal.
I don't like checking here on c6 because king d3
Yes.
and I'm not seeing a second check.
Yeah,
So it's got to be this
yeah.
so that we've got a check on e2 or on e3.
Yeah, and if you run one more square to d3, then queen will go to e2, king c2.
Oh,
only
this is
move.
bad news.
Yeah.
Wait, bishop e3?
And here we have a drawn queen and pawn endgame, Tanya. After all of those shenanigans.
Drama.
Yeah.
All right, so wait, let me just take a stock of this. We saw this check here. Arjun stepped up, knight takes rook, and the material is balanced. And this is where things start to get crazy because he goes rook to g1.
Yes. And we were looking at dropping the queen back, queen taking pawn, in which case it didn't work.
And I think it was very smart by Arjun to go in because rook takes rook, queen takes rook. And guess what? It's the white king that starts feeling the heat. There are all these checks, bishops about to line up, the white queen kind of helpless, the black king feeling safe for at least a move. And this would have been a little bit of trouble to solve for Arjun. Instead, I think he just calculated his way through to the draw. Rook h7 played here. A brilliancy. My rook. Oh, my rook.
Oh my goodness. Take it off the board. You have to. Forced. And then queen takes bishop. Only move.
Only move.
And now,
Try to hide your view with the king.
well, let's also show what happens if you try to block with a rook.
Yes.
Because there is no hiding. You can run, but you cannot hide. So rook to g7.
Yes, and just to point out that usually all these perpetual checks ideas work when your opponent's pieces are on another completely different rank. It's so hard to get them back into the defense of your king to block a check. Here, if you do it immediately, you take, and there's going to be a ton of diagonal checks right now. They're usually the strongest ones to give and the first ones that you should check. For example, you go here, give another check with the queen. You go to h7. Again,
Get back.
just on this diagonal, you continue
Yeah.
checking the black king.
You go around the houses there, but unfortunately there's no way out for the black king.
Just want to point out, don't give this check because
No.
suddenly the black rook steps in.
Well, apparently that's not even that bad either, but you don't want to be doing that,
No.
especially when you have a guaranteed draw. And we're seeing there is no block as Hans is going to start running with the king. He goes king to f6. Okay, so maybe this is the idea that after queen h6, there is a check, a rook block rather. Could that be something that he's planning?
Queen h6. If you do a rook block, Yovi, are you sure you're ready to handle bishop g5 check?
No, I'm not sure. I don't think I would even touch that. No,
Yes, that's looking scary.
that's just looking very, very scary. So no rook block at all. So I guess you have to try to wiggle your way on the dark squares if you
I'm
want to
not-
escape.
I'm not really seeing anything wrong. Maybe h4 I wouldn't check, I wouldn't touch, but queen h8, queen h6 looks pretty
Yeah.
strong. Both these cases, you won't really have the option to block with your rook.
Yeah, I agree. So queen h6, and let's put it on the board why you don't really want to be blocking with the rook.
Let's show that if you step
Yeah,
in.
and you see the evaluation bar just goes up. So queen,
Bishop G5.
bishop G5 looks,
Oh,
no,
whoa.
well, queen
And this
F8.
is best at a draw.
Okay, queen F8 was the other alternative, which looked really nice. King has to sidestep, and now you can...
Oh.
Ah, you give a check. Oh, I thought you could go queen E8.
But then the king goes back. I
No,
thought
no.
we disconnect.
Yes, disconnect, yes.
If
King
king
takes pawn.
D7, that's queen F7. If king takes pawn, well,
Queen takes pawn.
Yes, queen takes pawn. Because I just realized that queen F7 runs into rook E6.
Yes.
Beautiful stuff. And you end up with an extra piece if you are Arjun Aragaisi. So after queen H6, rook to G6 walks into a deadly trap. If that's not the case, I think Hans just repeats. He just goes back. By
Yeah.
the way, queen H6 on the board. Do not play rook G6, Hans Niemann.
No, he's not going to do that.
No, he doesn't. He's been so tactically sharp this whole game.
No, he's not going to be
He just comes
falling
back.
for a basic
He's inviting. He's inviting the repetition. Let's go full screen on our players.
Yeah, let's go full screen and see what happens next. After the queen gives a check once more, what is Hans going to do? Is he going to make a run for it with the king to E6, or is he going to simply repeat? But I got to say, both of these players have played a great game, kept us entertained.
You know, not all draws are made equal, even if this ends in a perpetual. This is the kind of chess you love, right? Where
Yeah.
both players push each other to the edge of their imagination, coming up with these creative ideas, with these beautiful attacking tricks all along. White's going for the throat, black's going for the throat, and in the end, looks like it's about to end peacefully. But the game itself, anything but peaceful.
Yeah, a really combative game, I would say. As you mentioned, you know, White was really playing quite aggressively, but then so was Hans. And in the end, all's fair. And there we're seeing some hesitation, some thought from Hans whether to kind of prolong the game with king to E6, or is he going to go king to F6?
And we go into our playing arena.
He's-
Hans Niemann, I think he's
He's
ready to
reaching-
repeat.
He is ready to make the draw.
Let's go to our players. Let's go full screen on them right now. And Arjun Aragaisi agrees that there's nothing to be done here, Ivanka. And there we see the handshake. What a fantastic fight this has been as the players. They share a smile because they do share the same sentiment. What a game is what both of them are thinking.
What a game. You know, it was full of sparks, it was full of fireworks, it was full of deep calculation and brilliant motifs. Definitely one game to keep playing and playing through, but fantastic effort from both of these players, and in the end, a very fair result. And as we see the players analyze there, just discussing ideas, Tanya, do we listen in or do we try to follow the other game?
Well, I believe we're not getting the audio in just yet, Ivanka, but this has been a fascinating fight. There's another very fascinating fight with a lot on the line still there. And there we see Hans, he says, you know, complicated position, complicated battle, but both these players finding such incredible resources to stay alive and put pressure on the opponent every move of the way.
I know, we could have seen absolutely everything in this game. King runs, brave kings, mating attacks, everything. And in the end, a perpetual check deciding the game. And a draw between Arjun Aragaisi and Hans Niemann. We move on to the game between Nordebek Abdusattorov against Mukhadin Madaminov. Now, here we're seeing Madaminov try to take the initiative as he gets control over the dark squares. But the white rook has been allowed into the game. So, Tanya, maybe we can backtrack a few moves, because when we left it, Queen F6 had been the move of choice. And it wasn't necessarily clear how Nordebek was going to activate all his pieces.
Really nice two last moves by the queen. I'll backtrack just a little bit here. Nordebek Abdusattorov finding the only resource to stop a deadly plan of a queen retreat and a king g5 checkmating idea by getting his own queen to the open line, setting up tricks on e7 and h4, which was handled with the queen coming back. And then white made a small move, rook to c7, always getting ready to sacrifice itself for the bishop if it is so needed right now to get rid of that deadly bishop. Denied is what Mukhadin said. Hits that rook back. The rook landed on c2, Ivanka, now eyeing another file to get into the game. I'm trying to understand which of these two players is playing for a win in this position.
I'm also confused as well. At first, I thought it was Nordebek. That was quite clear. He is, after all, material up. And now, are we going to be seeing a repeat as we see the knight jump from e6 to
I think
f4?
that question is about to be answered, Ivanka. Knight e6, bishop lands on d5, hitting that knight, and this is Mukhidin offering a repetition to Nodibek Abdusattorov. If he feels it's time to pull the brakes and there's nothing to be done against the black square domination that Mukhidin has, he can just come back with the bishop to f3. And we might see a repetition with the bishop being hit, then the knight being hit, and back and forth. Nodibek Abdusattorov has the time to work this out. It's the only remaining game. We've had results all across with only one decisive game so far. It is Vidit Gujarati who gets his first win of the tournament. The other boards, the other three boards, ending in a draw.
Yes, and also because it was a fight between Vidit and Nicholas, who were both fighting for that last spot, actually the leaderboard has remained intact. If this finishes in a draw, if Mukhidin wins, then we are going to see Mukhidin, Madaminov take the lead with 5 points out of 7. And if Nordebek is the one that wins, then we're going to see Nordebek join his compatriot Shamsuddin Vokhidov for the lead. So either way, we're still going to have some drama, especially as we enter the last 2 rounds. Big question though, is this going to finish in a repetition, or is Nordebek going to find a way to play on? He needs to move the bishop. That thing is very clear. Is it going to go to f3, in which case that would be a repetition, or is he going to go for something else?
And just to show that repetition that we're on about right now, this was the position where the rook retreated to c2 with ideas of giving a check on h2, knight to e6, hitting that bishop on f3, which was responded by the bishop planting itself to the central square. And now Mukhidin returns with that knight. And Ivanka, if Abdusattorov chooses a different square, if he falls back to the bishop to g2, then he's kind of blocking the path of his own rook right now. It's a decision. The game would continue, and we'd get to know which player is ambitious. Let's take account of what's on the board right now. Nodibek Abdusattorov has an extra exchange, but Mukhidin with a pawn as well. You do the math, that's 4 versus 5, but it's so much about the king's safety right now that we've got in front of us. Black with queen, knight, and bishop. Mukhidin trying to put maximum pressure. Feeling-wise, the black king feels just a little bit safe, a tad bit safer than the white king.
I completely agree. And also, just think about this, Tanya. In order for white to create some disturbance, you need to involve the rook and the queen. And the queen cannot leave the back rank because she has to guard against queen to a1. And we have a move, bishop to f3, inviting the repetition. Now, the big question for Mukhidin, is he going to go knight to e6 and invite the repetition? He's reaching for a move. If he wants to play on, he can. But he's dropping the knight back.
He does go back, and that means that Mukhidin is happy to bail out in this position, hitting the bishop. Ivanka, again, the same storyline where it's been an absolutely crazy game. It's been a race to each other's king, and now the player's looking at a repetition. Mukhidin makes that move, leaves the chair. The ball is in Nodibek's court. If he goes back with the bishop to d5, that will be the second time that we've got this position.
Yeah, that would be the second time. And for Nordebek, I don't think he can get active here. I don't think he can get ambitious with rook h2 or the bishop going anywhere else, because the white king is so weak sitting there in the corner. And yes, it will prolong the game, but ultimately he cannot make any active inroads into the position.
Let's just say he decides to put the bishop on a different square. The question is, what is your progress here as black? As you pointed out, the white queen can't line itself up anywhere. Queen a1 check would be game over. The rook has maximized itself. And after knight f4, you're kind of running out of moves right now currently as white. Ivanka, it just feels like Nodibek will be practical and objective about his position. And he's really pushed Mukhidin to the edge in this one. But Madaminov with all the answers, and this time it's Madaminov with the death stare.
It is Madaminov who is thinking, what are you going to do, Nordebek? You have 10 minutes in the bank to ponder over whether to accept a repetition, or are we going to go for something else? Well, Nordebek thinking hard, but ultimately, one thing that we've pointed out time and time again, in positions like this, it's always about piece activity and king safety. White might be an exchange up, but as compensation, Madaminov has the dark squares. He has a potential attack against the white king, and white can never relax and go on the counterattack.
as he keeps glancing up at his opponent. For Mukadin, what a breakout performance this has been at UzChess. Just confidently blasting his way right now, and he will be going into those final 2 rounds as a leader if he's able to hold this position. You know, comes into the tournament as the lowest seed, becomes the top seed slayer here. 2 wins, 2 losses, 2 more wins, 4 out of 6, and looking at Nodirbek Abdusattorov confidently with an exchange sacrifice and keeping the dynamics in the position. This has been a dream run for the Uzbekistan youngster, all of 19 years old. And when he looked back, I think this will be the tournament where people will start taking his name.
Very seriously. And Tanya, you mentioned it, it has been a dream run. He's also got 18 rating points in the bag to boot for now, and he'll pick up some more with a draw against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the highest rated seed. And take a look at this. Nodirbek says, no, we're going to play the game on. It's not going to be a repetition for now.
And I do see the king did move ahead, Ivanka. King to g2.
Yeah, king to g2. And now it is questions for Mukhidin. What is he going to do? Does he try to hold the balance? Well, maybe he'll also step back with the king to
it's
g7.
Like he's ready.
Yes, he's ready.
He's ready with his response, Ivanka. He does just say, I'm sidestepping any checks with the queen on the h line. Again, just playing with his king on the dark squares. And just keeps everything under control. It has to be frustrating for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who's had a good result so far against the Uzbekistan youngster, but this one has not been easy. Another Uzbekistan youngster arrives.
Exactly. And his name is Mukhidin Madaminov. And now Nodirbek has to again think about ways to start slowly improving his position. A queen can post up to c3, but there is going to be a block with a bishop on d4. Say no trade for you. And I gotta also point out that Madaminov's bishop is so beautifully placed. It anchors the a7 pawn. It can also step up to c5, in which case it can defend the d6 pawn. And the knight is just so pretty sitting there on e6, getting ready to jump to f4.
I do give full credit to Abdusattorov not immediately bailing out and then just keeping the game going. Because that's what gets you the results at the end, right? The idea that the game goes on, which means that there's a chance for both players to go wrong. But when you are hungry for that win, these are the chances that you need to make. You need to create. A knight and a pawn for an exchange currently. Position dynamically balanced right now. I'm just wondering if white can start activating the queen right now. Queen to e4. I really want to come in with some checks if I'm allowed to do that. But I fear that I'm walking into, maybe you just block everything. Bishop to c5 and no more rook to c8 ideas.
Yeah, that is definitely something that you can do as we drive into the position. Queen to c5 is definitely very tempting. It was also tempting for me because I've been trying to get knight f4 to work to go d5. But whether you want to be doing this, rook to c4 is the move played. And what does this idea have in mind? So he wants to line up the rook onto e4 and just keep everything tight.
And I wonder if this is the moment that Mukhidin decides to reroute his knight. You know, it's served its purpose on f4. Can I try to destabilize your bishop on f3? Knight to d4, hit that pawn on b5, hit your bishop on f3.
That would be a great move. One tactical point I just wanted to mention.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether it's any good because you are changing the whole construction is to go d5. Whether one really wants to be doing that, I don't know, Tanya. Because you cannot take that bishop because of knight to.
Oops, sorry.
Whoops.
Okay. The par still remains level.
Oh my God.
Okay, this has to be you just give up the knight, the
Yes.
rook, and then your queen infiltrates.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the king will hide on the dark square.
This is easier to explain.
Yes. Very easy. But if you don't take that pawn after you go d5, and you see it's already a mistake, rook to c6, knight to f4, and I guess the king will simply step up. And there's a beautiful harmony now to the white position. So, yes, don't break the defensive
He's reaching for the knight, and it looked like it's landing at the center of the board,
I think
Ivanka.
so.
That was the feeling I got with that knight.
Yeah.
Reach out.
You don't need to reinvent the wheel. The knight is heading over to d4. Start applying the pressure on the bishop.
He goes the other way.
He goes knight
He
f4
goes
check.
back. Knight f4 check.
Do you think we're going to see any rage baiting moves from Nordebek?
The thing is, if Nordebek wants to finish this off, which I don't think he does because he just declined a repetition, there's the idea that we spoke about, right? And the only way to hide from checks would be to do a queen trade, and then opposite color bishop is just to draw immediately. I'm going to show that line really quickly, Ovi. If you want to draw and you're Nordebek Abdusattorov, this is handshakes instantly. If the king goes anywhere on the h line, you've got checks on h4. If queen f7, that's a draw after a trade. You could also just pick up the pawn.
Yeah.
Result does not change. Nordebek wants to rage bait, then he just goes up with the king.
Yes, let's do that. But I also was wondering whether he's going to mess around. Oh, this thing, rook takes knight.
King g3 would have kept the game going, but instead Nordebek immediately takes it. We'll see the queen swoop in. Ivanka, is it handshakes soon enough?
Okay.
I think this is the moment.
This is definitely a draw offer from Nordebek. There, he looks at his opponent. Queen takes rook and a handshake. It is a draw.
And just like that, the game ends. It's been a feisty firework of a game, this one as well. Ivanka, so much action here. You know, it started as a slow game as an Italian and then built up so nicely with creative attacking ideas and sacrifices in the middle game. Mukhidin, Madaminov giving up an exchange for play and domination on the dark squares. And at the end, keeping the pressure going. You can see the two players discussing. And he's pointing out at the d4 square, I believe, in that moment. And look at that. You know what Madaminov is saying? I think he's looking at the line that you should not have given me a check. You should have taken that knight instantly because you need my king on g1. I'll just quickly show that. The players were highlighting the d4 square. Nordebek, and my guess is the moment when Madaminov, and I'm just going to go slightly back. Again, this is speculation, but look at that. Madaminov is trying to calculate what really happened there.
Yeah. And we're going to go back to that moment where queen to e3 check was played a few moves earlier. And the whole point was he could have played queen takes knight instead. And then there was a beautiful point that the king, if it ran to h1.
If you take on c7, and my guess is this is what Nordebek was pointing at that d4 square, saying that you had a check at this moment, bishop to d4. And this just spoils everything. King f1, there's queen f2. And if you go here, there is bishop to e5. I'm not sure if this was the line they were looking at, but he kept saying d4, d4. And then we saw Mukhidin. Oh my God, I missed something.
Yeah.
And this was the moment things turned around.
This definitely was a moment where things started to go in Nordebek's favor. But for Mukhidin, I think he'll be very happy with the result. It was a really tense game, you know, and look at the final position. Well, not this one, but a few moves earlier. And both kings exposed. So much play happening. So many possibilities that the two had to proceed with a lot of caution. And that kind of game takes its toll. And Tanya, we've had such an exciting day. We had two draws. And I would say they're very straightforward draws. We had a win from Vidit as he defeated Nicholas Theodoru. And also some super exciting chess.
We had two technical draws, which finished quite early on, and the positions were balanced. Then we had Vidit score his first win, and then we had two absolutely crazy draws on the board, where anything could have happened, Ivanka. We could have had 3 decisive games today. The players really woke up in Tashkent and chose violence, is the feeling that you get with the chess that we had. And it was fantastic. For Mukhidin Madaminov, the dream run continues in Tashkent, taking down the superstar Nordebek Abdusattorov, holding him, not taking down, but holding him to a draw in a big, big fight there. The first draw of the tournament for Madaminov.
Yes, the first draw might not be the last, but let's take a look at today's results. As mentioned, we had 2 perfect games of chess. We also saw Vidit. He managed to get his first win against Nicholas Theodoru, and those 2 bottom games between Nordebek and Mukhidin and Arjun against Hans, they set the board on fire. And that means that the standings are more or less intact after yesterday. We just see a switch around on the bottom board that it is now Nicholas Theodoru who is at the last place. But we still have our 2 co-leaders in the shape of Shamsuddin Vokhidov and Mukhidin Madaminov, and they are being chased by half a point, Nordebek Abdusattorov. So still the Uzbeks out in front.
Wow, and that just means, maybe another Wesley tweet about the Uzbek hospitality as we see the way this tournament is progressing. The top three spots held by Vokhidov, Madaminov, Abdusattorov, and then right behind we've got a bunch of chasers with 3.5 points. It's still anyone's tournament with only half a point separating the entire field from top to bottom, Jovanka, from Vokhidov to Nicolas Theodoru. It's just a half a point, but it is going to be about those players who are at 3.5 currently to 4.5, and we've got 8 of them.
Yes.
We've got 8 players fighting for championship currently with only 2 rounds remaining, but it's been an Uzbekistan showdown so far.
It has. And looking ahead to tomorrow, just 2 rounds remaining. Let's take a look at the pairings for tomorrow. And as always, we are going to be treated to a spectacle. It's even more exciting knowing that there aren't too many games left. And these are the pairings for round 8. And Tanya, what can we see? We already see on the second board that it's going to be showdown between Mukhadin Madaminov against Arjun Erigaisi.
It's the India-Uzbekistan rivalry that continues when the tournament matters so much. And I'm going to point out another pairing to watch out for. Vokhidov, the other leader, taking on Vidit. For Vokhidov, is this the moment that he strikes at an out-of-form Vidit? The big question, but all eyes are going to be on that top board. Way beyond the standings there, Jan Nepomniachtchi plays Hans Niemann, and what a story that has been since their Belgrade matchup, which ended 4-4. The prize distribution dispute that happened after that, everything documented well on Twitter, well on social media. The handshake that did not happen at the technical meeting here in Tashkent. And after all that drama, for the first time, Jan Nepomniachtchi will face Hans Niemann over the board. And I'm predicting no handshakes tomorrow.
Okay, well, that one is certainly going to be a grudge match and one we can all look forward to. Drama both on and off the board. That is what we want. But that is where we will leave it tonight. The clear leaders still out in front and the chasers, they are still hanging on. Anything can happen as we have 2 rounds remaining. Thank you very much, Tanya. It has been an absolute blast. Thank you everyone at home for following along. It's certainly been most fun, but we'll catch you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. It's the penultimate round. See you.